Chapter 1706. When Fan Jinja came out of the second Celestial Master's place, the sky was full of stars. The second Celestial Master squeezed another 50,000 yuan from Fan Jinja. Fan Jinja's current savings in his bank account were all squeezed out. After the second Celestial Master sent Fan Jinja away, he closed his door and refused to see anyone else because he knew that Fan Jinja had no more money. It was useless to wait for him to come back, so he might as well close his door and sleep. Fan Jinja was also exhausted. He wanted to continue looking for the first Celestial Master to judge, but when he passed by the first Celestial Master's door, he found that the first Celestial Master's door was already closed. Fan Jinja had to go down the mountain and go home first. After returning home, Fan Jinja carefully thought about what happened today. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He suddenly realized that he was fooled. It was originally a scam that was easy to see through, but Fan Jinja was fooled by these two so-called Celestial Masters because he was closely involved. Fan Jinja searched the internet again and found that there were many people who were fooled by these two Celestial Masters. However, many people woke up after being fooled once, but Fan Jinja was fooled several times. After reading the posts on the internet, Fan Jinja's face turned pale. He was 100% sure that he was fooled. He was fooled so badly that he lost all his current savings. Fan Jinja secretly scolded himself. How could I be so stupid to believe the nonsense of these two guys? Now he was very sure that these two people couldn't see the resentment on him at all. Those words were just nonsense. Thinking of this, Fan Jinja suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The resentment on my body must still be there. I worked for nothing today. Now Fan Jinja didn't care about money, but the resentment on his body. He decided that this time he must find a powerful, real Celestial Master for him to take a look. He couldn't just look for one casually anymore. Fan Jinja learned his lesson this time and began to search the internet. After a careful selection, Fan Jinja locked his target on a person called Master Sanjia. Some people on the internet were possessed by evil things and then looked for Master Sanjia to exorcise them. This person had a good reputation. Therefore, Fan Jinja asked a superstitious business partner in his company to inquire about Master Sanjia. As a result, this business partner had also asked for Master Sanjia's contact information. Fan Jinja was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly asked his business partner to invite Master Sanjia over. As a result, the previous scene occurred. Experts would never talk about money before performing a ritual. However, the two so-called immortal masters that he had met before were all about money. If he didn't pay them, they wouldn't look. This showed the difference between them. First, tell me what trouble you encountered. Master Sanjia glanced at Fan Jinja and said calmly, "Yes, Master." Fan Jinja nodded repeatedly and carefully told Master Sanjia about the resentful spirits that Yang Ming had told him before. Vengeful spirit. Master Sanjia frowned after hearing Fan Jinja's words. What vengeful spirit? Are you sure it's a wraith? Yes, that's what Yang Ming said at that time, said Fan Jinja. According to my current observation, you are not possessed by any wraith at all, and there is nothing strange about you. Master Sanjia looked at Fan Jinja up and down and said, "The so-called wraith is probably a lie from that person at that time." Lie to me? Fan Jinja was stunned. He didn't expect Master Sanjia to say this. He was prepared for the situation to worsen, but it seemed that Master Sanjia had simply simplified the problem. Yes, according to what you said, you should have offended this person. That's why this person played you casually. Grandmaster Sanjia said, "That's what I think." Of course, you can also think of it as my cultivation being too low to notice anything strange about you. But to be honest, I really don't feel anything wrong with you. This, of course, I won't doubt it. Fan Jinja had already learned about Master Sanjia's reputation before, so he believed in Master Sanjia so much. But why can that Yang Ming accurately say what I think? Haha, that's a lot of possibilities. I know some Jianghu people who can guess other people's thoughts from their expressions. This kind of people is similar to us Jianghu sorcerers. They are called fortune tellers. From a person's face, They can know what that person is thinking. Master Sanjia said, "There are many fortune tellers in the underworld. The reason why they're so accurate is not because they can calculate, but because they can see what people are thinking from their faces. They can use this to deceive people." Master, you mean that Yang Ming knows fortune-telling? Fan Jinja felt that what Master Sanjia said made sense. I can't be sure about that. Maybe he knows, or maybe he only knows a little about it. I don't know where he learned it from to deceive people. Of course, this is the most likely possibility. Grandmaster Sanjia said, because this is the only reason I can use to explain your situation. Master, then I'm not possessed by a resentful spirit? Fan Jinja naturally believed in the master. When he heard the master say so, he was relieved. I don't think so. Master Sanjia nodded affirmatively. That's great. Thank you, master. Fan Jinja thought, this is a master. He doesn't talk nonsense and doesn't play tricks. He just means it and doesn't take the opportunity to ask for more money. If Master Sanjia lied to him and said that he was possessed by a resentful spirit and asked for a large sum of money after a ritual, he would believe it. However, he didn't do so now. Although he would thank him, he didn't perform the ritual after all, so it was impossible for him to ask for more. You're welcome. It's nothing. Master Sanjia waved his hand. I have a good relationship with your friend, so you don't have to be polite. Yes, yes. Fan Jinja nodded repeatedly. Master, how much incense money do you need? Incense money? Master Sanjia was stunned, then laughed. I didn't perform the ritual. Why would I need incense money? You don't want it? This time, Fan Jinja was really shocked. This Master Sanjia is really a master. He doesn't want money? Why? Do you want to give it to me even if I don't want it? Asked Master Sanjia. When Fan Jinja heard Master Sanjia's words, he thought, you still want it. Since you said so, I'm really embarrassed to not give it to you. It seems that even a master is not an exception. However, before Fan Jinja could speak, Master Sanjia continued, I came here this time mainly to see your friend. I have a good personal relationship with him. If you really want to pay, then reimburse me for my round-trip ticket. As for the hotel, your friend paid for it, so there's no need for it. Fan Jinja nodded. Fan Jinja's eyes widened, and he felt ashamed in his heart. It seems that I really misunderstood Master Sanjia. He simply didn't want money. Fan Jinja naturally couldn't just give Master Sanjia the ticket money. He still took out a deposit book of 100,000 yuan and gave it to Master Sanjia. Although Master Sanjia said that he didn't want it, Fan Jinja couldn't refuse his kindness, so he accepted it. After Fan Jinja sent Master Sanjia away, he was furious. This Yang Ming, he almost tortured me to death with a joke. I didn't dare to go out for so many days, and I was also cheated by those two unscrupulous master immortals. I definitely won't let this go. After knowing that he was not possessed by a resentful spirit, Fan Jinja went to school again and started his plan to pursue Zhao Ying again. Fan Jinja still pretended to be very friendly to Sun Jia on the surface, and there was nothing special about her. However, he had secretly decided to teach that Yang Ming a lesson and let him know the consequences of playing with him. Zhao Ying. After Sun Jia left, Fan Jinja walked quickly to Zhao Ying, who was packing up. There's a world economics class in classroom 303 in a while. Let's go together. Fan Jinja was not a graduate student in the economics department originally. However, he somehow transferred to the economics department and became Zhao Ying's classmate. This time, he followed Zhao Ying wherever she went to class. It seemed that he would not give up if he couldn't pursue Zhao Ying. Chapter 1707. Zhao Ying frowned when she heard Fan Jinja's voice. She was very disgusted with Fan Jinja. Although he had some ability, he liked to brag, and was a playboy. It was not a secret among the students that Fan Jinja had kept a bar girl as a mistress. There was no such thing as a secret in the world. Several students who had a good relationship with Fan Jinja had seen the bar girl and even had a meal with her. Therefore, the news quickly spread to everyone in the class. Zhao Ying had an indescribable dislike for Fan Jinja, who was obviously a whore, but still pretended to be chaste. He was fundamentally different from Yang Ming. Fan Jinja was a hypocrite, while Yang Ming was a real villain. You go first. I still have something to do. Zhao Ying slowed down her packing speed and said faintly. It's okay. I happen to have nothing to do. If you have something to do, I'll wait for you. I can accompany you. Fan Jinja was very thick-skinned. He sat on a chair not far from Zhao Ying as he spoke. Zhao Ying was a little speechless. Can't Fan Jinja see my dislike for him? Fan Jinja could naturally see that Zhao Ying didn't like him very much, but in his opinion, it didn't matter. As long as he persevered, he could get the beauty. He was not afraid of being thick-skinned when flirting with girls. After a long time, it would naturally get better. Zhao Ying did not expect Fan Jinja to be like this. She had to pack up her things and walk to the classroom door gloomily. A faint smile flashed across Fan Jinja's lips. He stood up and quickly followed her. He naturally knew that Zhao Ying had nothing to do. The reason why she said that before was to avoid him. But Fan Jinja didn't mind. Isn't Zhao Ying fine now? Zhao Ying naturally didn't want to do anything else with Fan Jinja following behind her. It would be even more annoying. It was better to go directly to classroom 303 and wait for the next class. Although there was still half an hour left, Zhao Ying decided to read in the classroom for a while. Zhao Ying quickened her pace and walked towards the elevator. She wanted to get rid of Fan Jinja, but when she was fast, Fan Jinja was fast too. When she was slow, Fan Jinja was slow too. When the elevator arrived, Fan Jinja naturally went in. This elevator was a public facility, and it was not Zhao Ying's own home. So, Zhao Ying had no reason to drive Fan Jinja out. At this time, many classes had ended. Of course. So, hey, Zhao, after the elevator door closed, the man and woman in the elevator began to talk. Is that so? The elevator woman lowered her head shyly after hearing the elevator man's words. Yeah, you're 100 times prettier than the arrogant girl I pursued in reality. If I knew you were so beautiful, I would have pursued you long ago. Why would I pursue that arrogant girl and be ridiculed by her for no reason? The elevator man sighed. You still dare to say that? Didn't I persuade you on the internet a long time ago? Don't be stubborn. You didn't listen to me at that time. Why did you change your mind now? The elevator woman rolled her eyes at the elevator man and said charmingly. He had to admit that the elevator woman was more or less good-looking. Although she was not as good as Zhao Ying, the elevator woman was considered to be above average in this science and engineering school where there were not many beautiful women. By the way, how is the boyfriend you told me about? The elevator man suddenly remembered that the elevator woman had a boyfriend in reality. He felt a little awkward. He is still the same. Didn't I tell you? I always feel like there is something between us. He is also cold and hot to me. There's no big progress. The elevator woman sighed and shook her head. Then what do you plan to do? Do you still want to continue like this? When the elevator man heard the elevator woman's words, he suddenly felt that there was a way and quickly asked, I don't know. The elevator woman shook her head. Oh, the elevator man hesitated for a moment. Finally, he gathered his courage and said, You and I are lovers in the online game. Why don't we try reality? The elevator woman was obviously a little hesitant before. She was a little moved by the elevator man's words. However, as a girl, she still said, The internet is the internet. Reality is reality, right? We have met. Aren't we friends in reality? The elevator man said, not to be outdone. It was obvious that the elevator woman had feelings for the elevator man. It was just that things were too sudden. He couldn't accept it. I know I'm saying this out of the blue, but I like you. That's how it is on the internet. After meeting you today, this feeling has extended to real life. I believe you have the same feeling as me, right? The elevator man said affectionately, Why don't we go eat something first? You can think about this slowly. You don't have to rush to promise me. How about it? And the elevator woman nodded with a blush. However, anyone could see that the elevator woman had agreed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted the elevator man's invitation. Damn, it can't be right. He got her just like that? Isn't this too amazing? Fan Jinja naturally heard the conversation between the two people. He looked at the aloof Zhao Ying beside him, and then looked at the intimate elevator man and woman next to him. He felt very unbalanced in his heart. Why? They just met, and he already got her. I have worked so hard for so long, but there is no result. This is too unfair. Looking at the elevator man's appearance, he is not particularly handsome. He doesn't have a single branded item on him. How can you get a girl like this? However, when this scene fell into Zhao Ying's eyes, it gave her a different feeling. Zhao Ying even suspected that God deliberately sent this man and woman to appear in front of her to give her a hint. The dialogue and identity situation of this man and woman were actually very similar to the triangle relationship between herself, Yang Ming, and there's no true love in this world. The final outcome of the elevator man and woman was already obvious. The two of them would definitely walk together. How should I choose? Where should I go? This made Zhao Ying's previously wavering heart waver again. The elevator stopped at the 3rd floor. Zhao Ying got out of the elevator. She didn't continue to see what would happen to the elevator man and woman because they had arrived at the classroom. Fan Jinja naturally followed Zhao Ying out of the elevator. However, after the elevator door closed, he said with some disdain, "Online romance? It doesn't sound reliable. How is it possible? I think that couple is acting, right? They are simply psychopaths." Fan Jinja was jealous of the elevator man, so he said such sour words. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Ying liked the couple very much. Even Zhao Ying herself was deeply troubled by this kind of online romance, so she resonated with him. However, when she heard Fan Jinja actually despise the elevator man and woman and said that they were psychopaths, Zhao Ying was naturally very upset. She glanced at Fan Jinja faintly, didn't say anything, and walked quickly to the classroom. Fan Jinja was stunned. He didn't know how he offended Zhao Ying. Although Zhao Ying didn't talk to him just now, she didn't show any extreme actions. But now, it was obvious that Zhao Ying wanted to get rid of him. Could it be that my words about the elevator man and woman offended Zhao Ying? Zhao Ying knows the elevator man and woman? That's not right. If they know each other, they should talk to each other. Looking at Zhao Ying and the elevator man and woman, it doesn't seem like they know each other. Could it be that Zhao Ying supports the elevator man and woman to be together? Thinking of this, Fan Jinja felt that it was very possible. He quickly caught up with Zhao Ying and said, "Zhao Ying, actually, I was just joking. I also like them very much." Zhao Ying ignored Fan Jinja and entered the classroom. She casually found a table for two by the window and sat on the outer side. No one could enter the inner side. Anyway, there weren't many graduate students, and some didn't come to class. It was good enough that half of the classroom was full. The management of graduate students was even more lax than undergraduate students. They didn't have to go to class as long as they had fixed internships and group activities. They just had to finish their papers every semester. It was not mandatory for them to go to class. Zhao Ying really wanted to learn something, so she didn't miss out on any of the lessons. Fan Jinja wanted to sit next to Zhao Ying, but Zhao Ying always chose this seat. He had no choice but to sit behind or beside Zhao Ying. Chapter 1708. After sitting down, Zhao Ying took out the World Economics book from her bag and flipped through it. However, she was still thinking about her relationship with Yang Ming, and there's no true love in this world. Fan Jinja originally wanted to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Zhao Ying, but when he saw her sitting there reading after entering the classroom, he couldn't find a suitable topic to talk about. He wanted to talk about his studies, but unfortunately, Fan Jinja transferred to the economics department later. He was not familiar with the subjects of the economics department at all. These days, he was troubled by the matter of the resentment spirit, so he didn't have the heart to study. Hence, he didn't understand the world economics at all. Yang Ming, how dare you trick me? I won't let you go, Fan Jinja said in his heart with hatred. However, he also knew that since Yang Ming could treat Sun Jie and Zhao Ying to a meal at the Songjiang International Hotel, he was definitely not an ordinary person. His family conditions must be very good. Fan Jinja didn't necessarily have the ability to find trouble with him. Hence, he couldn't be reckless in this matter. He had to consider it at length. Of course, he had to find out who Yang Ming was first. His first suspicion was that Yang Ming was also a student of Songjiang Industry University, which was why he knew Sun Jie. However, after thinking about it, Yang Ming didn't leave with Sun Jie that day. If Yang Ming was also a student of his university, why didn't he go to the Songjiang International Hotel together? Therefore, Fan Jinja didn't have much hope. He just asked a junior who worked in the student union to inquire about a person. However, the junior was a little busy a few days ago and said that he would call him when he was free. Fan Jinja was not in a hurry because he didn't think that Yang Ming could be a student of Songjiang Industry University. Hence, it didn't matter much if it was a day earlier or later. Fan Jinja's phone rang while he was thinking about how to strike up a conversation with Zhao Ying. It was particularly abrupt in the quiet classroom. Students who were graduate students and could still come to class on time were naturally the kind of students who liked to study very much. Everyone was reading quietly. When they entered the classroom, they would set their phones to vibrate. Hence, Fan Jinja's ringtone was very annoying. Many people looked up and saw the source of the ringtone. They glared at Fan Jinja. Fan Jinja was a little embarrassed. He naturally knew that he had angered the public. He was not the kind of student who liked to study. The reason why he went to the elective class before was to see if he could meet a beauty. He did not expect to meet Zhao Ying. He also knew that it was very impolite to answer the phone in the classroom. But when he entered the classroom, he didn't have the consciousness to turn off his phone, which led to the current situation. Fan Jinja could only make an apologetic gesture, grabbed the phone, and ran out of the classroom. Only then did the people in the classroom lower their heads again and get busy with their own things. After leaving the classroom and walking far away, Fan Jinja looked at the caller ID on his phone. It was actually the junior from the student union that he had asked for help. "Hello, Xiao Biao." Fan Jinja picked up the phone. "Brother Zhe, it's me. When you called me a few days ago, the student union was in a meeting, so I couldn't tell you in detail. I have been busy with this matter for the past few days, so I didn't call you back. You don't mind, right?" Xiao Biao said with a smile. Xiao Biao obviously valued Fan Jinja very much. There's a lot of pressure to find a job now, especially for someone like Xiao Biao who had no family background. Although he was an official in the student union, he was not very useful in society. Seeing that his junior year was almost over and he had to start looking for a job in his senior year, Xiao Biao also paid attention to it. He got to know Fan Jinja through his buddy's introduction. He knew that Fan Jinja had a company outside the school. Although the scale was not big, the benefits were good, and the employees earn a lot. Therefore, he thought that if he could not find a job in the future, he could transition to Fan Jinja's company first. At this time, it was necessary to have a good relationship with him. It's okay. Fan Jinja did not expect Yang Ming to be from the school, so it was unintentional for him to ask Xiao Biao about it. He was not very concerned about it. "I just want to ask you about someone. Can you help me ask if this person is from our school?" "Oh, asking about someone? Easy. What's his name? Is it a man or a woman? Just tell me. I will ask the person in charge of the student union's discipline inspection to check the file." Xiao Biao was relieved when he heard that it was about this matter. This matter was too easy. The student union's discipline inspection department had a file of the entire student dormitory. Every student was registered so that they could check the dormitory. So, as long as they knew the name and gender, it was easy to find out. "That's great. It's a man. His name is Yang Ming." Fan Jinja said, "He should be about the same age as you and me." "I can't tell." "Yang Ming." Xiao Biao was stunned. "Which Yang Ming? Why? Are there a few people named Yang Ming in the school?" Fan Jinja was also stunned. He did not expect Xiao Biao to ask this. "In our school's freshman year, there's a person named Yang Ming in the computer science department. He is very famous in our school. He even performed at the art festival. He is the idol of many students in our school." Xiao Biao said, "I don't know if you're talking about this Yang Ming. Or is there someone named Yang Ming in our school?" "Art festival, is it? Fan Jinja was a graduate student. He basically did not participate in school activities such as the art festival. Such activities were not mandatory for graduate students. They could join in the fun or not. Especially for Fan Jinja, who had a business outside, he would not participate in such activities. Unless it was an activity organized by the graduate school, Fan Jinja generally did not go. So, Brother Zhe, where are you? I will go to the student union now to get the files of the people named Yang Ming. I will show it to you. You will know when you see it, said Xiao Biao. Okay, then I am in the teaching building of the School of Economics on the 3rd floor. Just call me when you come, said Fan Jinja. Okay, I will come over when I am done. Xiao Biao hung up the phone after he finished speaking. There is really someone named Yang Ming in this school. I wonder if it is that kid. However, Yang Ming was a very common name. Not to mention a school, even a class could have the same name, so Fan Jinja did not take it too seriously. Especially when he heard that the famous Yang Ming was only a freshman, he felt that it was even more impossible for him to be Sun Jie's boyfriend because they were both graduate students. They were several years apart. How could they be lovers? Fan Jinja originally wanted to go back to the classroom, but he thought that Xiao Biao would call him when he came here, so he did not go back. He went to the bathroom and lit a cigarette. Xiao Biao's action was fast. In just over 10 minutes, he called Fan Jinja's phone. Fan Jinja quickly picked up the phone. Xiao Biao, you are here? Asked Fan Jinja. Yes, Brother Zhe. I have reached the 3rd floor of the teaching building of the School of Economics. I am at the elevator. Where are you? Xiao Biao said breathlessly. Obviously, he was very tired. Fan Jinja was quite touched. It seems that Xiao Biao really worked hard for me. I am smoking in a bathroom on the 3rd floor. I will go out now. As Fan Jinja spoke, he threw the cigarette in his hand into the trash can, then turned around and walked out of the bathroom. He said, I see you. Okay. Fan Jinja waved to Xiao Biao at the elevator and walked over quickly. Brother Zhe. Xiao Biao also walked over quickly, then handed a stack of printed information to Fan Jinja. This is the file of the person named Yang Ming in our school. There is one called Yang Ming, the person I was talking about. There is another one who has graduated, and the other one is a postgraduate student who is studying by correspondence. He is not in school at all. Oh, let me see. Fan Jinja was interested in the postgraduate student who was studying by correspondence. Although Xiao Biao said that he was not in school, didn't this coincide with the reason why he did not leave with Sun Jie that day? Chapter 1709. Moreover, he was also a graduate student with Sun Jie, so he had more opportunities to interact with her. Fan Jinja first took out the graduate student's file and looked at it carefully. However, he was a little disappointed at first glance. He has been working for several years. Yeah, this is a correspondence course student. He came back to graduate school because of work. Xiao Biao nodded. Why? Is it not him? Fan Jinja carefully looked at the 1-inch photo in the file, then shook his head. It's not him. They look so different. It's like they are polar opposites. One is fat and the other is thin. Oh, then why don't you take a look at the others? Maybe they're all graduates? Xiao Biao asked. Well, I'll look at the graduate again. It's possible that he is a graduate. Fan Jinja opened the file of the graduate, Yang Ming. At first glance, he sweated profusely. Why is this person a woman? Woman? Xiao Biao was also stunned, then said, I didn't look at it at that time. I just asked the student union to bring the files of all the people named Yang Ming in the school. I don't know if it's a man or a woman. Forget it. Let's look at the last one. It's probably not him. Fan Jinja shook his head helplessly. The last one is the famous person in our school, Yang Ming. Brother Zhe, have you really not heard of this person? Asked Xiao Biao with some doubts. I really haven't heard of him. Fan Jinja shook his head. You know that I rarely participate in school activities. I didn't even participate in that art festival. This person may be the person you're looking for, said Xiao Biao. It's unlikely. His age doesn't match. He is only a freshman. Fan Jinja thought, how can Sun Jie find a boyfriend who is a few years younger than her? I see. Xiao Biao didn't quite know the age of the person Fan Jinja was talking about, so he just nodded. Hey! Fan Jinja opened Yang Ming's file, but he was obviously stunned. It can't be? It's really this kid? Although there was only a 1-inch photo inside, Fan Jinja still recognized Yang Ming at a glance. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes are especially sharp. He recognized that this person was his enemy, Yang Ming, at a glance. Really? Brother Zhe, you found the kid you were talking about? Xiao Biao was stunned when he heard Fan Jinja's words. Then he was delighted. It seemed that he had done a good job this time. Brother Zhe could also remember his good deeds. Otherwise, even though he had helped Fan Jinja with all his heart, if he could not find the person Fan Jinja was looking for, Fan Jinja would not be very grateful to him. Fan Jinja would only thank him verbally and then forget about it. That would not achieve any effect. Yes, that's him. But why is he only a freshman? Moreover, you said that he was the most popular idol at the art festival? Fan Jinja couldn't believe his eyes. Isn't this too outrageous? How could this person be Sun Jie's boyfriend? One was a first-year student, while the other was a graduate student. There was a difference of several years between them. Although it's popular to date younger men, Sun Jie doesn't look like that kind of person. Yes, Brother Zhe, it's this person. He was the most popular at the art festival. He performed a martial arts program previously and received endless applause. Then, under the strong request of the audience, he performed a poetry recital with his girlfriend. It also received a great response, Xiao Biao explained. Girlfriend? Sun Jie? Fan Jinja asked subconsciously. Sun Jie? Who is Sun Jie? Xiao Biao was also stunned. Didn't you say that he performed a poetry recital with his girlfriend? Fan Jinja asked. Yeah, isn't that right? Xiao Biao didn't understand Fan Jinja's meaning. Isn't Sun Jie his girlfriend? Didn't he introduce her beforehand? Fan Jinja asked curiously. Sun Jie? No, Yang Ming's girlfriend is called Chen Mingyan. This is a well-known fact in the school. Why? Don't you know? Xiao Biao also looked at Fan Jinja strangely. Chen Mingyan? Isn't it Sun Jie? Fan Jinja frowned. It's Chen Mingyan. She's also in our school. She is a first-year student in the economics department. Xiao Biao said, if you're not in a hurry, I will find the video of the last art festival for you when I go back. Then, I will email it to you on the internet. You will know when you see it. Okay, my phone can receive the video. You can send it to my phone's 139 mailbox when you go back. Fan Jinja nodded and said, Brother Zhe, is there anything else? If not, let's go for a meal together? Xiao Biao asked. I can't eat today. I still have a class to teach. I will treat you another day. You have helped me so much. How can I let you treat me to a meal? Fan Jinja laughed. Okay, let's talk about it another day. Xiao Biao didn't insist on eating with Fan Jinja. He just wanted to improve their relationship. He nodded. Then, I will go back and work on the video. I will cut out the video about Yang Ming and send it to you. Okay, then I will trouble you. Fan Jinja nodded. Fan Jinja sent Xiao Biao away and returned to the classroom. It was almost time for class. The lecturer had already arrived. The students studying in the classroom had also started to change the textbooks on the table and were ready to start class. Seeing that the seat in front of Zhao Ying had been taken by a girl with a pockmarked face, Fan Jinja frowned. Why is she so blind? I just left for a while, and she already took my seat? There's no one here, right? Can I sit here for a while? Fan Jinja walked in front of the pockmarked face girl and pointed to the seat next to her. The pockmarked face girl looked up in surprise. She was a little surprised to see the handsome and charming Fan Jinja. Could it be that he likes me and wants to pursue me? Thinking of this, the pockmarked face girl suddenly felt excited. She knew very well what she looked like. However, in this science and engineering school where there were very few girls, she was considered average. There were also many pursuers. However, she didn't like those who pursued her. Those who she liked would go after prettier ones. This time, she was naturally overjoyed when a handsome man like Fan Jinja, who was obviously superior at first glance, took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. However, Out of the girl's reservedness, she deliberately said, "Sit here. This seat is reserved for one of my good sisters." Fan Jinja heard the girl's coquettish voice and felt a chill. He thought, "Motherfucker, who wants to sit at the same table with you? If it weren't for the pursuit of taking care of each other, would I be sitting here?" He frowned. Just as he was about to change to the empty seat closest to Zhao Ying, he heard the pockmarked face girl say, "However, she doesn't seem to be coming today. Then you can sit here." Fan Jinja saw that the girl was very coquettish, so he didn't really want to sit here. However, he didn't expect the girl to stand up first before he answered, indicating that he could go in and sit. Fan Jinja was in a dilemma for a while. If I sit, I will hate this girl a little. If I don't sit, she has already stood up. If I don't sit, it will be a little inappropriate. After all, I asked for it first. Fan Jinja hesitated and had to sit down. The girl was waiting for Fan Jinja to talk to her after he sat down. However, after waiting for a long time, the professor in front had already started the lecture, but Fan Jinja was still indifferent. The pockmarked face girl finally couldn't wait any longer. As the saying goes, fight for your own happiness. This is a rare opportunity, so I have to cherish it. Looking at the boy, he seems to be very shy. He may have exhausted all his strength to take the initiative to ask to sit here. He is too embarrassed to talk to me if he sits here. I have to be considerate of him. So, she pretended to be very generous and said, "Are you a graduate student in the economics department? Why haven't I seen you before?" "Oh, I just transferred here not long ago." Fan Jinja saw that the pockmarked face girl was talking to him, so he was a little reluctant to answer. However, he thought that they were all classmates, and they were sitting together. It wouldn't be good if he ignored her. It would make him seem too arrogant. Zhao Ying was sitting behind and looking at him. It wouldn't be good if she had negative thoughts. So he still answered. Chapter 17:10. I see. I was wondering. My name is Li Xiaomei. What about you? The pockmarked-faced girl introduced herself shyly. Fan Jinja. Fan Jinja replied faintly. He thought, pretty? I think you're more like Li Xiaoma. Your face is full of pockmarks, and you look like a steam bun. It affects my visual nerves. Wow, your name sounds like a Korean star. The pockmarked-faced girl, Li Xiaomei, said infatuatedly. Are you Korean? No. Fan Jinja thought. Why are you so talkative? Then are you Korean? Li Xiaomei continued to ask. No. Fan Jinja was a little angry. It's class time now. We should pay attention in class, right? Oh, that's right. When Li Xiaomei heard Fan Jinja's words, she thought that Fan Jinja was a good student who excelled in both moral and academic performance, so she stopped talking. Instead, she smiled and said, Okay, let's listen to the class first. What's there to talk about? Fan Jinja frowned secretly. Not long after, Fan Jinja's mobile phone vibrated twice. When he entered the classroom, he deliberately turned his mobile phone to vibrate mode to avoid being despised by others. Fan Jinja took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. It was an email from Xiao Biao. Fan Jinja opened the inbox and found that it was a video file. It had been compressed into a small MP4 format. Xiao Biao was more considerate. He was afraid that the mobile phone would not support a file that was too big. Fan Jinja plugged in the mobile phone's headphones, put on one ear, and clicked the play button. The video began to play. The recording wasn't very clear. After all, the student union wasn't a professional camera organization. The equipment they used was also an ordinary digital camera, so the angle wasn't very good. However, they could still clearly see Yang Ming's face. Motherfucker, it's this kid. If the 1-inch photo was not very clear, Fan Jinja was completely sure in this video. The person in this video was exactly the same person he saw in the Songjiang International Hotel's private room that day. Furthermore, the way he spoke and the way he teased others was exactly the same as that day. Fan Jinja was even more annoyed when he heard this guy humiliating Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing. If I knew that this guy was such a talkative person, why would I believe him? What vengeful spirit. It's all nonsense. Not only did I have to worry for nothing, but I also wasted so much money. This brat was obviously a liar who didn't even have a draft before he opened his mouth and spouted nonsense. This was the video of Yang Ming's previous martial arts performance. Fan Jinja did not watch it. After a few glances, he clicked on Yang and Chen Yin. Calm. Fan Jinja frowned as he muttered to himself. Could it be that Sun Jie deliberately found this Yang Ming to tease me? Fan Jinja believed that Sun Jie had no reason not to know about holding hands with his girlfriend in public and school. In this case, the only thing he could think of was that Sun Jie, the shrewd girl, deliberately found Yang Ming to play with him. Damn, I thought he was Sun Jie's boyfriend. It seems that is not the case. I was almost fooled by him. Fan Jinja watched this video and naturally thought that Yang Ming's girlfriend was definitely Chen Yin. Even Xiao Biao said so it was definitely not wrong. In this case, I can just find an opportunity to retaliate against him. I don't have to care about Sun Jie's face. This Chen Yin looks so fresh. AI, it's just that there's a big age gap between us. I should just focus on chasing after Zhaoing. Otherwise, I can go and mess with Yang Ming. It's not bad to pretend to be a love rival. I'm just afraid that Zhaoing will misunderstand. That would be disadvantageous to me. Yang Ming sent a message to Zhaoing. He waited for a long time, but Zhaoing did not reply. I only said a few words to Zhaoing, and there was no response from her side. Yang Ming naturally knew what Zhaoing was thinking. He knew that she was struggling in her heart, and that it was difficult for her to make a choice. It was no wonder. After all, this kind of online dating was not as reliable as reality. Moreover, Zhaoing was not sure whether she liked his identity as an online friend or the feeling that there's no true love in this world gave her was more similar to Yang Ming. What's wrong? Why are you not talking? Yang Ming sent another message to ask. Zhaoing felt her phone vibrate. She took it out and looked at it. It was a message from There's No True Love in This World. She hesitated and replied, I'm in class. Let's talk later. Okay, then you go to class. I won't disturb you. Yang Ming did not rush her. He gave her time to choose and consider. At this moment, Yang Ming had a feeling that he was poaching his own woman. This feeling was a little excited and a little worried. Since he could poach his own woman, why couldn't others do the same? However, after a little hesitation, Yang Ming was relieved. The reason why he could poach his own woman was that the person Zhaoing liked was Yang Ming, and the feeling he gave her was very similar to Yang Ming. This kind of sixth sense brought about psychological cues that others could not bring. Therefore, Yang Ming was not worried about being poached by others. No matter how one pretended, it was impossible to pretend to be another person. There would always be a subtle difference. The seemingly subtle difference could lead to completely different results. Since Zhaoing said so, Yang Ming minimized the chat window with her and casually browsed the web. Recently, the local news on the internet was about the Songjiang International Hotel's acquisition of the Douglas Vast Hotel. Some so-called experts began to jump out and analyze the inside story of this acquisition case. The imagination of these experts was rich. The inside story that even Yang Ming himself did not know was actually dug up by them. Each of them analyzed it clearly. Things like traitors, informants, and the change of power seemed like a business war novel. Fuck, isn't this too unreliable? Yang Ming looked at the inside story of an ordinary acquisition case that was analyzed by them. He sighed. It's a pity that these people don't write web novels. Their talents are buried. Yang Ming dared to guarantee that if these people were to write web novels, Chidian City's boss would definitely be picked by them. What Brother Guanwen, Brother Rebirth, and Brother Ambiguous would all step aside. In the future, it would be Brother Merchant's world. But fortunately, no one guessed the real reason for this acquisition case. That was, Yang Ming temporarily scared Kaik. As a result, this acquisition case was completed. It was just that even if someone knew the truth and said it, no one would believe it. This was the case now. The truth that was closest to the truth, but no one believed it. Those fabricated myths and unreliable truths were pursued as the truth. Yang Ming shook his head and closed the unreliable truth analysis on the web. However, let them make it up. Yang Ming didn't intend to refute the rumors. The more the news was hyped, the higher the popularity of the Songjiang International Hotel would be. It would save advertising money. The phone on the table rang. Yang Ming glanced at the phone number. It was an unfamiliar number. Yang Ming picked up the phone, but there was a hurried female voice on the other side of the phone. "Brother Yang. Is this Brother Yang?" "It's me." "Who is this?" Yang Ming frowned. The voice on the other side of the phone was familiar, but it might have changed because of nervousness. It made it difficult for Yang Ming to distinguish. "Brother Yang, this is Wang Mei," the female voice on the other side of the phone said. "Wang Mei? Oh, it's you." Yang Ming was stunned. He immediately thought of who this Wang Mei was. She was Huang Leilei's good friend and Zhang Bin's lover. "Brother Yang, is it convenient for you to talk?" Wang Mei seemed very nervous. "What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it." Yang Ming frowned. "Why did Wang Mei call me? I don't seem to have any contact with her, right?" "Brother Yang, something happened to Zhang Bin." As Wang Mei said this, her voice became more anxious. "Brother Yang, you have to save him." Chapter 17:11. Did something happen to Zhang Bin? What happened? Yang Ming's heart tightened. Yang Ming naturally didn't want to care about Wang Mei's bad things, but when he heard that Zhang Bin had an accident, Yang Ming suddenly became nervous. Zhang Bin was his best friend since high school. He was also one of Yang Ming's best friends before he became rich. A while ago, when Yang Ming came back from Europe, he even looked for him to have a meal together. How did something happen? To be exact, something happened to Uncle Zhang, Zhang Bin's father. Wang Mei said, "Brother Yang, I haven't dared to tell Sister Cece about this. I think only you can help Zhang Bin. You didn't tell Zhao Cece? Only you know?" Yang Ming frowned. It wasn't because he didn't trust Wang Mei. No matter what, Wang Mei was also the woman of Huang Leilei's friend, Zhang Bing. Therefore, although Yang Ming's impression of Wang Mei wasn't very good, he didn't think that she would deceive him. Zhang Bin took me out privately. I didn't dare to tell Sister Cece. I was afraid that she would be unhappy." Wang Mei quickly explained. "What do you mean? You have to make it clear. What the hell is going on? You don't make it clear. It makes me confused. What happened to Zhang Bin and Uncle Zhang? What happened?" When Yang Ming heard Wang Mei mention some meaningless things incoherently, he quickly interrupted her and asked, "Oh, okay. Wang Mei was a little embarrassed, so she said briefly, "This is the case. A while ago, Uncle Zhang's jewelry company was invited by the International Jewelry Festival to participate in the International Jewelry Festival. Brother Yang, you and Zhang Bin's company is also a jewelry company, so Uncle Zhang wanted to take Zhang Bin and Sister Cece together. But when Zhang Bin left, the company was too busy. Sister Cece didn't go, and Zhang Bin took me privately. Of course, we didn't tell Sister Cece about this, and we didn't dare to tell her. Then, get to the point." Yang Ming reminded her not to always talk about the things between her and Zhao Cece. Everyone knew about these things. There was no need to be so detailed, and Yang Ming didn't want to care about other people's family affairs. "This International Jewelry Festival is held in Las Vegas, so we went to Las Vegas together. In the beginning, when Uncle Zhang saw that Zhang Bin took me, he wasn't very happy, but later I was more obedient, so Uncle Zhang acquiesced." Wang Mei explained. Yang Ming was speechless. He thought, "You don't have to tell me if you are obedient, right? Uncle Zhang's impression of you has changed. This has nothing to do with me. What I care about now is what happened to Zhang Bin." However, Yang Ming probably understood Wang Mei's character. He knew that it didn't make much sense to interrupt her, so he could only continue to listen to her. And then, the jewelry festival is only held during the day. It ends at 4 o'clock in the afternoon every day, so there's a lot of time in the evening to make your own arrangements. Wang Mei said, "Uncle Zhang said that this is a gambling city. He had never seen a real luxury casino before. He just saw it on TV, so he wanted to take Zhang Bin to see it. Zhang Bin also went to the casino when he was in Macau, but the casino in Macau is still worse than Las Vegas. After all, Las Vegas is a world-famous gambling city." And then? Yang Ming continued to ask while holding back his temper. Brother Yang, in Macau, Lele and I are very good, so I have no interest in the casino. I also know that there are other services in addition to gambling. With me there, Uncle Zhang definitely can't play freely, so I didn't go and let the two of them go. Wang Mei said, now I really regret it. I shouldn't have thought so much. If I went with them, there wouldn't be so many things. What the hell happened? Yang Ming was really anxious. Could it be that Zhang Bin and Uncle Zhang had an accident on the way to the casino? The two of them went to gamble on the first day. They were fine when they came back, but the next day, they were a little dejected. I asked Zhang Bin what happened, but he didn't say. He just said that he lost some money. Wang Mei said, as a result, they called me on the third day, which was yesterday, saying that they had lost all their money, but they still owed a lot of money. The casino detained them there and didn't let them come back. They asked someone to send the money over. I didn't know who to tell. Thinking about it, only Brother Yang can help. Yang Ming frowned. I can help. When I showed my power in Huang Lele's casino, Wang Mei didn't seem to know. Huang Lele shouldn't have told her about this, right? Why is Wang Mei so sure that I can help? When she heard that Yang Ming didn't speak, Wang Mei thought that Yang Ming didn't want to care. So she quickly said, Brother Yang, I beg you. I beg you. Save Zhang Bin. I will lend you the money first. In the future, Zhang Bin and I will work hard to return it to you. Yang Ming, I beg you. Their people are very rude. They said that if you don't send the money over tomorrow, they will cut off both Zhang Bin and Uncle Zhang's hands. Cut off both hands? They are quite unscrupulous, right? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Generally, regular casinos would not use such extreme violent means. After all, although casinos were involved in some underworld activities, there were also regulatory agencies above. It was impossible to let them do whatever they wanted. Yes. Zhang Bin and the others gambled until their eyes turned red. In the end, they gambled with both hands. Wang Mei explained carefully. Damn, Yang Ming couldn't help but want to curse. This couldn't be blamed on the casino. When the guests gambled, there would naturally be additional conditions in many cases. When they gambled until their eyes turned red, they gambled on real estate, companies, and even wives and children. Didn't Lan Ling's father sell her to the bath center in exchange for money? The gambler's heart was very strange. When they lost to a certain extent, they couldn't extricate themselves. They knew that what they were doing was wrong, but they couldn't help but continue to gamble. They hoped that the god of luck would come to them, and they could make a comeback at once. However, the result of this was often to lose everything, and their wives and children would be separated. When they had nothing, it was possible to bet their hands, feet, and even their lives. Of course, this kind of gambling was also under the condition that both parties were willing. Some gamblers liked to play exciting games. When they saw others betting on their hands and feet, they would gladly accept it. The casino would not interfere. For this kind of thing, they would turn a blind eye. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that someone colluded with the casino's dealer to frame the guests so that they could cheat a lot of money. Yang Ming still didn't know the situation of Zhang Bin and Uncle Zhang, so he couldn't judge the conclusion of the matter. However, it must be that Zhang Bin and Uncle Zhang lost until their eyes turned red, so they made this decision. Zhang Bin, what should I say to you? Yang Ming sighed helplessly. If something happened to Zhang Bin, I will definitely take care of it. Yang Ming was a person who valued relationships very much. Not to mention Zhang Bin, even Tian Donghua, whom he met later. Yang Ming knew that Wang Shui had harmed him, but he still let Wang Shui go because of Tian Donghua's face. Tian Donghua's father, Tian Long, was the same. Therefore, for Zhang Bin, his best friend since high school, Yang Ming wouldn't ignore it. It was just a question of how to take care of it. Brother Yang. When she heard Yang Ming say damn, Wang Mei felt a chill in her heart. Is Yang Ming not going to take care of this matter? Fortunately, Zhang Bin still has some feelings and didn't take you out. Yang Ming said faintly, Where are you? How much does he owe? I'm at the hotel arranged by the Jewelry Festival Event Group, the Douglas Vast Hotel. It's very famous. Even taxi drivers know it. Wang Mei said. As for how much Zhang Bin owes, he didn't say in detail. The people in the casino asked me to go over and say it. I'm afraid. I didn't dare to go. Wang Mei was also loyal to Zhang Bin. When she knew that Zhang Bin was in trouble, she didn't run away alone. After all, if Zhang Bin and Uncle Zhang didn't have money, Wang Mei was likely to be caught to offset the debt. Zhang Bin's deep affection for her wasn't in vain. Douglas Vast Hotel? Yang Ming was dumbfounded. Douglas Vast Hotel again? But fortunately, it wasn't the Douglas Vast Hotel that scammed Zhang Bin. Otherwise, he might have to call Kaik back and continue to acquire his hotel in Las Vegas. Chapter 17:12. Yes, I heard that Song Jiang also opened one. When Wang Mei left, the Douglas Vast Hotel had not yet been acquired by the Song Jiang International Hotel. This news was spread after they left. It was normal that they didn't know about it. Okay, you wait for me. I will rush over as soon as possible. Yang Ming comforted, you don't have to worry. Since they want money, they naturally won't do anything to Zhang Bin. You don't have to rush to the casino to find them now. Try to contact them and tell them that you are raising money from the country. Delay them first. Wait for me to go over. Okay, Brother Yang, I got it. Thank you. Wang Mei said gratefully. You don't have to thank me. With my relationship with Zhang Bin, there is nothing to thank me for. As for you, I have changed my impression of you this time. Follow Zhang Bin well. Your choice is not wrong. Yang Ming said faintly. He also made some hints to Wang Mei. Although Yang Ming knew that Wang Mei did not leave by herself in this situation, it was obvious that she had feelings for Zhang Bin. However, he was still afraid that she would do something irrational, so he hinted to her. Before Yang Ming went to Yunnan, he naturally had to give away the jewelry company. This target was naturally Zhang Bin, so it was also a reminder to Wang Mei that even if Zhang Bin had no money now, she should not look down on Zhang Bin. For a gold digger like Wang Mei, Yang Ming felt that it was still necessary to say a sentence. If there is something wrong, change it. If there is nothing wrong, continue it. After hanging up the phone call with Wang Mei, Yang Ming rubbed his temples. This Zhang Bin, when did he get addicted to gambling? Or was he suddenly pulled by Uncle Zhang? And the result was that he lost too much? If it was the first case, it would be difficult for him to stop gambling. If it was the second case, I believe that after this incident, he would never dare to touch gambling again. As for how much money Zhang Bin owed, Yang Ming did not care. Yang Ming had plenty of money. If he did not have enough, he could extort some from the local Douglas Vast Hotel. It was just a phone call. He believed that Kaik would be happy to sponsor. Before going to Yunnan, Yang Ming did not intend to leave the range of Song Jiang, but he did not expect that the plan would change so quickly. It happened so suddenly that Yang Ming had no other way. First, he called Bao Sanli and asked him to help him book the fastest ticket from Donghai to Las Vegas. Then, he sent a text message to Chun Mingyin, telling her that Zhang Bin had an accident in Las Vegas, and he had to rush there. Chun Mingyin also knew that Zhang Bin went to Las Vegas. She and Lin Jiyun were also members of the jewelry company, so she quickly texted back to ask Yang Ming what happened to Zhang Bin and if it was serious. Yang Ming didn't want her to worry, so he just said that Zhang Bin had a problem with the funds there, and he had to deal with it himself. Chun Mingyin saw Yang Ming say so and didn't say much. She just told Yang Ming to be careful. She was already used to the days when Yang Ming was always running around and was often not at home. On the contrary, recently, Yang Ming stayed at home all day long, which made Chun Mingyin wonder if Yang Ming had encountered something. Before Chun Mingyin could ask, Yang Ming's matter came again, and he went out. This also made Chun Mingyin's worry disappear. Yang Ming didn't expect that Zhang Bin's accident would solve a big problem for himself. If Chun Mingyin didn't ask, he really couldn't explain why he had been staying at home with them. After Yang Ming and Chun Mingyin finished talking, he sent a text message to Xiao Qing, Sun Jie, Jing Xiaolu, and Wang Xiaoyan. As for Zhou Jiejie and Lin Jiyun, Chun Mingyin was with them, so she would naturally tell them. Yang Ming wasn't worried. However, in the text message to them, he didn't mention Zhang Bin in detail. He just said that he had something to do and had to go out. After thinking about it, Yang Ming sent a text message to Zhao Ying. Although Yang Ming felt that it was best not to provoke Zhao Ying during this time. It was best to let her forget about him and develop an online relationship with there's no true love in this world on the internet. But when he thought that he was going out, even if it was a friend, it was still necessary to inform her. Zhao Ying was listening to the class, and the phone in her pocket vibrated twice. Zhao Ying thought that it was a message from there's no true love in this world. She frowned and took out the phone, but she didn't expect it to be a short message. However, when she saw the sender of the message, Zhao Ying was stunned. It was actually from Yang Ming. I haven't been in contact with Yang Ming for a while, right? Why did he suddenly send a text message at this time? Zhao Ying quickly pressed the read button, but she only saw Yang Ming telling her in a very plain tone that he was going abroad and he wouldn't turn on his phone recently. She didn't have to worry about it. What does this Yang Ming mean? I've been back for so long, but I just ate a meal and he didn't contact me again. I took the initiative to look for him. Does he no longer have that kind of feeling for me? Zhao Ying looked at Yang Ming's plain text message, and her heart began to be upset again. As a matter of fact, Yang Ming and I shouldn't have been together. From the first moment of rejection, perhaps today's result was destined. If I miss it, it won't be together anymore. No matter how I make up for it afterward, I've missed it after all. Especially Yang Ming now had so many beautiful women around him. He didn't lack sister Zhao Ying. The relationship between the two people was really getting weaker and weaker. Zhao Ying sighed and replied in a very plain tone, "Be careful. Contact me again when you are back in China." Also seeing Zhao Ying's plain tone, Yang Ming's heart was slightly disappointed. Could it be that Zhao Ying has fallen in love with there's no true love in this world? But then, Yang Ming secretly sighed that he was crazy. Isn't there's no true love in this world also me? I just dug my own corner. What's there to be disappointed about? After contacting Zhao Ying, Wang Xiaoyan called back. Yang Ming, what's the matter? Is the plan ahead of schedule? Wang Xiaoyan's tone sounded a little anxious and worried. No. When Yang Ming heard Wang Xiaoyan's question, he knew that Wang Xiaoyan misunderstood. She thought that he was going to implement the dangerous plan ahead of schedule. It's a friend of mine. He owed some gambling debts in Las Vegas and was detained. I'm going to deal with it. I see. Wang Xiaoyan was relieved when she heard that it wasn't a big deal. For this kind of thing, just send an underling to do it. There's no need for you to go personally. It's not easy for you to rest at home for a while, and you still want to go out? If you don't trust others, I can go personally. Hee, look at what you're saying. I'm just going to solve the problem, not to kill people. What are you going to do? Yang Ming smiled. Don't you want to save your friend? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. I have to see the specific situation to know. If they are unlucky and lose money, it's not other people's fault. Yang Ming said, it just so happens that I've been at home for too long. I think many people are suspicious. It's easier to go out. That's true. That's fine. Go and come back quickly. Be careful. Wang Xiaoyan said, right? Have you told Victoria? That's not true. You can tell her. Yang Ming had forgotten about Victoria. Okay, then I'll tell her. Wang Xiaoyan agreed. As for Huang Lele and Suya, they were both flying people. He didn't know where they were at the moment. Yang Ming didn't have to specifically tell them. Not long after Wang Xiaoyan's call, Jing Xiaolu's call also came. She was also a person who knew the truth. She thought the same as Wang Xiaoyan. She directly asked if Yang Ming was going to leave. Yang Ming had to explain with the same statement. Jing Xiaolu was relieved. Yang Ming thought that he didn't send a few words to save trouble, but it actually caused such a big reaction. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sun Jie and Xiao Qing quickly replied to the text message. Obviously, they were accustomed to Yang Ming often going out. They just told Yang Ming to be careful and didn't say much. As for his parents, Yang Ming personally called them, but he told them about the jewelry festival. Zhang Bin was there, and he was going to take a look. He didn't specifically say that Zhang Bin had an accident. When they heard that it was a company matter, Yang's father and mother Yang didn't say anything. Chapter 17:13. Zhao Ying absent-mindedly flipped through the world economics textbook in front of her. She was still thinking about Yang Ming. What kind of position does Yang Ming place me in now? especially after the meal that day. With the relationship with Sun Jie, the relationship between Yang Ming and I became more subtle. Is he going to give up too? Although Zhaoing didn't want to think so, seeing the indifferent tone in Yang Ming's text message, Zhaoing inevitably had other thoughts. This was inevitable, and once this kind of thought was born, it was difficult to eliminate it. Well, today's class will end early. The department secretary has something to tell everyone. The professor closed the notebook in front of him and then said to the students present. In many universities, the department head was in charge of teaching and the department secretary was in charge of student records and activities. Therefore, compared to the department head, the department secretary had more opportunities to meet with everyone. This was because the tutors of each class were directly managed by the department secretary. Although the department head was in charge of teaching and not the department secretary was in charge of the archives and comments. If there was a stain on it when they graduated, they would carry it with them to work. It would be a stain on them for life. Therefore, students knew that the department head couldn't be offended. It was related to whether they could graduate successfully. The department secretary couldn't be offended. It was related to the evaluation of their entire school period. Hearing that the department secretary was coming, many students who were reading books closed the textbooks in front of them and raised their heads. The department secretary of the economics department was called Xue Xiaoping. She was a woman in her 40s. She didn't have a pedantic aura. Instead, she seemed to be open-minded and capable. Xue Xiaoping nodded to the world economics professor, indicating that he could leave after class. The professor also nodded and quickly left the classroom, leaving the podium to Xue Xiaoping. I don't need to introduce my identity. On the first day of the graduate student class, everyone knew me when I spoke. Xue Xiaoping made a long story short. Today, I am here to inform everyone of one thing. Next weekend is our economics department's annual spring outing. After the spring outing, we will organize some large enterprises to study and visit, so I don't want you to be absent for this kind of group activity. For those who didn't come today, please inform each other according to the contact network sent at the beginning of the semester. Although Xue Xiaoping said it casually, everyone knew that they had to attend this activity. Graduate students were no longer as interested in spring outings as undergraduate students. Many students who were pressed for time even thought that it would be better for them to spend their time reading and studying. However, since the department secretary had already said that they would go to the company after the spring outing, they had no choice but to go. It was very likely that they would have to write a thesis on the experience of the visit after they came back, which would be used as a basis for their semester grades. Therefore, under such circumstances, as long as they were not sick and could not get up, they would definitely go. Knowing that the main point of this trip was to learn and visit after the spring outing, no one asked where they were going to go or how they were going to play. It didn't matter to them. They could go anywhere as long as they wanted to relax. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. The undergraduate students have strict requirements. They're not allowed to bring their boyfriend and girlfriend. However, you're graduate students, so there is no such restriction. During the spring outing, you can bring your boyfriend and girlfriend. If you have children, you can also bring your children. Xue Xiaoping said with a smile. Xue Xiaoping's words caused the students below the stage to laugh. Although marriage was allowed in the university and graduate students were allowed to have children, very few people did so. If they had a child, how could they have the time to study? However, Xue Xiaoping's open-mindedness was supported by many students. While they laughed, they also applauded and approved. If it was just a group of graduate students going on a spring outing alone, many of them would naturally feel bored and a waste of time. However, if they could bring their boyfriends or girlfriends, they would not feel bored. Instead, they would feel that it was a rare opportunity to relax. Therefore, as soon as Xue Xiaoping's suggestion came out, everyone agreed. Some of the boys who had just caught up with their girlfriends began to fantasize. They wanted to see if they could turn this spring outing into a good opportunity to do it. Looking at the lewd expressions of some of the students below, Xue Xiaoping did not expose them. She was a more open-minded person. This additional suggestion was also thought of on the spur of the moment. After she finished speaking, she saw that everyone's interest was not high. so she had a perfunctory attitude. After all, the reason why the department organized this activity was to let everyone relax while studying intensely. However, they didn't want everyone to go and come back like they were just idling around. Therefore, this decision was made on the spur of the moment. Unexpectedly, this decision was really a wise move. The students' interest was suddenly raised. They were all graduate students. There was no need to look at them like they were children. They were already adults. Shui Xiaoping would not be so old-fashioned. Well, since it seems that everyone agrees, then I won't say more. Each person can bring 2 people, 1 adult and 1 child. You can't bring more. Those who don't have children can only bring 1. Shui Xiaoping added, the school bus can't fit more than 1 person, except for those who have their own car. Ha ha ha. The students below the stage laughed again. After all, they had not heard of anyone who had children in this class. In other words, the rule was that each person could only bring 1 person. Of course, those who had cars were an exception. However, such people were few and could be ignored. Zhaoing, in a few days, let's buy some food and supplies for the spring outing. I have a car, so it's okay for us to bring more. Fan Jinja waited for Shui Xiaoping to finish speaking, then turned back and said excitedly to Zhaoing. He was worried that there would not be a good opportunity to get closer to Zhaoing. If he sat around Zhaoing in class every day, there would be no practical use. The 2 of them would still be the same, and there would be no progress at all. However, if he asked Zhaoing to go out for a meal and play, Zhaoing would definitely not go. This made Fan Jinja feel a little helpless. However, he felt that his opportunity had come when the department secretary suggested the spring outing. If he grasped this opportunity well, he and Zhaoing might be able to go 1 step further. Especially when Shui Xiaoping added the suggestion that he could bring his boyfriend and girlfriend along. This made Fan Jinja feel that his chances were greater. After all, the people around him were in pairs. If Zhaoing was alone, he would have more opportunities to accompany her. Zhaoing frowned. When she heard Shui Xiaoping say that she could bring a boyfriend or a girlfriend, the first thing that came to her mind was, who should I bring? Yangming? Zhaoing smiled bitterly. Since this activity was a unified activity of the economics department, Qin Mingyan would definitely participate. If Yangming wanted to go, he would accompany Qin Mingyan. Naturally, he would not accompany her. Moreover, Yangming had just sent a text message saying that he would be going out, so he would not be able to accompany anyone. I don't have to think about this problem at all. It seems that I still have to go alone. However, Fan Jinja's words made Zhaoing a little uncomfortable. Zhaoing was already tired of Fan Jinja. He would stick to her like bubble gum when he had nothing to do. No matter what she said, he would be shameless and not care. No need. I have someone to accompany me. Zhaoing replied coldly to Fan Jinja. She must directly kill Fan Jinja's bad thoughts. Otherwise, this guy would definitely endlessly pester her. So in order to make Fan Jinja give up completely, the only way was to tell him that she had someone to accompany her and did not need him. Otherwise, no matter how much she refused, Fan Jinja would definitely follow her shamelessly. Someone to accompany you? Fan Jinja was slightly stunned, but then he said self-righteously, oh, you mean Sun Jie, right? It's okay. The 3 of us can go together. I am also very familiar with Sun Jie. No, it's my boyfriend. Zhaoing hesitated and said affirmatively. She felt that she had to give Fan Jinja some strong medicine. Sure enough, this guy is very difficult to deal with. He knows that I have someone to accompany me, but he still insists on following me. So Zhaoing decided to fabricate a so-called boyfriend to make Fan Jinja give up completely. Chapter 17:14. What? Fan Jinja did not expect Zhaoing to say that her boyfriend was accompanying her. While he was stunned, he laughed. Zhaoing, are you kidding me? Do you think I don't know if you have a boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense. We just met. Zhaoing did not expect Fan Jinja to be so shameless. She already said that she had a boyfriend, but he was still pestering her. What does this mean? Just met? How is that possible? I see that you are in school all day long. How can there be a chance? Fan Jinja wanted to say that he was pestering her from morning till night. Who else could she be in contact with other than him? However, it was not nice to say it out loud. It seemed to be belittling himself, so Fan Jinja could only use a more tactful way of saying it. We met on the internet. Is there a problem? Zhao Ying said faintly. Internet? Impossible? Stop joking. Fan Jinja did not believe Zhao Ying's words at all. He felt that Zhao Ying was just brushing him off. She even came up with the internet? Isn't this too unreliable? Could it be that Zhao Ying made up a story about finding a boyfriend from the internet because she heard that the man and woman in the elevator knew each other on the internet? Thinking of this, Fan Jinja felt that it was very possible. He was a very self-righteous person. Once he was certain that it was the truth, he would not be scared half to death by Yang Ming. Otherwise, he would not have been fooled by the two so-called masters because he believed that there was a resentful spirit on him. Why? Do you want me to show you our chat records or something? Zhao Ying was a little angry. She had seen difficult people before. Jean Gang was difficult enough when she was in number 4 high school, but she did not expect Fan Jinja to be even more difficult. Okay. Fan Jinja was sure that Zhao Ying was talking nonsense, so he agreed shamelessly. Zhao Ying was a little speechless. Originally, this sentence was meant to let him back out, but she did not expect Fan Jinja to ask to see the chat records. Zhao Ying finally understood what it meant by the world was big and anything was possible. Take a look then. Zhao Ying was also very annoyed. She took out her phone from her pocket and opened the chat history between her and "There's no true love in this world." She showed the sentence "There's no true love in this world," called her wife in front of Fan Jinja. Look carefully. Do you see it? This. Fan Jinja saw that the netizen "There's no true love in this world" really called Zhao Ying his wife. However, he still hoped that this was a suitor of Zhao Ying who deliberately called her that to take advantage of her. He was not really Zhao Ying's boyfriend. So he said, "This is just what he called you. You didn't call him that. How does this count? Then, do you need me to call him now?" Zhao Ying really didn't know what to say to Fan Jinja. Is there such a person in the world? There really was one. Okay. Fan Jinja nodded. Zhao Ying really wanted to smash the phone on Fan Jinja's head, but she was not so impulsive. She gritted her teeth and directly typed on the chat window, "Husband, we are going on a spring outing next weekend. I could bring a family member. Can you come with me?" After typing, Zhao Ying clicked send and sent it directly. Fan Jinja was really dumbfounded. He knew that Zhao Ying would not say such things to a stranger. Since she said so, the two of them must have developed to a certain extent. However, he still didn't give up. He wondered if Zhao Ying had set the phone to an offline state, or turned off the phone's internet function, so that the message could not be sent. Well, it's very possible. Fan Jinja thought to himself, then I'll wait and see if your netizen can reply to you. If he doesn't reply, it can prove that your message was not sent at all. Zhao Ying saw that Fan Jinja was still looking at her phone and did not turn back. She asked with some disgust, "You have seen it. Why are you still looking at it?" "I want to see what your boyfriend replied to you." "What if he doesn't have time?" Fan Jinja wanted to say, what if it was a fake message? But he did not dare to say it. He was afraid that Zhao Ying would be angry. So, he changed his words. Anyway, the purpose was the same. He just had to wait and see. Then you can wait and see. Zhao Ying put the phone on the table, but she was a little nervous. There's no true love in this world. Is he not free? Is he not next to the computer? Will he reject me? I call him husband. Will he be stupid enough to reply and ask what is going on? If he replies and asks what is going on, then it will be embarrassing. If Fan Jinja sees it, he will definitely pester me even more. But do I really want a netizen to accompany me to the spring outing? Then, if I meet him, won't we become friends in real life, just like the couple in the elevator? What if he wants to continue to develop a relationship with me after we meet? Zhao Ying's mind was in a mess. Although Zhao Ying was a little moved by "there's no true love in this world," she was only moved. She thought that it was a kind of substitute feeling similar to Yang Ming, but it had not developed to the point of meeting a netizen. Zhao Ying sent this message and made this decision today because Fan Jinja was forced to do so. AI, Zhao Ying was a little regretful for her impulse, but she was also a little excited. She did something that she usually did not dare to do. Me and netizen. Under rational circumstances, Zhao Ying would never do this, but she was too impulsive today. She was a little reckless. Zhao Ying's thoughts were running wild, and the phone on the table vibrated twice. Apparently, she had received a reply from "There's no true love in this world." Yang Ming returned to the computer after calling his parents. He was about to check the location of the Douglas Vast Hotel in Las Vegas when he saw Zhao Ying's message. "Husband, we're going on a spring outing next weekend. I can bring one family member. Can you come with me?" "Huh?" Yang Ming looked at the computer screen in surprise. "My computer is not infected, right?" This was Yang Ming's first thought, because Zhao Ying's words were too shocking. She actually called me husband? Yang Ming looked at the following words. "Spring outing this weekend. Bring one family member?" Could it be that Zhao Ying sent it wrongly? But it can't be. There are only two people that Zhao Ying can call husband. One is Yang Ming, and the other is there's no true love in this world. I don't have any friends of the opposite sex that I have a good relationship with. What does this Zhao Ying mean? Could it be that there is a deeper meaning? Thinking of this, Yang Ming wanted to reply to a message to ask Zhao Ying what was going on. However, just as he typed a few words, Yang Ming pressed the delete button. No, Zhao Ying did not have a reason. There was definitely no reason for her to say this. Yang Ming knew that Zhao Ying was a conservative girl. How could she randomly find someone to call husband? If Zhao Ying was so open and popular, then he did not have to wait until now to get close to her on the internet. He would have pushed her down on that night last year. Although there's no true love in this world was very familiar with Zhao Ying, and there was a little ambiguity, there was still a big gap from husband. As a result, there was only one possibility that Yang Ming could think of, which was that Zhao Ying had to say this for some reason. Moreover, she also hoped that he could give her a definite answer. Otherwise, she couldn't say things in such detail in one sentence. When he chatted with her before, she would say it sentence by sentence. For example, this sentence, "Husband, we're going to spring outing next weekend. We can bring one family member. Can you accompany me?" She would definitely break it down and say, "Are you free next weekend? We are organizing a spring outing. We can bring one person. If you are free, then can you accompany me?" She didn't use such a comprehensive way to express her meaning in a super long sentence. The super long sentence had a bit of a commanding tone. However, it also hinted to Yang Ming that she needed a definite answer. No matter what the reason was for Zhao Ying to send this message, Yang Ming decided to cooperate with her first because Zhao Ying would definitely explain afterward. Chapter 17:15. Since he had already guessed that Zhao Ying might have sent this message for some special reason, Yang Ming naturally had to cooperate with her. So, Yang Ming did not ask much and directly replied with a text message. "Okay, dear, are you done with your class?" Zhao Ying glanced at Yang Ming's reply, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seems that this "there's no true love in this world" is not a big fool. In this situation, he did not ask anything and directly responded. Obviously, he should have guessed that I am in an awkward situation now. My boyfriend replied to the text message. "Do you want to see it?" Zhao Ying asked Fan Jinja, who was waiting with his eyes wide open. "And let me see." Fan Jinja nodded solemnly. The phone vibrated. It might not be a reply from QQ. Maybe it was a text message. Zhao Ying was used to Fan Jinja's shamelessness, so she was too lazy to talk to him. She pushed the phone in front of him. "See it yourself." Fan Jinja saw that Zhao Ying was so quick to see it himself. He guessed that was most likely a message from Zhao Ying's so-called online boyfriend. But even if he sent it, the content was not certain. Maybe he did not have time and would not go. So, Fan Jinja took Zhao Ying's phone without hesitation. He was dumbfounded at first glance. This online boyfriend agreed without even thinking about it. Obviously, the two people had already met in real life, and they might have met many times. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to agree without asking anything. Moreover, seeing how the other party addressed Zhao Ying, it was obvious that he was used to it. He even knew that Zhao Ying was in class now. Obviously, the two had a close relationship and knew what each other was doing. Damn, no wonder Zhao Ying was angry when I said that online dating was unreliable when I got off the elevator. It turns out that she's in an online relationship herself. Fan Jinja's face was pale. He didn't expect that a netizen would beat him to it after pursuing it for so long without any results. Why did Zhao Ying like this kind of thing? If he had known earlier, he would have tried every possible means to find out Zhao Ying's QQ number and then communicate with her online. From the looks of it, Zhao Ying has already confirmed a relationship with that online man. If he wanted to insert himself again, it would be somewhat difficult. Zhao Ying, we are all classmates. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't dislike it. Honest advice is unpleasant to the ears. Fan Jinja suppressed his anger and pretended to be kind. Do you know? Online dating was still unreliable. We don't know each other very well. Do you know what he does? How is your family? Have you personally inspected it? None of them, right? That's why I'm telling you. You have to be careful. There are so many scammers out there. Haven't you seen that gang on TV? They're all emotional scams. When the time comes, it will be too late to regret if you cheat money and sex. Moreover, you have also seen that person's online name is there's no true love in this world. He is obviously a person who doesn't take feelings seriously. He is an emotional scammer. How can you still be in contact with such a person? Thank you for your reminder, but we have already met each other's parents. Zhao Ying said faintly. You don't have to worry about it. As for the online name, there are all kinds of names. Do you still believe in this? Tomorrow, there will be a person whose online name is Martian. Do you also believe that he is from Mars? Ah, I see. Fan Jinja was choked by Zhao Ying's words and didn't know what to say. He smiled awkwardly. I'm just being kind. I don't mean anything else. I know, so thank you. Zhao Ying nodded and said. Since things had already come to this point, Fan Jinja couldn't shamelessly turn his head and say anything to Zhao Ying. There was no reason to do so. He could only turn back and feel a little depressed. He thought that Zhao Ying must have found this male online friend during the time when he wasn't in school. Otherwise, why didn't he hear about him before? Moreover, when he was pursuing Zhao Ying, she didn't reveal that she had a boyfriend. With Zhao Ying's character, if she had a boyfriend at that time, she would definitely use this as a reason to reject him directly. Since Zhao Ying didn't do so at that time, Fan Jinja thought that Zhao Ying had just met this boyfriend recently. Thinking of this, Fan Jinja began to complain about Yang Ming in his heart again. If it weren't for the so-called resentful spirit fabricated by Yang Ming, would he have been cooped up at home for such a long time? Just because he didn't go out, Zhao Ying got to know other people. Fan Jinja felt that if he had been by Zhao Ying's side all the time, Zhao Ying would never have had the chance to meet any online friends. Maybe with his hard work and persistence, he would have won the heart of a beauty. Yang Ming, I will never let you go. Just you wait. I will definitely ruin your reputation. Fan Jinja thought fiercely. When Fan Jinja was talking to Zhao Ying, the pockmarked face girl next to him, Li Xiaomei, had been paying attention to Fan Jinja's movements. When she heard what he said to Zhao Ying, Li Xiaomei immediately understood that Fan Jinja's target was not her, but Zhao Ying, who was behind her. Li Xiaomei was annoyed. You don't like me, but you still sit next to me. Are you playing me like a monkey? Why don't you sit behind me? However, Li Xiaomei was not stupid. She obviously guessed that Fan Jinja must have asked to sit behind, but Zhao Ying refused, so he settled for the next best thing and sat next to her. Thinking of this, Li Xiaomei's face turned cold. She said sarcastically to Fan Jinja, Okay, she already has a boyfriend. Don't waste your time. It's not easy to be a third party. Hearing Li Xiaomei's words, Fan Jinja's face sank. He wondered how he offended this desk mate. Weren't we having a good chat before? Although I was a little impatient with her questions, I didn't neglect her. Why did she suddenly fire at me? I didn't offend you, right? What do you mean by this? Student Li Xiaomei? Fan Jinja followed the principle of a good man not fighting with a woman, especially in front of Zhao Ying. He didn't want to argue with this Li Xiaomei. So, although he was angry, he still held it in and asked calmly. Nothing. I just want to tell you not to destroy other people's happiness. She already has a boyfriend. Why are you still unwilling to give up? Do you want to hang yourself on a tree? Li Xiaomei said faintly. Fan Jinja was not stupid. At this moment, when he recalled Li Xiaomei's attitude towards him before and after, as well as her sarcastic words, Fan Jinja understood that Li Xiaomei had taken a fancy to him. When she saw him sitting next to her, she thought that he had also taken a fancy to her. Fan Jinja was speechless when he thought of this. He thought, why don't you take a look at what you look like? Your face is like a big steam bun. Even a mistress I used to have is several times prettier than you. You're even more different from Zhaoying. Why would I take a fancy to you? However, after knowing Li Xiaomei's thoughts, Fan Jinja couldn't say anything more, lest this woman said something more unpleasant out of jealousy. He could only reluctantly say, I know. Now that class is over, I have to go. Can you let me out? Go. Just go. What's the big deal? You don't like me, but I don't like you either. You're just a gigolo. What's so great about you? Li Xiaomei sneered, stood up, and made space for Fan Jinja to go out. Fan Jinja didn't wait for Zhaoying. He knew that whatever he did now was meaningless. He would only have an opportunity to take advantage of it after Zhaoying completely gave up on that internet guy. How can I make Zhaoying give up on there's no true love in this world? Fan Jinja couldn't find a good way for a while, but now that he knew that there's no true love in this world would also participate in the spring outing next weekend, he would act according to the circumstances. It would be best if he could do something that Zhaoying disliked and ruin his reputation. Then, Zhaoying would naturally not be able to be with him anymore. With my high IQ, can't I deal with an internet guy? Fan Jinja thought conceitedly. Didn't I manage my own company, well, even though I grew up from a young age? Fan Jinja had forgotten the pain after the scar healed. He didn't remember who was the one who was fooled to the point that he didn't even dare to leave his house. He was fooled by two immortal masters to the point where he couldn't find the north and south, and wasted a lot of money for nothing. Chapter 17:16. Zhao Ying, who returned home from school, looked at the house that Yang Ming bought for her and sighed slightly. Fan Jinja forced her to make a decision today, which meant that her relationship with Yang Ming had basically come to an end. She had no reason to live in this house anymore. The house that she used to live in with Wang Xiaoyan had been canceled. Where else could she live now? Zhao Ying could indeed live in Wang Xiaoyan's house, and Wang Xiaoyan often invited her to live there. However, now that she knew about the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming, she couldn't live there anymore. If she still maintained her current relationship with Yang Ming, there would be no problem. The key was that if she had another boyfriend, it would be difficult to tell Wang Xiaoyan. When Yang Ming went to Wang Xiaoyan's house, it would be very awkward. Therefore, Zhao Ying wanted to find a house for herself to live in. This community was relatively close to the school. If she inquired nearby, there should be a place for rent, right? However, Zhao Ying's first thing at the moment was to explain what had just happened to there's no true love in this world on the internet. Zhao Ying used the computer to log into QQ and sent a message to there's no true love in this world. Are you there? Yes. Yang Ming knew that Zhao Ying must have asked something before, so he had been waiting by the computer for Zhao Ying to speak again. He also checked the specific address of the Douglas Vast Hotel in Las Vegas. I didn't scare you before, right? Zhao Ying hesitated and asked. It was not easy for her to explain, and she didn't know where to start. No, you must have encountered something, so you said that, right? Yang Ming replied with a message. Yeah, a classmate of mine, who is very annoying, wanted to go with me during the spring outing. I had no choice, so I told him that I had a boyfriend. In the end, he didn't believe me, so I sent you a message. I didn't expect you to reply in time. He finally believed me. Zhao Ying sent 2 messages in one breath. Just as Yang Ming had expected, Zhao Ying would always break a sentence into several sentences. This was also a modern chatting habit. She would say one sentence at a time instead of saying it all in one breath. I see. I thought you were really inviting me to go on a spring outing with you. I was so happy. Yang Ming deliberately teased. In fact, Yang Ming was very clear that Zhao Ying would not suddenly change her attitude towards him. Of course, I'm really inviting you. Zhao Ying continued. At that time, my classmate will definitely follow me. If you don't go, he naturally won't believe it. From Zhao Ying's words, Yang Ming had probably guessed who the person Zhao Ying was talking about was. The one who pursued Zhao Ying crazily in school was Fan Jinja. This kid was fooled by me last time, but he returned to normal so quickly. I thought he would have to hide at home for a year or so before coming out. However, did Zhao Ying really invite me to go on a spring outing with her? This made Yang Ming a little surprised. I always felt that my progress with Zhao Ying was not obvious. Now, suddenly, by chance, Zhao Ying was forced by Fan Jinja to invite me to go on a spring outing with her. Is this a blessing in disguise? Should I thank Fan Jinja? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded, but he was happy that he had made progress with Zhao Ying. All right, since you've invited me, how can I not go? Yang Ming replied straightforwardly. It would only take 3 to 5 days for me to deal with Zhongbin's matter. It wouldn't take too long at all. I should be able to come back next weekend. And then, do we need to meet first? We don't know each other yet. Zhao Ying was a little hesitant. After all, this was her first time meeting with a netizen in real life. Although they had known each other for a long time, and their relationship was very solid, Zhao Ying still felt that it was a little abrupt for them to go on a spring outing directly. It was better to meet first, communicate, and then talk about the future. What if we only get along well on the internet, but are not suitable for each other in real life? What if I find out that I don't like him, but the person I like is Yang Ming? So, Zhao Ying was a little troubled. There's no need, right? Don't make it so serious. It's just a spring outing. You don't have to have any psychological burden. I won't ask you to do anything immediately. Although I call you my wife on the internet, we are still friends in real life. I understand this. Yang Ming probably guessed Zhao Ying's thoughts, so he comforted her. Moreover, I understand what you mean. Don't you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend so that your pursuer will give up? Don't worry. I'm good at this. I'm a professional boyfriend impersonator. I'm a professional at impersonating other people's boyfriends. Yang Ming continued. Yang Ming's words were not made up casually, but it was the truth. Take Zhao Ying, for example. He had already impersonated her once. Zhao Ying didn't expect there's no true love in this world to guess her thoughts immediately. Although she was a little embarrassed, she was also happy for there's no true love in this world as understanding. Since he said so, then I won't be pretentious. Anyway, although we have met, I will first treat him as an ordinary friend. Then, I will consider whether to continue the relationship. Then we will contact each other again. Zhao Ying was now a little upset in her heart. She didn't want to say too much, so she hurriedly ended the conversation. And we will contact each other again. Yang Ming didn't say too much. Everything could be communicated naturally when the two met. Yang Ming asked Bao Sanli to book the latest flight ticket. The results soon came out. It was at 12 o'clock tonight. It flew from Donghai International Airport to Capital International Airport, and then flew directly to Las Vegas. Brother Yang, the time and flight number of the electronic ticket have been sent to your mobile phone. Shall I send you tonight? Bao Sanli's phone call came along with the short message of the ticket information. Let Wang Lin send me tonight. You don't have to go. He can do this kind of small thing. Yang Ming smiled and said, You are now considered to have ended your career as my driver. Ha, don't say that. I am envious of little Wang. I still want to continue to drive for Brother Yang. Bao Sanli also smiled and said, Brother Yang, is there anything wrong this time? Do you need our help? It's nothing. Zhongbin lost money in gambling. I will deal with it. Yang Ming said simply, It's not a big deal. That's good. Then, I will inform little Wang and let him pick you up later? Asked Bao Sanli. Okay, you tell him. Yang Ming agreed. Little Wang arrived at the door of Yang Ming's villa at 4 o'clock in the evening. Yang Ming's original plan was to leave at 6 o'clock. It would take 2 hours to reach Donghai and 1 hour to reach the airport. After a while, he would board the plane at about 11 o'clock. However, little Wang was afraid that there would be a traffic jam on the highway, so he came 2 hours earlier. Yang Ming thought about it and agreed. The plane was better to be early than late, so he packed his luggage and got in the car. When he left, Chen Ming and the others were still at school. Yang Ming didn't wait for them. He sent them a text message to tell them that he was going out. Then he instructed Little Wang to rush to Donghai Airport. After Little Wang returned from the Immortal Resort, Yang Ming didn't look for him. He was very idle every day and always wondered why Yang Ming didn't look for him. Although most people now knew that Yang Ming wouldn't easily replace Little Wang since he used him, they didn't think that he was neglected every day. On the contrary, everyone understood that Yang Ming had now given the position of chairman to Jing Xiaolu. Now, he was basically an idle person, so naturally, there wouldn't be too many things to do. But even so, these people wouldn't despise Little Wang. Although Yang Ming wasn't the chairman, he was no different from the chairman. Didn't Jing Xiaolu still have to listen to Yang Ming? Today, Bao solemnly called and told Little Wang to send Yang Ming to the airport at night. Little Wang hurriedly and excitedly went to buy a car first, then rushed to Yang Ming's villa. He even canceled his appointment to eat with Little Rant's family. Chapter 17:17. Of course, Little Rant's family and Little Ran wouldn't say anything. When they heard that Little Wang was sending the boss to the airport, they all took the initiative to cancel the dinner. They also told Little Wang that work was more important, and he could eat with his family every day. Although this was true, Little Wang was deeply moved. It wasn't like this when he was in the security team. Not to mention that work delayed family dinners. Even if he worked overtime, Little Rant's parents would complain when they heard it. He was earning only 2.5 cents, yet he still had to work overtime. This difference between before and after made Little Wang cherish his hard-earned job even more. Previously, he drove the company's car to the resort once. Although Yang Ming didn't say anything after seeing it, Little Wang had made up his mind after he came back. He would never use the company's car for his personal matters again. Xiao Ran understood this very well. She told her parents, and they agreed. After all, with Xiao Wang's current monthly salary, taking a taxi was not a big deal. Brother Yang, are we going directly to the airport now? Little Wang helped Yang Ming put the luggage in the trunk of the car. After Yang Ming got in the car, he asked respectfully. Yang Ming's carry-on luggage was just a backpack. There were 2 sets of clothes and a laptop in it. For this trip, Yang Ming didn't need to bring too many things. He wasn't going out to play. He just needed to bring some necessities. Moreover, as long as he had money, he could buy whatever he lacked directly. On the highway, as Little Wang expected, there was a long queue not long after. Little Wang got out of the car and inquired. It turned out that 3 large trucks were involved in a serial accident. Not only were the trucks seriously damaged, but the goods were also scattered all over the ground. It seemed that it would take a long time for the highway to be reopened. Yang Ming was rushing to catch a plane, so Little Wang had no choice but to turn the car around and go back from the highway. Fortunately, the cars on this side of the highway were waiting in line, so it wasn't dangerous. Little Wang drove back from the emergency lane on the side. Of course, this was also the premise that they were just on the highway. If they went too far, it would be difficult to come back. Some drivers who were waiting looked at Little Wang's car with some surprise. Although in the current situation, going back to the toll booth from the highway in the reverse direction was the best solution. This highway from Songjiang to Donghai was newly built this year. From here, they could still take another old road. Although the road was bumpy and rugged, there were relatively fewer trucks. After this road was opened, the old road was rarely blocked. However, going back in the reverse direction, could they get out of the toll station? Little Wang's license plate was not a special number, but Yang Ming let Bao solemnly choose a license plate randomly. He wanted to be low-key, like his own BMW, which is a bit too flashy. Most of these drivers also knew some special car numbers, but they didn't find any that matched Xiao Wang's car, so they were a little surprised. A taxi driver kindly reminded him, "Brother, you can't get out of the toll booth if you drive in the wrong direction. You might even get fined. You should line up." "I can't help it. My boss is in a hurry to catch a plane. I can only get off." Little Wang smiled and nodded to the driver. "Thank you." When the driver heard that they were in a hurry to catch a plane, he knew their anxious mood. Anyway, they could just get off at the highway intersection. They could leave the car here and be punished. They couldn't delay their business, right? Sure enough, when they arrived at the entrance of the toll station, Little Wong's car was stopped. The toll station administrator also informed the traffic police on duty nearby to come over. Although Little Wong's car number was nothing, there was a set of documents and a pass for the money transport car that Bao Sanli got for him. Little Wong thought that the traffic police would give him face when they saw it, but he didn't expect the traffic police to not buy it. This pass was issued by the city police station, but it was used on the money transport car. When the traffic police saw that Little Wong's car was an Audi A8, he obviously thought that Little Wong was the kind of person who got the pass privately through connections. After all, this car model couldn't be used to transport money. When Little Wong returned to the car with a bitter face, he carefully complained to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I thought it was fine. As a result, I messed up the important matter. The traffic police won't let me go." Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, when Little Wong wanted to go in the wrong direction, Yang Ming didn't stop him, so this matter couldn't be blamed on Little Wong. Although Little Wong might have wanted some privileges, his purpose was not to miss the plane. So Yang Ming just nodded. "We have reached the highway intersection. I will ask Xiaolu to send me." "Then, do I need to ask Brother Bao to see if he can find someone?" Little Wong said embarrassedly. "No need. Just punish as you should. After all, you have violated the rules. It's not wrong for them to punish you. How much is the fine? Ask Xiaolu to report it for you." Yang Ming waved his hand. It wasn't worth it to look for Little Wong because of this. "Okay, thank you, Brother Yang." Little Wong knew that even if he apologized now, it would be useless. Yang Ming really didn't seem to blame him, so Little Wong was relieved. "I really did a bad thing with good intentions." Little Wong took the driver's license from the car and got out to wait for the traffic police to issue a ticket. Going in the wrong direction here would probably cause the car to be impounded. Moreover, the traffic police suspected that his pass was fake, so they had to verify it with the police station. Yang Ming got out of the car and walked in the direction of the entrance of the highway with Little Wong. Little Wong walked to the police car parked on the side, and Yang Ming called Jing Xiaolu while walking. Not long after the phone was dialed, Jing Xiaolu hung up. Yang Ming frowned. Jing Xiaolu rarely didn't answer his call. What happened this time? Just when Yang Ming was puzzled, Jing Xiaolu sent a text message. "I am in the company. I am holding a middle-level leadership meeting. I will call back to you later." Yang Ming was slightly stunned after reading the text message. He was a little dumbfounded. Jing Xiaolu was now the company's chairman, but he hadn't adjusted her position in his memory. He still thought that she was a student who had nothing to do. It was natural for him to want her to send him. Now, it seemed that Jing Xiaolu had become a busy person. Yang Ming shook his head and was about to call Bao Sanli to send him over, but his eyes casually watched Little Wong go to the traffic police to accept the punishment. Yang Ming's eyes suddenly fell on a cheetah SUV parked next to the traffic police car. It was now starting up. Yang Ming stuffed the phone into his pocket, picked up his backpack, and chased after the cheetah SUV. The cheetah SUV had already started and was accelerating, but Yang Ming's motor nerves were so developed. He caught up with the cheetah SUV in a few steps. Yang Ming began to violently knock on the trunk door of the cheetah SUV. Little Wong was stunned, and the traffic police on duty was also stunned. Yang Ming was with Little Wong, so the traffic police on duty naturally knew. When he saw Yang Ming coming over together, he didn't think much, but suddenly he saw Yang Ming frantically knocking on his leader's door. This person, what is he doing? Is it because I punished his driver, so he's going to find trouble with my leader in anger? But how could anyone find trouble with his leader so easily? Although the traffic police on duty didn't personally experience it, the rumors of this leader were already well known. Xia Shui had just been promoted to the deputy chief of the police station. Chun Fei removed his substitute name and became the chief of the police station. Naturally, there was a vacant deputy chief position, and Xia Shui took it. Xia Shui was able to sit in the position of deputy chief at a young age. It had a certain relationship with her always solving major cases. Of course, it couldn't be separated from her background. Xia Shui knew that her family's influence was behind this, and her several credits could be said to be given by Yang Ming for free. Xia Shui was a member of the family and knew her own matters. She knew very well how she became the deputy chief. Although outsiders envied her good luck, there was no voice of dissent in the police station. After all, Xia Shui's promotion was based on real merits. Of course, there were many people who speculated about her background, but if she had both ability and background, everyone often ignored her background. What's more, Xia Shui's background was only speculation and suspicion. No one really knew who Xia Shui's backer was. Compared to the depression when she first entered the crime squad a year ago, Xia Shui now had shown the confidence of a strong woman. But even so, she knew that her real ability was actually not so powerful. Chapter 17-18. If it weren't for Yang Ming giving credit to her several times, even if she had the relationship with her brother and grandfather, it would be impossible for her to be promoted so quickly. She could only be a deputy captain at most, let alone a deputy director. As a result, the few big cases that she solved were well known in the province. Many police officers in other cities knew Xia Shui's name. Today, Xia Shui went to the provincial meeting. As a result, when she arrived at the highway intersection, she found that there was a serious traffic jam. She just happened to see a traffic policeman on duty, so she drove the car to the side and asked. It turned out that there was a car accident on the highway. Xia Shui had no choice but to change her route to Donghai. Although it was a longer detour and the road wasn't very good, she could still make it in time for the meeting in the evening. However, when Xia Shui just started the car, she heard someone hitting the trunk of her car. Xia Shui was shocked. She thought that it was the traffic policeman from before. She quickly stopped the car, opened the door, and got out. However, she saw Yang Ming coming from the back of the car. Xia Shui, fortunately, you stopped the car. Otherwise, I don't know how far I would have to chase after you. As Yang Ming said this, he opened the door and threw his backpack in the back seat of Xia Shui's car. Yang Ming. Xia Shui didn't expect it to be Yang Ming. When she saw Yang Ming's strange behavior, she was even more puzzled. What are you doing? I'm going to Donghai to catch a flight. I can't make it. You can give me a ride. Yang Ming said casually as if Xia Shui was his full-time driver. Me? Give you a ride? Xia Shui rolled her eyes. How'd he know that I was going to Donghai? Besides, doesn't he have a car? Why do I have to give him a ride? My driver was detained by the traffic police. Yang Ming pointed to Wang Lin, who was not far behind him, and said, Right, are you okay? Giving me a ride won't delay your work, right? You only remembered to ask me if I'm okay now? You just said it to me in a commanding tone, right? Xia Shui was a little speechless. However, she was a little helpless when it came to Yang Ming. Just now, she was still thinking that several of her credits were given by Yang Ming. Xia Shui was still very grateful to Yang Ming, but being grateful was just gratitude. You can't just order me around as a driver, right? I'm a deputy director now. Although he still had the habit of driving, it wasn't like being a chauffeur for others. I really have something urgent to do. Yang Ming didn't stand on ceremony either. He went straight to the passenger seat, opened the door, and sat in. Do me a favor, and I'll treat you to a meal when I come back. Treat me to a meal? It seems that someone has promised to be my long-term meal ticket. I can eat whenever I want. What's there to show off about treating me to a meal? Xia Shui remembered Yang Ming's promise, so she blurted it out. However, she blushed after saying it. She thought of the ambiguous relationship between herself and Yang Ming. Xia Shui glared at Yang Ming and got in the car. Hee, then I'll treat you to a drink. Yang Ming laughed. Who cares? Xia Shui curled her lips. It just so happens that I'm also going to Donghai. Otherwise, I really want to kick you out of the car. Kick me? Yang Ming said indifferently. Let's talk about it when you can beat me. Xia Shui was suddenly startled by Yang Ming's reminder. She thought that she really couldn't beat Yang Ming, so kicking him probably wouldn't have any effect. She could only start the car angrily. The traffic policeman on duty didn't expect Yang Ming to get in the car directly after patting Xia Shui's car. Seeing that he was talking and laughing with Xia Shui, their relationship wasn't shallow. He took Wang Lin's driver's license and hesitated. Does your boss know Bureau Xia? N? Bureau Xia? Who? Little Wang was stunned when he heard the traffic policeman's question. He didn't know who he was asking. Little Wang didn't have direct contact with the police station, so he didn't know who the traffic policeman was asking about. The one who just got out of the cheetah car. The traffic policeman pointed at the cheetah car that was far away and said, "Ah, her? Isn't she our boss's girlfriend?" Little Wang asked inexplicably, "What? Bureau Xia is your boss's girlfriend?" The traffic policeman was stunned for a long time after listening to Little Wang's words. "Xia Shui is our boss's girlfriend? Is it true? But if this is the case, then there is no need to check the car's paperwork. It must be real." In fact, when the traffic policeman saw Yang Ming and Xia Shui talking and laughing and getting in the car, he knew that the pass on Little Wang's car should be real. Her surname is Xia? Little Wang was stunned. That may not be the case. I thought her surname was Chun. Little Wang knew that Yang Ming's real girlfriend was Chun Mingyin, but he hadn't met her before. Yang Ming called Jing Xiaolu, but couldn't get through. Little Wang didn't know who he called later, but he thought that it should be Chun Mingyin. Because in addition to knowing Jing Xiaolu, Little Wang heard Bao Sanli occasionally mention Chun Mingyin. Is it your bureau chief? So young? Little Wang suddenly thought of Chun Mingyin's background, so he pretended to be casual and said, "My boss's girlfriend's father is also in the city police station. Maybe he knows your bureau Xia because of this." Girlfriend's father? The more the traffic policeman listened, the more confused he became. What is this? Yeah, our boss's girlfriend is Chun Mingyin. Her father is also a bureau chief. Little Wang nodded and said seriously. After the traffic policeman listened to Little Wang's words, his face suddenly changed. Surname Chun, and it's a bureau chief. The answer is obvious. The traffic policeman didn't doubt that Little Wang would lie to him because Yang Ming and Xia Shui were so familiar with each other. If there was an explanation from Little Wang, it would explain why Xia Shui let Yang Ming get in the car. In fact, after the traffic policeman saw Yang Ming get in the car, he believed that Little Wang's pass was real. He returned the pass and driver's license to Little Wang. Drive the car away. Don't do such a dangerous thing next time. He didn't dare to care about this kind of thing. If the car was detained, wouldn't he offend two bureau chiefs at once? Besides, it wasn't against the rules to let Little Wang go. After all, his pass was real. Little Wang didn't expect that he would be let go just because he mentioned a few words. He sighed in his heart. Brother Yang's face is still big. Little Wang quickly thanked him and drove away. However, when he saw that Yang Ming and Xia Shui's car had gone far away, Little Wang had to call Yang Ming and ask if he still needed him to send him off. Little Wang, have you settled it? Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from Little Wang. The traffic policeman saw that you were familiar with that. Bureau Xia. So he knew that the pass wasn't fake, so he let me go. Little Wang said with some embarrassment. Brother Yang, where are you? Do you need me to send you off? No need. It's the same for me to take Xia Shui's car. Since it's okay, you can go back. When Yang Ming heard that Little Wang was let go, he didn't say anything. At that time, if Yang Ming got out of the car and took out his ID, he believed that it would have the same effect. However, Yang Ming didn't do that. If his ID was used for these trivial matters, it was a bit of a fuss, so Yang Ming let Little Wang accept the punishment. That's good. Brother Yang, if you have anything, call me at any time, said Little Wang. When he heard Yang Ming call Xia Shui's name, he thought, Brother Yang is really familiar with that bureau Xia. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked at Xia Shui with interest. Bureau Xia? You were promoted again? Why? Can't I? Xia Shui snorted. In front of others, this was something to show off, but in front of Yang Ming, Xia Shui knew that her credit was brought by Yang Ming, so there was nothing to show off. Huh, then I have to congratulate you. Yang Ming smiled, but he didn't mention Xia Shui's credit. Instead, he said, Is it arranged by your brother? To prepare for going to Yunnan? Xia Shui was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly mention this matter, but after a moment, she nodded. It should be like this. This time, the people who are going are from your side. In terms of rank, They aren't low. If I'm just a criminal police captain, maybe the higher-ups won't agree to let me go. The deputy bureau chief is different, so my brother may think about this. Plus the drug dealer you gave me before, the credit is enough. Chapter 17-19. When Xiaoshui talked about the credit, she frowned slightly. Yang Ming's observation was very sharp. This little detail naturally couldn't escape his eyes. Seeing Xiaoshui's expression, Yang Ming knew why she frowned. Xiaoshui was a little unhappy about having his help every time she solved a major case. Although this credit was hers, it was like it fell from the sky. If she was as thick-skinned as him, she might accept it with peace of mind and pretend that nothing had happened. However, Xiaoshui was different. Xiaoshui was a girl after all, and her face wasn't as thick as Yang Ming's, so she would take the credit that was delivered to her. Why? Do you think that your credit fell from the sky? Yang Ming looked at Xiaoshui and asked with a smile, do you feel uncomfortable that a pie fell from the sky and reaped without any effort? Oomph. Xiaoshui snorted, but Yang Ming saw through her thoughts. She nodded and said, yeah, every time I think about it, it seems that I cheated. I didn't rely on real talent. I have to say that you think too much. When Yang Ming heard Xiaoshui admit it, he sighed helplessly. If I were you, I would accept this credit with peace of mind. Even if others knew the inside story, I would still be at ease. Xiaoshui was stunned and said, I'm not as thick-skinned as you. This has nothing to do with being thick-skinned. In addition to being thick-skinned, Yang Ming was also good at bullshitting. Think about it. Those cases of yours seem to be solved by me by your side. It can be said that this credit is given to you by me. So you think that if I give these credits to others, others can also be promoted. They could be the captain or the deputy director. Is that so? And after Xiaoshui listened to Yang Ming's words, she nodded involuntarily. This was what she thought in her heart. So she nodded subconsciously and admitted it. Bullshit. When Yang Ming heard Xiaoshui's affirmative answer, he suddenly exploded. He cursed, bullshit, but it shocked Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui was stunned by Yang Ming's words, but at the same time, she secretly scolded Yang Ming for being vulgar. Why did he suddenly say such a thing out of nowhere? You are completely wrong. Yang Ming snorted coldly. Me? Give it to someone else? Do I have nothing better to do? Do you think I have a lot of free time? I'm already busy enough, but I still have to work with your brother. I'm so tired. Although Xiaoshui knew that what Yang Ming said was right, Yang Ming didn't seem to be that busy. As for the sentence of giving it to others, it was fine. Xiaoshui had some doubts. Why? If you don't give it to me, won't you give it to others? Me? Give it to someone else? Do I know them? Does it matter? Why should we give it to them? Yang Ming said confidently, the reason why I'm giving it to you is because I'm your long-term meal ticket. We have a special relationship. I'm the kind of person who will help those close to me. Help those close to me? Xiaoshui rolled her eyes. Only Yang Ming could say this. It was simply too shameless. However, his previous long-term meal ticket and their special relationship made Xiaoshui a little uncomfortable. She didn't know the meaning of the long-term meal ticket before, so she casually said this to Yang Ming. After knowing the meaning, she was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Yang Ming to repeatedly mention this matter, which made Xiaoshui's face slightly red. Aren't you from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? If you solve the case, naturally, you won't announce it directly to the public. You will give a part of the credit to the local police station. If you don't give it to me, won't you give it to others? Xiaoshui avoided the topic of Yang Ming's meal ticket and asked, when I helped you solve the case, your brother hadn't come to me yet. I'm a lone ranger. I can do whatever I want, said Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming's reason was a bit far-fetched, Xiaoshui had to admit that Yang Ming was telling the truth. With Yang Ming's character, he could definitely do this kind of thing. So, now that she thought about it, Yang Ming's words were very reasonable. If she didn't know him and didn't have a good relationship with him, he wouldn't give her the credit. It seems that what you said makes sense. Xiaoshui admitted. Isn't that enough? So, you don't have to worry about it. Your ability is to deal with me. This is also a kind of ability Yang Ming began to talk nonsense again. Who dealt with you? It's you who dealt with me every time, okay? Xia Shui heard that Yang Ming was a little unreliable, so she immediately retorted. However, because she was in a hurry, she omitted dealt with. She originally meant that every time she met Yang Ming, it was Yang Ming who ordered her to do this and that. How could she order him around? Even if he gave her the credit, it was under the circumstances that he was willing. She couldn't control him. Ugh, Xia Shui, I have to say that your thoughts are not as pure as when I first met you. Yang Ming looked at Xia Shui with a look of regret. Although you and I were drugged at the Wang family's private base, we only touched each other and kissed. We didn't really do it, so this do it can't be used indiscriminately. Although I wanted to do it at the time and place weren't very good, so I decided to give up. Cough, cough. Xia Shui was so angry by Yang Ming's words that she wanted to kick him. Yang Ming, you get out of the car. It was also because of that time that the relationship between the two people became a little ambiguous. When Xia Bingbao mentioned Yang Ming in front of Xia Shui always unconsciously blushed when she thought of that matter. As a result, Xia Bingbao misunderstood the relationship between Xia Shui and Yang Ming. He thought that the two of them were boyfriend and girlfriend. It was precisely because of this that Xia Bingbao was relieved to let Xia Shui go to Yunnan. It was because he understood Yang Ming. Yang Ming was an extremely protective person, especially towards his woman. If you provoked his woman, he would kill your entire family. Therefore, because of this, Xia Bingbao felt that if Yang Ming and Xia Shui were together, as long as Yang Ming was not in danger, he would definitely ensure Xia Shui's safety. Oh, I will naturally get off when we arrive at the airport. Yang Ming said plainly, as if he didn't hear Xia Shui's anger. Xia Shui felt like she had punched cotton. She suddenly felt a little powerless, but fortunately, she was just saying it. She didn't really want Yang Ming to get off the car. For a time, the atmosphere in the car became a little cold. Yang Ming thought about it and decided to change the topic. Going to Yunnan. To be honest, I don't have much confidence. If you cannot go, it is best not to go. Xia Shui originally thought that Yang Ming was scolding her for being vulnerable. But when she turned her head and saw Yang Ming's serious expression, he didn't seem to be making fun of her. Yang Ming rarely spoke in such a solemn and serious tone. At this time, it was often the most serious time for Yang Ming. And Xia Shui asked subconsciously. She didn't say much and waited for Yang Ming to continue. You basically know some of my abilities. As a man, I am very strong. At least, I am much stronger than the average man. I believe you have a deep understanding of it. As Yang Ming spoke, he paid attention to Xia Shui's expression. When he saw Xia Shui's face sank again, he quickly added, Haha, of course, don't misunderstand. I'm talking about skills, not doing. Xia Shui was speechless. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at Yang Ming. How can your words not be misunderstood? I know your abilities. As a man, you are very strong, stronger than the average man. I have a deep understanding of it. What do I have to understand? Isn't the ambiguity of your words too big? However, when she heard Yang Ming's explanation, Xia Shui also knew that she had misunderstood. However, Xia Shui absolutely believed that Yang Ming was intentional. Otherwise, what did he mean by adding not doing? Xia Shui knew that if she continued to be entangled in this matter, Yang Ming wouldn't necessarily say anything else. So, Xia Shui could only pretend that she didn't understand. She snorted and continued. Do you mean that this operation is very dangerous? You can say that. Yang Ming nodded. I don't even have a little confidence. Chapter 17:20. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Xia Shui couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Xia Shui was very clear about how powerful Yang Ming was. From her brother's words, she also heard that they valued Yang Ming. It could even be said that Yang Ming was one of the best in her brother's department, especially after solving Wang Shifan's smuggling case with Yang Ming, Chun Afyu's case of pretending to be a ghost and scaring people, and after that, Yang Ming gave her several credits. Xia Shui personally experienced Yang Ming's power. Moreover, Yang Ming seemed to be very calm in many cases, and the victory was in his hands. However, this time, he said that he had no confidence. As a result, Xia Shui also knew that if Yang Ming said so, then he really had no confidence. I also know that this action is very dangerous, but can't you give me some confidence? Xia Shui smiled bitterly. Even you don't have confidence. What do you want me to do? So I want you to give up. Don't get involved with me. At that time, I may not be able to take care of myself, let alone you. Yang Ming didn't hesitate to attack Xia Shui's self-esteem. The more he did so, the more effective it would be. Although Yang Ming's words were very sharp, Xia Shui understood that Yang Ming was telling the truth. She was far worse than him. If he couldn't protect himself, she would be in even more danger. This is not something that I can give up. You don't understand our family. You don't know that no one can change grandfather's decision. Xia Shui sighed. Of course, except for a legendary person. Legendary person? What do you mean? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He is a very powerful person, but I haven't seen him. He is my uncle. After marrying my aunt, he disappeared. Maybe grandfather knows where he is. Xia Shui shrugged. If it were someone else, grandfather wouldn't easily marry my aunt to him. I heard that my uncle is very fickle and has several girlfriends. Speaking of this, Xia Shui couldn't help but look at Yang Ming. She thought, this kid isn't easy to deal with. Isn't he very similar to my legendary uncle? Xia Shui didn't know what happened today. Maybe she was a little sentimental when she mentioned the Yunnan action. In short, she talked a lot with Yang Ming. Can this kind of person change your grandfather's decision? Yang Ming was speechless. He just wanted to say, is your grandfather senile? I have several girlfriends. Then, I will talk to your grandfather. Will he listen to me and ask you not to go? After listening to Yang Ming's shameless words, Xia Shui was very speechless. How can this be compared? My uncle is already a legendary existence. What are you? Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming contemptuously. What is your uncle's name? Maybe I know him. Tell me. Yang Ming thought, this is a badass person. If I can meet him, I have to ask him about his experience in picking up girls. My uncle's name is Lu Lei. My aunt's name is Xia Jing. You won't know her even if I tell you. Xia Shui didn't hide it. Only a few people knew about the legendary deeds of her uncle. Lu Lei, Xia Jing. Yang Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. No way. I have read a novel before called So Pure and So Ambiguous, the prequel. The protagonist in it is called Lu Lei. He has a girlfriend named Xia Jing. Xia Shui listened to Yang Ming's nonsensical words. She really didn't know what to say. She was talking about serious matters with him, and he could make up a story. I'm talking about a real matter. Don't confuse me with a novel. Xia Shui said in a bad mood. There are many coincidences in this world. There are also many people with the same name. Yes, that Xia Jing's grandfather seems to be from a national security agency. Could it be your grandfather? Is your grandfather called Xia Dinghua? Yang Ming didn't care about Xia Shui's words, but suddenly asked. And? Xia Shui was stunned. How do you know? No way. Yang Ming was a little speechless. Your grandfather is really called Xia Dinghua? Nonsense. Did my brother say it? Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming. Why did this kid call grandfather's name directly? If grandfather heard it, he would be in deep trouble. It was written in that novel. If you don't believe it, I will use my mobile phone to find it for you now. Yang Ming said, and took out his mobile phone. Really? Xia Shui was a little suspicious. Why would I lie to you? Yang Ming said as he logged into the mobile libraries app with his mobile phone. He found the book, So Pure, So Ambiguous, the prequel. Then, he searched for the name of the relevant character and handed it to Xia Shui. Xia Shui glanced at Yang Ming's mobile phone with the corner of her eyes, but she found that Yang Ming really wasn't lying to her. She was also a little speechless. Could it be that the deeds of my mysterious uncle have been adapted into a novel? Well, when I have time, I will read this book. Xia Shui temporarily believed Yang Ming's words. And it seems that this book is quite popular. When I become successful, I will contact the author of this book, Fishman 2, and see if I can get him to write a new book and let me be the protagonist. Yang Ming started to fantasize in his heart. Xia Shui was already speechless about Yang Ming's arrogant behavior, so she didn't bother with him. When they arrived at Donghai Airport, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Fortunately, there was still time. Xia Shui dropped Yang Ming at the airport and drove to the hotel's conference reception to report. Yang Ming returned a call to Jing Xiaolu. When Jing Xiaolu called him after the meeting, Yang Ming didn't say much because Xia Shui was on the side. Now, he returned the call to explain the reason for the previous call. Xiaolu, there was someone around me just now. It wasn't easy to talk, Yang Ming said after Jing Xiaolu answered. And I know. Jing Xiaolu heard Xia Shui's voice when Yang Ming answered the phone, but she didn't ask much. Xia Shui of the city police station. You may have to contact her often in the future. After all, the security company and the escort company are managed by them. Yang Ming said, Bureau Xia, I have met her before. Jing Xiaolu didn't ask much. She wouldn't be jealous of Yang Ming, especially when she knew that Yang Ming would go to Yunnan in a while, so there was no need to fight for these things. I'm going to Yunnan. She's going too. Yang Ming still explained. She's going too? Jing Xiaolu was stunned after hearing it. Aren't you in more danger? Yang Ming didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to say such a sentence. Obviously, Jing Xiaolu misunderstood his relationship with Xia Shui. However, in fact, even if Jing Xiaolu didn't misunderstand, what she said was not wrong. He had to protect Xia Shui's safety, but he said, What are you thinking? Xia Shui's skills are not bad. At least, she can protect herself. Liar. You're not sure yourself, but she can protect herself. Do you think I can believe it? Jing Xiaolu directly exposed Yang Ming's lie. Okay. Yang Ming, let's not talk about this. Why did you look for me just now? I went to the airport and asked little Wang to send me. As a result, I was detained by the traffic police on the highway. I just saw Xia Shui's car, so I got her car. Yang Ming said, It just so happened that she was also going to Donghai, so asked her to give me a ride. When I didn't see her before, I wanted to call you and ask you to send me off. Yeah, why didn't you say so earlier? If I knew, I wouldn't have a meeting and ran away directly. Jing Xiaolu regretted it. Yang Ming didn't know what to say after listening to Jing Xiaolu's words. You are the company's chairman. How can you run away without a meeting? Why would others have a meeting if you ran away? I called you before, but you didn't answer. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Yeah. Jing Xiaolu remembered that she had hung up on Yang Ming's phone call. This time, he couldn't blame anyone but himself. Okay, I will be back soon. I will let you pick me up then. Is that okay? Yang Ming comforted her. And that's a deal. Jing Xiaolu was happy again. That's it for now. I'm going to the security check, and then I will find a place to eat something. Yang Ming didn't say much. He hung up the phone and got up to change his boarding pass. Donghai's airport added several self-service boarding pass printing machines compared to the last time. As long as the ID card was scanned, one could self-select a seat and print a ticket. Yang Ming found the airline company he belonged to. After printing the ticket, he walked directly to the entrance of the security check. However, something unexpected happened to Yang Ming. Chapter 17:21. After passing the security check, Yang Ming subconsciously looked back. This was a kind of intuition. Yang Ming felt that there seemed to be someone behind him. When Yang Ming turned back, he suddenly saw a person who surprised him. Huang Yukai, who was next to Wang Shifan, and then mixed with the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss. This was what Yang Ming found out through Victoria's investigation. Huang Yukai was sitting in an electric wheelchair at the moment. Next to him was a tall white man. The two people were talking about something. The white man was speaking English. Huang Yukai obviously also knew ordinary English conversation. Yang Ming could read lips. He had also studied English before, so he could hear what the two of them were saying at this time. The white man was asking, Where did Falcon go? How did he disappear in a blink of an eye? Huang Yotsai's answer was, Maybe he went to the toilet. Toilet? Why didn't he say hello? He disappeared in a blink of an eye? The white man shook his head, but he didn't say much. They weren't two people, but three people. Yang Ming frowned. In other words, there was a person named Falcon with them before, and this Falcon obviously left suddenly for some reason. Of course, Huang Youtsai's so-called reason of going to the toilet was not valid at all. Even the white man didn't believe it. Yang Ming naturally didn't believe it. Yang Ming hesitated a little. He roughly guessed the reason why this Falcon suddenly left. He probably saw Yang Ming and was afraid that Yang Ming would see him. So he suddenly disappeared without saying hello. Of course, this was just Yang Ming's guess, but Yang Ming believed that his guess should be close. Yang Ming had always suspected that the behind-the-scenes boss had someone who was familiar with him as an undercover agent. Only in this way could some of his news and whereabouts be known by the behind-the-scenes boss in advance. Therefore, Yang Ming now had reason to believe that this Falcon should be someone familiar with him. At least, he should have met him before. That's why he chose to hide in a hurry after seeing me. He didn't even greet the white man and Huang Youkai. This white man looked like Huang Youkai and Falcon's guest. They should have welcomed him at the airport, but Falcon did not expect to meet him, so he left temporarily. Yang Ming's cold eyes stayed on Huang Youtsai's face. At this moment, Yang Ming didn't avoid anything. The relationship between him and these people would end sooner or later, so he wasn't afraid that they would find him. Especially when the date of the trip to Yunnan was approaching, Yang Ming didn't want to leave this hidden danger in Songjiang. Although he didn't know why these people were targeting him and whether they would give up after he went to Yunnan, he was afraid that they wouldn't give up and target the people around him. This was what Yang Ming didn't want to foresee the most. His family, women, and friends were still here. If he didn't figure out what these people wanted before he left, Yang Ming wouldn't feel at ease. It was just that time was tight. It was probably impossible to completely deal with them. He hoped that their purpose was only to target him and not involve others. If he couldn't come back from Yunnan, they would give up. If he came back from Yunnan alive, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them. A person's sixth sense was a very wonderful feeling. When someone was looking at you from behind, although there were no eyes behind you, if this person's eyes were not good, you could not help but feel a chill. It could also be called the so-called murderous aura. This thing was very mysterious. It was an illusory thing, but many people could be keenly aware of it when they were being peeped at or stared at. Huang Youkai was talking to the white man. Suddenly, he felt a chill around his body as if he was killed by someone's eyes. Huang Youkai subconsciously looked up and glanced around, but he suddenly met Yang Ming's cold eyes. Huang Youkai had been intentionally or unintentionally hiding from Yang Ming and hiding behind the scenes. He didn't want Yang Ming to know about his existence. This feeling of hiding in the dark made Huang Youkai very happy. However, he didn't expect to meet Yang Ming at the airport. Previously, Falcon said that Dr. Benjamin had sent an expert to help him deal with Yang Ming. This made Huang Youkai very happy. He and Falcon personally came to the airport to greet him. Although he couldn't tell whether this white man with an ordinary appearance was an expert or not, since Falcon said that there was no problem, he believed that this person was an expert. When Falcon suddenly turned around and disappeared, Huang Youkai was also very puzzled. Where did Falcon go? When he saw Yang Ming, he understood everything. It turned out that Falcon saw Yang Ming first. He was afraid that Yang Ming would recognize him. Thinking of this, Huang Youkai was a little depressed. You are afraid of being recognized, but I'm also afraid. What's more, you have changed your appearance. It's hard to say if he can recognize you. You are really not loyal. However, Huang Youkai also knew that it happened suddenly. Falcon might not have had a chance to greet him, so although he had some complaints, he understood. Thinking about it carefully, anyway, the hatred between him and Yang Ming had long been formed. It didn't matter if he saw it. Huang Youkai took a breath and changed his previous panic. He glanced at Yang Ming faintly and nodded to him. Then, he ignored him and walked to the exit with the white man. Yang Ming frowned. He didn't expect Huang Youkai to be so calm. However, his panic did not escape Yang Ming's eyes. Moreover, Huang Youkai probably didn't know that Yang Ming already knew that he was 3 people, and one of them was a person named Falcon. Donghai International Airport was quite large. It was not easy to find a person in such a large airport, even with special abilities. Yang Ming looked around and didn't find any suspicious people, so he gave up the search. He still had things to do. He didn't have time to waste here. Even if he found someone, Yang Ming couldn't go through the security check again. Everything could only be planned after returning from Las Vegas. There were no twists and turns by taking a flight from Donghai to the capital and then transferring to Las Vegas. When Yang Ming came out of Las Vegas McCarran International Airport, it was already noon the next day. Yang Ming got into a taxi waiting at the airport entrance and said to him in English, "Go to the Douglas Vast Hotel." Okay. There were many foreign guests going to the Douglas Vast Hotel these days. These taxi drivers also knew that the Douglas Vast Hotel was a fixed hotel for the guests of the Jewelry Festival. For the scenery on the streets of Las Vegas, Yang Ming was not in the mood to appreciate it. In the past year, he had been to a lot of places. He was not as curious about these exotic customs as before. These things were more or less the same after seeing so many of them. However, what was commendable was that there was no traffic jam in such a bustling international metropolis. The road was smooth and unimpeded. This was a world of difference from the traffic in the second-tier small city of Songjiang. Songjiang was already very congested, but there was no such situation in Las Vegas. The road design of this city was very interesting, but it had to be said that it was a good idea. Most of the roads in Las Vegas were not closed. They extended in all directions, but there were too many roads, and some of them led to the waste of land resources. It was indeed a pity in an international metropolis where land was expensive, but the effect of this price was very powerful. Soon, the taxi arrived at the parking lot at the entrance of the Douglas Vast Hotel. Yang Ming paid the fare, got off, and walked into the lobby of the Douglas Vast Hotel. "Hello, sir." After Yang Ming walked in, the hostess greeted him politely. "Sir, are you looking for a place to stay?" But I have to find someone first." Yang Ming nodded and said, "It's no problem to find someone, but I'm afraid it's not possible to find a place to stay. Sorry, this hotel is full. There are no spare rooms." The hostess said apologetically. She saw that Yang Ming came in a taxi, and he was very unfamiliar, so she guessed that Yang Ming was not a previous guest of the hotel, but a newcomer. So, she asked to confirm first. After hearing Yang Ming's affirmative answer, the hostess quickly explained. Because the hotel was designated as a designated hotel for the International Jewelry Festival, it was already full and could no longer be open to the public. Chapter 1722. Oh, it's full? Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. Then he figured out the key. As the designated hotel for the International Jewelry Festival, there definitely wouldn't be any empty rooms. However, Yang Ming decided to call Wang Mei first. Since Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng were detained by the casino, it meant that their previous rooms were empty. Yang Ming could just stay in their room. He didn't need to book another room. "Yes, I'm sorry. This is the designated hotel for the International Jewelry Festival," the hostess said apologetically. Sure enough, the reason was the same as Yang Ming's guess. Yang Ming didn't mind, but he said, "Let me borrow your internal phone. I'm looking for a friend." Wang Mei's mobile phone didn't have international roaming. Previously, Wang Mei used the hotel's phone to call Yang Ming. Moreover, the IP number displayed was transferred from a domestic operator. Yang Ming couldn't see the specific number. Wang Mei said that he could just dial the internal phone in the room when he reached the hotel. Okay. The hostess brought Yang Ming to the lobby reception and handed a phone to Yang Ming. Then, she smiled and asked, "Sir, do you need me to help you dial?" "Okay, room 617. Yang Ming said. The hostess skillfully dialed the internal phone of room 617. Then, she handed the phone to Yang Ming. "Sir, I have already dialed for you." Yang Ming took the phone and nodded to the hostess in a friendly manner. The phone was picked up not long after. Wang Mei's timid voice came through. "Hello." Yang Ming was slightly stunned. However, he remembered that Wang Mei used to be a stewardess. It wasn't strange for her to know English, especially since she was born in an international city like Macau. "It's me, Wang Mei. I'm here," Yang Ming said. "Ah, Brother Yang, where are you?" "Oh, this is the hotel's internal line. You must be downstairs. Wait a minute. I will go down now, Wang Mei said quickly. Okay, I'll wait for you in the hotel lobby. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he hung up the phone and returned it to the receptionist. Yang Ming waited for a while in the hotel lobby. Wang Mei quickly ran out of the elevator. When she saw Yang Ming, it was like seeing a savior. Brother Yang, you are here. Speaking of this, Wang Mei hesitated and said, let's go back to the room and talk. Wait a minute. How many rooms have you booked? Yang Ming wanted to confirm the accommodation for the night first. 1. Wang Mei said, what's wrong? 1 room? How many of you live in 1 room? Yang Ming was shocked when he heard Wang Mei's words. Ugh, we want a suite. Zhang Bin and I live inside. Uncle Zhang lives outside. Wang Mei looked at Yang Ming's appearance and knew that he misunderstood. She quickly explained. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly realized. He wondered if Zhang Bin and his son had any special hobbies. However, this suite was a bit inconvenient for Yang Ming to live in. After all, Wang Mei was Zhang Bin's lover. Although it was a suite, it was not convenient for him to live in it. For this kind of thing, it was best to avoid arousing suspicion. However, the hotel rooms were all full, which was a bit of a headache. On the way here, Yang Ming also looked around. This was the only big hotel nearby. The others were far away, and it was inconvenient to discuss things with Wang Mei. Is there not a single room? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and asked the hostess. Sir, I'm sorry. There's really no room. The receptionist shook her head apologetically. Okay, I got it. Yang Ming nodded, but he didn't give up. Instead, he decided to call Kaik. Originally, Yang Ming didn't want to contact Kaik again, but the matter had come to this point. Only Kaik could solve the current urgent situation. Yang Ming's business also had hotels, so he also knew that after the general hotel was full, it would only be normal. There would still be reserved rooms in case of emergencies, such as the parent company's senior leader's inspection and so on, or the guests with connections came to the door. There must be a certain amount of flexible space. Yang Ming found Kaik's contact information and dialed it directly. At this moment, Kaik had left China and returned to the Douglas family in Elo Town. Although they lost the Chinese industry this time, no one in the family made a strange sound. Kaik saw those elders who swallowed their anger, and his heart was very refreshed. He thought, you guys are also guys who bully the weak and fear the strong. Knowing that you can't afford to offend this time, you all shut your mouths. It seems that everyone is afraid of death. If it were normal times, even if this matter was not caused by the family master would definitely be collectively impeached or even dismissed after such a big mess happened in the family. But this time, everyone was silent as if nothing had happened. A burst of urgent phone ringing sounded. Kaik put down the document in his hand and picked up the phone. This was his private number. Few people knew it. Kaik glanced at the incoming call, but it was an unfamiliar call from abroad. There was only the forwarding IP number on it, and he couldn't see the actual number. Originally, Kaik didn't want to pick it up, but after thinking about it, he picked it up. Hello, I'm Kaik. Kaik? I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't use English. He knew that Kaik could understand what he said. Kaik was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's voice. He thought that it was a close call. Fortunately, I didn't hang up the phone directly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seems that my hesitation was right. If I didn't pick up the phone and Yang Ming had some ideas, I would be done for. Mr. Yang, hello. Although Kaik was very scared and didn't know why Yang Ming called him at this time, he still asked carefully, is there anything you need me to do? What Kaik said was need me to do, not need my help. This showed the art of his choice of words to avoid Yang Ming's disgust. I am now in the Douglas Vast Hotel in Las Vegas, said Yang Ming. Yang Ming's words suddenly made Kaik's heart cold. My God, it can't be, right? How did this fiend go to Las Vegas again? And the Douglas Vast Hotel? Could it be that the people in the Douglas Vast Hotel provoked him? Fuck his grandfather's 18 generations of ancestors. Isn't this asking for my life? Of all the people to provoke, why did I have to provoke such a person? He is even more terrifying than terrorists. Mr. Yang, who offended you? I will definitely punish them severely. Thinking of this, Kai quickly expressed his stance. What? Who offended me? No one offended me. Yang Ming was stunned and knew that Kaik misunderstood. I called you to ask for your help. Are you mistaken? Ah, okay. Kai took a deep breath. He almost had a heart attack. It turns out that my hotel didn't offend Yang Ming. That's good. As for helping, Yang Ming asked, even if I have to pick the moon, I have to try my best to do it. Mr. Yang, if there is anything, just say it. There is no need to help. Your orders are the direction of my life, said Kaik righteously. Huh. Yang Ming smiled. Actually, it's nothing. I just came to stay, but the hotel is full. Do you have a solution? This is too simple. When Kaik heard Yang Ming's words, he thought, this is not a problem at all. Every Douglas Vast hotel had luxury suites reserved for the Douglas family members, but they were not usually used. They were only used when the Douglas family members went to inspect. At this time, they were taken out for Yang Ming to use, so Kaik said, Mr. Yang, please call the manager here. I will talk to him. And the manager here should be Batterton, right? Okay, you wait. After Yang Ming finished talking to Kaik, he waved to the receptionist from before. The receptionist walked over quickly. Sir, what can I do for you? Chapter 1723. Please call your manager, Mr. Batterton, Yang Ming said to the receptionist. Ah, the receptionist was stunned. She didn't know why Yang Ming suddenly looked for the manager. Is he not satisfied with the service here? However, Yang Ming was able to call out the manager's name directly, as if he knew him. Therefore, the hostess didn't dare to neglect. If the guest in front of her knew the boss and had a good relationship with the boss, then if she didn't report it quickly, the boss would blame her and she would be in trouble. Thinking of this, the receptionist quickly nodded and said, Sir, please wait a moment. I will call our boss immediately. Okay. Yang Ming just wanted a room, so his attitude to the receptionist was very good. He was not rude, and he didn't have any thoughts about her. The receptionist quickly walked to the front desk, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. This was the phone number of the boss, Batterton's office. Batterton was working hard on the female secretary at the moment. He pushed the female secretary onto the desk and was making the final push. As a result, a shrill ringtone startled him. Damn it, Batterton cursed. Disturbing me at this time is a crime worthy of death. As a hotel manager in Las Vegas, compared to hotel managers in some poor cities, he was much more carefree and happy. Las Vegas was simply a paradise for the rich. He earned much more than others from the hotel's performance commission every year, so his life was very comfortable. Playing with women, drinking, and gambling in the office every day had become a common occurrence. Most of his men also knew that they wouldn't call him unless it was something important. Batterton heard the internal phone ring. He didn't want to answer it, but he was afraid that something bad had happened. After all, the participants of the International Jewelry Festival were staying at the Douglas Vast Hotel for the past few days. If something went wrong, it would have a great impact on the Douglas Vast Hotel's overall reputation. Hello, what's the matter? Batterton's voice was very rude because he was the boss in this hotel. The person who made the internal call was definitely his subordinate. So, even if his attitude was very barbaric, it didn't matter. The people below didn't dare to say anything. The receptionist was shocked by Batterton's voice. She didn't know why Batterton had such a bad attitude. She said carefully, Mr. Batterton, a guest wants to see you. Guests? What guest? Batterton asked impatiently. There's a guest who just arrived at the hotel. He might want to stay in the hotel, but we don't have any empty rooms. His friend is in the hotel, so he's our guest. The receptionist explained. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't see him. Tell him I'm busy. When Batterton heard that there were no more rooms in the hotel, he was so angry that he hung up the phone directly. He then said to the female secretary under him, Don't worry, baby. I'm coming. The receptionist held the phone in shock. Hearing the busy tone, she shook her head. She was in a dilemma. The customer wanted to see the boss, but the boss refused. The customer would naturally be unhappy. At that time, the customer might vent his resentment on her. Sir, I'm sorry. Our boss is very busy now. He doesn't have time. You see, the receptionist explained to Yang Ming helplessly. Very busy? What is he busy with? Yang Ming frowned, then said to the other side of the phone, Kaik, did you hear that? That Batterton is very busy. He doesn't have time to see me. Kaik broke out in a cold sweat. He naturally heard the receptionist's words from the phone. He cursed Batterton, this bastard. If he wants to die, he shouldn't implicate the Douglas family. This, Mr. Yang, please don't be angry. This is Batterton's personal behavior. It has nothing to do with our Douglas family. Please believe me, Kai quickly explained. He was afraid that Yang Ming would blame him, so he quickly attributed Batterton's behavior to his personal behavior. What he meant was that if Uncle Yang was angry, every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt had its debtor. Don't look for me. Look for Batterton directly. Oh, you don't have to explain so much. I didn't want to trouble you. Yang Ming said faintly. What do we do now? This, Mr. Yang, please ask the waiter to call Batterton again and ask him what he is busy with. If there's nothing else, please come down quickly, said Kaik. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said to the receptionist, please call your boss again and ask him what he is doing. If there's nothing else, please come down. Someone is looking for him. Yang Ming's words were polite because Yang Ming wouldn't embarrass a receptionist. After all, she was only a staff member at the bottom of the hotel. Why should Yang Ming be angry with her? Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. I will ask for you right away. The receptionist nodded and went to make the call. She didn't know what Yang Ming's background was, but hearing him call the boss's name directly, it seemed that he had a strong background. Not long after Batterton hung up the phone, the urgent ringtone rang again. Batterton just wanted to curse. Is this phone call going to end? Who is it? Damn, why do you keep calling? Don't you know that I'm fucking a woman? Batterton didn't listen to what the other side said and hung up the phone directly. Anyway, it was an internal call. The caller was his subordinate, so Batterton didn't care. The receptionist was scolded by the boss. Her face was slightly red, and she didn't know what to do. The receptionist was helpless against the boss's vulgar words. Walking to Yang Ming, the receptionist shook her head. Sir, I just called, and the boss hung up angrily. He said that he was, speaking of this, the receptionist was a little embarrassed and whispered. He said that he was doing that thing. What thing? Yang Ming was stunned. He was having sex. The receptionist couldn't directly describe it in the boss's words, so she could only use a more reserved word. Ugh. Okay, you can go. It's fine. Yang Ming waved his hand to let the receptionist leave, then said to Kaik on the other side of the phone, Did you hear it? Mr. Yang, I heard it. Kaik was sweating. He already had the urge to strangle Batterton. Please allow me to make a call. I will call Batterton personally. Okay, go ahead. Yang Ming hung up the phone and shrugged. Brother Yang, who are you calling? Also, do you know the owner of this hotel? Wang Mei looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. I don't know their boss, but I know their boss's boss. It's the person who just called, said Yang Ming. Wang Mei had long known that Yang Ming was a powerful person, but she didn't expect that he would know friends in a foreign country. Moreover, they were not small fries. Kaik was about to explode in anger now. Isn't this Batterton too outrageous? Kaik didn't say anything when he arranged for Batterton to stay in Las Vegas because he was a distant cousin of one of the family elders. However, you can't go too far, right? You offended Yang Ming. Aren't you pushing the entire Douglas family into the fire pit? However, since Batterton was a relative of the third elder, Kaik decided to quickly inform the third elder first. After all, although he was the family master in the family, he couldn't underestimate the power of the elders. At the very least, he had to show some respect on the surface. He couldn't be too disrespectful. After dialing the third elder's phone, the third elder's voice came through. Family master, what's the matter? Today was not a family meeting day. Generally, the family master would not call him without special circumstances. So, the third elder lowered the volume of the TV he was watching and asked, It's like this, third uncle. I have something to tell you in advance. I'm going to replace Batterton in Las Vegas and give him the harshest punishment, said Kaik. What? Family master, what do you mean? What did Batterton do wrong? Are you going to punish him like this? Don't forget that when it comes to relatives, he is also your distant cousin. The third elder's voice suddenly sank. He thought that Kaik was going to replace this lucrative place with one of his own. He offended someone he shouldn't and can't offend, said Kaik faintly. Chapter 1724. Even if he offended you, you can't do this. Are you not even going to give me face? The third elder was very angry and roared furiously. He felt that Kaik was too much of a bully. Even a family master can't do this, right? Of course, I will give you face if he offends me. However, third uncle, the person that Batterton offended, may not give you face. Kaik snorted and said, I only greeted third uncle in advance out of respect. Otherwise, I would have taken action directly. So, the person that Batterton offended is not you? Are you going to stand up for an outsider? The third elder was even angrier when he heard Kaik's words. If Batterton really offended Kaik, the third elder would have nothing to say if Kaik really wanted to punish Batterton as the family master. After all, the family master was the supreme authority in the family. Any punishment for offending the family master was not excessive. But the key problem was that according to Kaik's words, Batterton had offended others, but Kaik wanted to deal with Batterton on behalf of others. Isn't this not giving face to my third uncle? So what if it is? Kaik said coldly, well, I have to reply to Mr. Yang in a while. If he gets anxious, Batterton's life will probably be gone. Mr. Yang? The third elder was stunned. Yang Ming, Mr. Yang, your distant relative offended Yang Ming. I don't want him to implicate our Douglas family. Kaik was very upset with his third uncle's previous questioning, so he deliberately said, Third uncle, if you insist on protecting Batterton, then I will speak to Mr. Yang. But I'm sorry, I can only say that it's your personal behavior. It has nothing to do with the family. You know, as the family master, I must consider the interests of the entire family. Kaik's meaning was obvious. If you're tired of living and want to die, then you can die by yourself and accompany Batterton. Don't drag the Douglas family into it. We have nothing to do with each other now. The third elder naturally knew Yang Ming's name. Not only did he know, but he was also very afraid of this name. Good's death and the destruction of the Lancer family were still vivid in his mind. He didn't expect Batterton to provoke Yang Ming. He must be tired of living. In that case, I can't get involved. What a fool. How can I protect someone who offended Yang Ming? He might even implicate the Douglas family, and that would be even worse. Thinking of this, the third elder quickly said, Family master, this Batterton is really outrageous. You can deal with him however you want. If I see him, I will also punish him severely. Kaik sneered in his heart. Weren't you very awesome before? You even yelled at me. Why are you so listless now? However, Kaik was pressed for time now. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He just said, well, I'm going to call Batterton. The third elder hurriedly nodded in agreement. After calling the third elder, Kaik dialed the phone number of Batterton's office. Batterton was about to go crazy. Why is the phone ringing endless? Did my previous anger go to waste? It seems that these subordinates of mine are very insensible. I have to sort things out. Were they? Why are they disturbing my good fortune? No. Although he was annoyed in his heart, the phone still rang endlessly. It seemed that it would not stop until he answered. Batterton had no choice but to pick up the phone. The office's internal line and external line were placed side by side. They were very close to each other. Batterton was irritated at the moment, so he didn't look at it much. The previous two calls were made through the internal line, so he subconsciously thought that this call was an internal line call. Batterton picked up the phone directly and shouted, Are you in a hurry? Damn, didn't I tell you? I'm playing with a woman. What's the matter? Batterton couldn't be blamed for being angry. He was a little dazed after these few phone calls. Middle-aged people were most afraid of this, so Batterton became more and more annoyed each time. Batterton, how dare you be so arrogant? I see that you have ignored the family rules and discipline, said Kaik with a sneer. This Batterton was also a peripheral member of the Douglas family. Naturally, he had to abide by the Douglas family's discipline. You are. Batterton was stunned by the roar on the other side of the phone and asked uncertainly, I'm Kaik, said Kaik coldly. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? I asked you to go down, but you didn't. I asked the waiter to urge you twice, but you still didn't go down. I think you want to have a taste of the family rules? The Douglas family started out as an underworld family, so the family rules still retain some of the underworld traditions. For those who violated the family rules, the punishment was quite severe. The light punishment was a beating, and the heavy punishment was breaking their hands and feet. It was not uncommon for them to be beaten to death. So Kaik's words made Batterton sober up suddenly. The cold sweat on his forehead also dripped down. He pushed the woman in front of him aside and said in a trembling voice, "Family master, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I just couldn't help myself with my girlfriend." "Bullshit. You already have a wife and child. You still have a girlfriend?" Kai casually looked at Batterton's information before making the call. He knew Batterton's background like the back of his hand. This was why Kai called the third elder in advance to inform him. Seeing that his lie was exposed, Batterton was a little embarrassed. "Family master, are you downstairs? I'll go down to greet you." "I'm not here. There's an important guest of the family downstairs. There are no guest rooms available. Give him our Douglas family's reserved room. Ask for the best one." Kai constructed, "I'm telling you, if this matter is done well and that gentleman is satisfied, this matter will be over. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences even if you die." Yes, yes. Batterton hurriedly agreed when he heard that there was still a chance for a turnaround. The reason why Kai didn't deal with Batterton directly was that he still needed him to receive Yang Ming. He had to ask Yang Ming's opinion first. If Yang Ming was satisfied with Batterton, then forget it. If he wasn't satisfied, then Batterton could only wait for death. He didn't make a decision on his own because he was afraid that Yang Ming would blame him for being meddlesome. Batterton wiped the cold sweat on his head. He hurriedly pulled up his pants and rushed out of the office. He regretted it in his heart. It's really a femme fatale. If I had gone downstairs after receiving the first call from the receptionist downstairs, there wouldn't have been so many problems. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He could only try his best to make up for it. He hoped that this so-called family guest could say a few good words for him in front of Kaik. Otherwise, he would definitely be done for. A light punishment would be dismissal and being recalled to the family to be an idler. A heavy punishment would be... Batterton felt cold sweat all over when he thought about it. "Dear, don't go. Should we continue?" The female secretary didn't know what had happened. Seeing that Batterton was going out, she quickly said softly, "Get lost. If it weren't for you, would I be done for?" Batterton pushed the female secretary away and rushed downstairs. As soon as the elevator door opened, Batterton rushed to the lobby on the first floor. He saw the receptionist in the blink of an eye and quickly pulled her. "Where's the guest? Where's the family master's important guest?" "Ah." The receptionist was stunned. "What important guest? What family master? What's going on? What's wrong with the boss?" "So," she said, "Boss, what are you talking about?" Batterton was too lazy to explain nonsense to her. He let go of her and began to look around in the lobby. Yang Ming saw a fat man hurriedly coming down from the elevator and asking questions in a panic. He was sure that this person was the hotel manager, Batterton, so he said to him, "You are Batterton, right?" "Ah." Batterton quickly looked up at Yang Ming, but he didn't expect him to be a foreigner. However, since Yang Ming knew him, he should be the important guest mentioned by the family master. Batterton immediately showed a flattering smile on his face. "Sir, I am Batterton. You are the important guest of the Kaik family master, right?" Chapter 1725. Important guest? Yang Ming smiled, sort of. Batterton breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that this gentleman was still polite and easygoing, it seemed that as long as he served Yang Ming nicely, it would not be a big problem for him to escape this time. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will arrange the best room for you immediately." Batterton said flatteringly, "Sir, I'm very sorry for my previous rudeness. Please don't take offense. If you have any requests, please tell me as soon as possible." I will do my best to fulfill them. Yang Ming nodded. Hurry up and do it. Yang Ming did not intend to do anything to Batterton. To put it bluntly, this was Kaik's family matter. What did it have to do with him? As long as the room problem was solved for him, Yang Ming was too lazy to care about whether Batterton had a problem with his work style and attitude. Batterton was not his employee, and he did not provoke him. Why should he worry about this? Quick, find me the room card for the luxury presidential suite. Batterton personally came to the front desk and ordered the front desk attendant. Okay. The attendant also saw the boss's anxiety and hurriedly found the room card for him. These internal reserved room cards were usually locked, so to take them out, he had to open the drawer lock first. Seeing that the attendant's actions were a little slow, Batterton was a little anxious. In fact, it was not that the attendant was slow. This kind of thing had to be done step by step, right? However, Batterton was anxious, so he was anxious about everything. He directly snatched the key from the attendant's hand. Let me do it. The attendant quickly stepped aside and gave the position to Batterton. Batterton quickly opened the drawer and took out the room card for the presidential suite. However, he hesitated and took out a room card for the adjacent presidential suite, room 2. He thought that maybe Yang Ming still had friends, so he directly took out 2 room cards for Yang Ming. If it was not enough, there were still a few more. They were all reserved internally for the Douglas family's temporary lodging. Since Kaik had already instructed, he naturally had to do his best to satisfy Yang Ming. Only when Yang Ming was satisfied would he say a few good words for him in front of Kaik. Batterton would not be punished. After figuring out this key point, Batterton worked extra hard to please Yang Ming. Sir, the room cards are ready. This is the room card for the top floor scenic presidential suite. It overlooks the night view of the entire city. There are 2 of them. Sir, if it is not enough, there's still more. Just tell me directly. Batterton said as he gave it to Yang. If you need anything, tell me directly. I do my best. Yang Ming nodded. He really did have something to ask Batterton to do. He still didn't know which casino Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng were detained in. Even if he knew, Yang Ming would not rush to ask for them. After all, this was a foreign country, and he was unfamiliar with this place. It was not within his sphere of influence. Yang Ming didn't want to act recklessly. Only by knowing one's enemy could one emerge victorious. Yang Ming planned to understand the background of this casino first. After taking the business card, Yang Ming said, "Then, I'll have to trouble Mr. Batterton. I really do have something to ask you in a while." No problem, no problem. Batterton hurriedly agreed. Sir, you see, in front of the family master, Batterton wanted Yang Ming to plead for him in front of Kaik. With Yang Ming's pleading, Batterton believed that Kaik would not hold him accountable. After all, his problem could be big or small. Yang Ming's attitude was the key to the whole matter. Batterton was not a fool since he could become the general manager of a hotel owned by the Douglas family. His mistake was at most a small mistake. He was just fooling around with women in the office. It was different from harming the hotel's interests. But the key problem was that when he was fooling around with women, he missed going downstairs to receive Yang Ming, which caused Kaik's anger. Therefore, if Yang Ming didn't intend to pursue it, Batterton believed that Kaik would not pester him. Yang Ming also understood Batterton's meaning. Yang Ming didn't need to kill him immediately. He had something to ask Batterton, so he didn't care about doing him a favor. Yang Ming nodded, and the phone in his pocket rang. Although Yang Ming's phone number couldn't be displayed on Kaik's side, Kaik dialed Yang Ming's domestic number. After transferring and roaming, Yang Ming naturally received it. Hello. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Mr. Yang, this is Kaik. How is it? Did that bastard Batterton come down? Mr. Yang, don't worry. I will definitely punish him severely. Kaik expressed his loyalty to Yang Ming. He came down. His attitude is good. Forget about the punishment. I still need him, said Yang Ming lightly. Okay, whatever you say, Mr. Yang. Your orders are the direction of my life. Although Kaik didn't know why Yang Ming kept Batterton, Yang Ming said to keep him, so he kept him. He didn't care what use he had. It was better to know less about things that he shouldn't know. Otherwise, he would die faster. And that's it. I'll look for you again if there's anything. Yang Ming was too lazy to waste time with Kaik. He hung up the phone after saying a few words. Thank you, thank you. Batterton didn't expect Yang Ming to help him. He originally hoped that Yang Ming would be fine as long as he didn't say bad things about him in front of Kaik. However, he didn't expect Yang Ming to praise his attitude in front of Kaik. This made Batterton feel like he had dodged a bullet. Therefore, Batterton's attitude toward Yang Ming was even more respectful. But what Batterton didn't expect was that Yang Ming's casual sentence of, "I still need him," would become a death exemption for Batterton in the future. Batterton had made a major mistake in the direction of hotel management in the future. He was unanimously impeached by the family members. Kaik was about to dismiss him, but he suddenly remembered Yang Ming's previous words. "I still have use for him." Kaik was shocked and quickly told everyone about this. As a result, everyone unanimously decided to let Batterton continue to be the manager of the Douglas Vast Hotel's Las Vegas branch. Although they didn't know why Yang Ming wanted to keep Batterton, who dared to ask? What if Yang Ming went to Las Vegas one day to find Batterton and found that he wasn't there? Wouldn't Yang Ming vent his anger on the entire Douglas family? Who could bear this? So, Batterton was safe again. When Batterton knew the truth, he didn't know what to say. He was so lucky. He actually got a blessing in disguise because of the previous incident. Yang Ming's sentence became a death exemption for him. Batterton naturally knew what Yang Ming meant when he said, "I still have use for him." This was because Yang Ming had come to him to inquire about some matters. Of course, Batterton was not stupid enough to explain things clearly. From then on, Batterton was prepared to worship Yang Ming as if he was a deity. This was his backer. Seeing that Batterton was still standing beside him, Yang Ming glanced at him and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Sir, didn't you have something to ask me?" Batterton said carefully. "Oh, we'll talk about this later. You go back first. I'll call you when the time comes." Yang Ming hadn't figured out the whereabouts of Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiafeng. He had to wait until he talked to Wang Mei in detail before he could understand. "Okay, then I'll go back." "Sir, you can call me anytime." Batterton didn't know Yang Ming's surname. Kaik didn't say it before, so he could only call him Sir. "Wang Mei, go to your room first. You pack your luggage and stay in the presidential suite upstairs. There are 2 suites. You can stay in one," Yang Ming said to Wang Mei. And Wang Mei was worried about Zhang Bin's safety, so she didn't care much about the presidential suite. Otherwise, she would have cheered excitedly in the past. After sending Yang Ming and Wang Mei to the elevator respectfully, Batterton watched the elevator door close and slowly rise. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally completed his mission and averted the danger. Now, he had to report to Kaik quickly and tell him about his arrangements. Although Kaik had already called and learned from Yang Ming that he had dealt with it properly, it was better for him to make the call himself. He could also show respect to the family master. "Boss, doesn't that person need to register?" The receptionist at the front desk reminded Batterton worriedly when she saw Yang Ming go upstairs with the room card. "Register? Register for what?" "Do your job. Don't worry so much." Batterton glared at her. He thought, why register for the person arranged by the family master? Isn't he looking for trouble? However, the receptionist felt wronged. She just reminded the boss according to the hotel's regulations. She didn't expect to be scolded for no reason. She was really unlucky. Chapter 1726. Yang Ming helped Wang Mei move her luggage to the second presidential suite on the top floor. Wang Mei didn't have a lot of luggage. The heaviest bag of luggage was the company's promotional materials and other people's company information that Zhang Jiafeng brought. Wang Mei obviously wasn't interested in the presidential suite. After she and Yang Ming put down the luggage, Wang Mei said anxiously, "Brother Yang, the casino called again this morning. They asked me to bring the money as soon as possible. Otherwise, they won't be polite. How much?" Yang Ming frowned. "How did you reply to them?" Yang Ming didn't mention anything about this when he was downstairs in the hotel because he didn't want others to know about it. If there was any extreme behavior in his next action, no one would associate it with him. Of course, I followed Brother Yang's instructions. I said that I had contacted the people in China to send the money here. Wang Mei said they didn't reveal the amount. They just asked me to go over or wait for the person who has the final say to come over and talk about it. Why? Don't they have the amount of the debt? Yang Ming was stunned. The casino asked people to send money. If they didn't mention the amount, what would they send? Zhang Bin and Uncle Zhang bet with their lives. Wang Mei smiled bitterly. Who knows what the other party was betting at that time? These need to be discussed with the other party. Not the casino's people? Another group of guests? Yang Ming listened to Wang Mei's words and nodded slightly. If they bet with their lives, the bet was huge. Who knew what the other party would ask for? And I heard that it was another group of guests. However, the casino also has a commission. If we take the money, the casino will also take advantage of us. There's a lot of income. That's why they are so proactive, right? Wang Mei wasn't clear about the specific situation. She was a girl and didn't dare to go to the casino to inquire. She was afraid that she would be detained. Then, she wouldn't be able to ask for help. A commission? Yang Ming smiled faintly. He was not as naive as Wang Mei. Casinos had their own rules, especially in a place like Las Vegas, which was famous for its casinos. The industry regulations and management of casinos were definitely quite perfect, and the management agency would also carry out very strict supervision. The casinos in Macau were like this, let alone Las Vegas. Would they risk detaining the gamblers if there were no particularly large benefits? Even if they want to take a cut, this was a dispute between gamblers. Why would they stand up? There was a sense of evil in this. Which casino? Yang Ming asked. This casino is called South City. It is very large. Wang Mei said. The casino naturally had an English name. Wang Mei directly said the English name of the casino. South City. A southern city? Yang Ming was not familiar with the casino industry, nor did he know the background of this South City. That should be how it's translated, right? I don't know. Wang Mei said. Do you know the background of this South City? Asked Yang Ming. I'm not familiar with this place, so naturally, no one would inquire about it. The computer search engines here are all in English. Although I understand English, it's only some common conversations. I don't know how to do these professional things, so I can't find any useful information. I only found their promotional website and address, but there is no other information. Wang Mei said, I'll ask someone else to inquire about it. For things like background and power, it was difficult to search on the internet. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't imagine that he could find anything useful by searching directly. Picking up the intercom in the room, Yang Ming dialed the intercom number on the business card that Batterton gave him before. Batterton, I'm Yang Ming. Batterton had already called Kaik before, so he knew Yang Ming's name. At this moment, when he received a call from Yang Ming, he quickly and carefully said, Mr. Yang, what do you want me to do? Do you know about this casino in South City? Said Yang Ming. Help me collect information about this casino. The more complete, the better. It's best to write down the background and power. South City. Okay, I'll do it now. Batterton also had a lot of connections in Las Vegas. Naturally, he had his own channels to inquire about information. It was not difficult to listen to Yang Ming's instructions, so he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that Yang Ming had something important for him to do. He was worried that there would be danger, but now it seemed that this matter was too simple. Batterton hung up the phone and started to work without stopping. With his connections in Las Vegas, a few pages of investigation reports about the South City Casino came out quickly. Batterton took the investigation report and went upstairs. He knocked on the door of Yang Ming's room. Yang Ming was talking to Wang Mei in Presidential Suite No. 2 at the moment. However, Yang Ming felt that there was something wrong with this matter, so he naturally increased his vigilance. When someone passed by in the corridor, Yang Ming was keenly aware of it. Yang Ming vaguely heard someone knocking on the door next door, but he did not get up. Instead, he glanced outside with his special ability. When he found that it was Batterton, he got up and walked over to open the door of room No. 2. Mr. Batterton, "I'm here," said Yang Ming. Batterton knocked on the door of room number 1. He was obviously looking for Yang Ming. Mr. Yang." Batterton quickly turned around and said with a smile, "Mr. Yang, this is the information I collected. I was afraid that you would be in a hurry, so I sent it over first. You could take a look at it first. If there is anything not detailed, I will investigate." And Yang Ming glanced at Batterton with appreciation. This guy is quite efficient. It has only been half an hour, and he has already compiled the information. It looks very detailed. "You go first. I'll call you if there's anything," said Batterton. "Okay, Mr. Yang, then I'll go down. I won't disturb you." Batterton quickly excused himself and walked in the direction of the elevator. Yang Ming sent Batterton away, walked back to the room, and looked at the investigation report in his hand. South City Casino, one of the world's gambling and entertainment chain companies. It had invested in the construction of casinos in many countries around the world. It was unknown what kind of force was behind it for the time being. However, in Las Vegas, the boss of the Guillotine Gang, one of the 3 major underground gangs, had a close relationship with the owner of the South City Casino. Yang Ming was not surprised that casinos were related to gangs. What surprised him was that this South City was actually a world-class gambling chain company, and Batterton did not know who was behind this casino. However, this did not matter. It was not important for the time being. Yang Ming had a deal with the South City Casino in Las Vegas, not the entire South City company. Yang Ming had no intention of making enemies with them. However, if they really provoked him, then Yang Ming could only be impolite, regardless of who was behind them. After roughly understanding the background of the South City Casino, Yang Ming did not see anything special. Next, he could only go to the South City Casino to talk. "Wang Mei, do you have the contact information of the person who called you? You can call them and tell them that they have arrived and are going to their place," said Yang Ming. Do you want to call them now?" Wang Mei did not expect Yang Ming to go to the casino immediately. Although she also wanted to rescue Zhang Bin and the others as soon as possible, she was more afraid that Yang Ming was not prepared. Chapter 1727. Now, let's try to settle this today. Yang Ming wasn't willing to stay here all the time. There were still things at home that hadn't been settled yet. "Okay." Wang Mei nodded and dialed the phone number that the casino staff left for her. Soon, someone answered the phone. Wang Mei carefully asked in English, "Hello, I'm Zhang Jiafan's family. Our people have prepared the money. What should we do now?" The other side of the phone said a few words. Wang Mei nodded after listening. After a while, Wang Mei hung up the phone and said to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang, they want you to go to the South City Casino now. After you arrive, look for Manager Smith of the security department." "Okay, I got it. You wait for me here." Yang Ming noted it down and was ready to depart. I'm not going." Wang Mei originally thought that Yang Ming would bring her along. "It's dangerous for you to go. I still have to take care of you. You just wait here for the news." Yang Ming couldn't figure out what the South City Casino was planning. Was it purely for money or something else? Wang Mei listened to Yang Ming's words and knew that Yang Ming was talking about something important. If she went, she would be a burden. Yang Ming still had to take care of her safety. After leaving the hotel, Yang Ming got into a taxi that was waiting at the entrance of the hotel. He told the driver the name of the South City Casino. Although Yang Ming saw the address of the South City Casino and the information, he wasn't familiar with Las Vegas. Even if he told Yang Ming the name of the street, Yang Ming couldn't find it. "Sir, are you going there for fun?" The taxi driver listened to the address that Yang Ming reported and smiled. The South City Casino had an unspoken rule. Every time the taxi delivered a guest, he would get a reward of $10. Therefore, the taxi driver was very happy and chatted with Yang Ming. In fact, many entertainment industries and hotels had similar rules. If the taxi delivered a guest, they could get a reward. Okay, Yang Ming didn't want to say anything more to the taxi driver, so he just responded indifferently. "Know your limits. Don't go too far. Know when to stop." The taxi driver also saw that Yang Ming didn't want to talk much, so he just reminded him. He didn't think too much about it. He just thought that Yang Ming was a foreigner and wasn't very good at conversing in English, so he didn't talk much. Thank you. Yang Ming thought that this taxi driver's character was not bad. However, his warning was of little use to real gamblers. If gamblers listened to advice, there wouldn't be so many broken families in the world. The scale of a South City casino was very large, even larger than the Douglas Hotel. Yang Ming paid the fare and got out of the car, coldly sizing up the magnificent building. Looking at the big words South City, they were shining with the brilliance of neon. South City, South City, South City Casino. Yang Ming frowned. This name seems familiar. Where did I hear it? When he entered the casino, a waiter greeted Yang Ming enthusiastically. Sir, do you want to exchange chips? Yang Ming was unfamiliar. These waiters basically knew the VIP members of the casino. Looking at Yang Ming's appearance, he was like a tourist who came to play temporarily, so they asked him directly if he was here to exchange chips. I'm looking for someone. Yang Ming said, Is Mr. Smith here? Mr. Smith? The waiter was stunned. Then he remembered that Mr. Smith, the manager of the security department, had already told all the receptionists at the front desk before that if someone came to him, they should take him directly to the security manager's office. So the waiter smiled and said, He is here. Please come with me. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He just nodded and followed behind the waiter. They entered the casino, passed through a long and narrow staff passage, and came to the door of an office. The waiter knocked on the door, and a deep male voice came from inside. Who is it? Mr. Smith, there is a guest looking for you, said the waiter. Okay, bring him in, said Smith. The waiter opened the door of the room and took Yang Ming into the office. Yang Ming saw a middle-aged black man with a somewhat fierce look sitting in an office chair. In the next cubicle, there were also a few big men with big waists. They had all kinds of skin colors. They seemed to be Smith's men. You can go out. Smith waved to the waiter, indicating that he could leave. Okay. The waiter nodded and turned away, not forgetting to close the door of the room. Smith. Yang Ming glanced at the black man and asked, Where is my friend? Yang Ming sat on the sofa in front of Smith's desk. However, Smith didn't speak. The big men in the cubicle stood up and surrounded the sofa where Yang Ming was sitting. Yang Ming turned a blind eye to these people and still looked at Smith coldly. Your friend is very good. Smith didn't expect that this invisible pressure had no effect on Yang Ming. He didn't know if this kid was pretending or not. How much? Give me a price. Yang Ming naturally knew that if Smith had any ulterior motives, he wouldn't hurt Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiafang. Give me a price? Smith shook his head. I don't have the final say on this. Let's ask Mr. Class to say it. Your friend is betting with him. Not long after Smith's voice fell, the door of the security manager's office was pushed open again. An Asian man walked in, followed by 4 black bodyguards. After the Asian man came in, Smith stood up respectfully. Mr. Class, you should talk to him. With that said, Smith gave his seat to the Asian man, Class. Class was not polite at all and sat directly in Smith's seat. Yang Ming had been paying attention to Smith's demeanor. Judging from his respect for Class, Yang Ming knew that Class's identity was not simple. Either he was a supporter of the casino, or he had a very distinguished identity that the casino didn't dare to offend. Only then would Smith be so respectful to him. Yang Ming's original guess was that the casino and a gambler had joined forces to cheat Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiafang. Then, the gambler would come forward to ask for money from Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiafang's families. Only in this case would the casino risk being investigated by the regulatory authorities to help the gambler detain people here. But now it seemed that the security manager's attitude towards Class was a little too respectful. Was my guess wrong? Was it really because Class's identity was very distinguished that the casino helped him? Are you a friend of Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiafang? To Yang Ming's surprise, Class actually spoke fluent Chinese. He didn't use English in front of Yang Ming. Yes, since he used Chinese, Yang Ming naturally used Chinese. How are my friends? What do you want? Your friends are very good, but are you sure you want to take responsibility for them? Class's tone was very flat. How much do you want? Just say it. Yang Ming frowned. Money? Class seemed to have heard a funny thing. What do I want money for? Ask Smith if I'm short of money. Class's strange attitude made Yang Ming even more confused. Not short of money? What does that mean? Then what do you want to do? Yang Ming didn't get angry, but waited for Class to continue. The one thing I don't lack the most is money. Class shook his head as if he was talking to himself. Money is just a number to me. It doesn't give me any pleasure or excitement. I like excitement. I like adventure. And I pursue that momentary feeling of joy. So, I like to gamble with my life. If it weren't for the fact that this matter was strange from beginning to end and made Yang Ming vigilant, Yang Ming would definitely think that Class was crazy. However, Yang Ming didn't feel that way now. Yang Ming didn't think that Class was crazy, but Class's words made Yang Ming puzzled. If you want to take responsibility for this matter, then you have to gamble with me. Class pointed at Yang Ming with a thick cigar in his hand and said, Bet with you? Yang Ming asked in return. That's right. Gamble with your life. One life for one life. Class laughed. If you win, I'll give you a life. If you win again, I'll give you a life again. When Class said this, Yang Ming understood what Class meant. This guy meant that if he won against him once, he would give either Zhang Bin or Zhang Jiefeng's life back to him. What if I lose? Yang Ming asked in return. If you lose, your life will naturally be mine. Class shrugged. Isn't it fun? Chapter 1728. Fun. Yang Ming raised his eyelids faintly. You think this is fun? Yeah. I already said that I want to pursue excitement. Normal games can no longer give me any feelings. Only when I control the life and death of others can I be excited. Class said solemnly. Of course, you can choose not to gamble. I won't force others to do anything. You can leave now. If I leave, what about my friends? Yang Ming curled his lips. What Class said was simply nonsense. He knew that since he was here, it was impossible for him to leave alone. I'm sorry. They lost their lives. I will be responsible for the harvest. Class said as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing, unless someone gambles with me for them. As he spoke, Yang Ming began to think of countermeasures in his heart. Of course, Yang Ming was confident that he could kill everyone in this room directly. He could also kill these people while leaving Class alive. Then, he could find Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng through him. Since Class could talk to him confidently here, Yang Ming also believed that he was not a fool. Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng had probably been transferred to other places and would not be in the casino. Of course, although Yang Ming was confident that he could subdue Class and make him tell the truth, Yang Ming was afraid that Class was also a pawn who was pushed to the front. If he controlled Class, Class might not know anything, or the person behind him might not care about him at all. This would be self-defeating. The reason why Yang Ming was so cautious was that he felt that this matter was very strange from the beginning. It was not a normal kind of strangeness. Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng came to the casino to play, and they encountered a madman who gambled with his life. If he was really as rich as Class said, and Smith respected him so much, he must be a VIP in this casino. How could he have an intersection with Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng? This kind of big gambler gambled in the VIP room upstairs. Tourists like Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng could only play in a lobby on the first floor at most. He didn't get along well with Class, so it was obvious that something was wrong. After figuring out the crux of the matter and the gains and losses, Yang Ming was not ready to launch an attack directly. He was ready to see what other tricks Class could play later. Oh, gambling with your life? That's easy. I'm best at gambling with my life. Yang Ming's words were so shocking that Class was shocked. He originally thought that Yang Ming would back down, and even if he agreed, he would do so reluctantly. He was very afraid, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to say that gambling with his life was good, and that he was best at gambling with his life. Could it be that this guy was also a lunatic? Class hesitated for a moment, but he thought to himself, this kid is probably just putting on an act. Why should I be afraid of him? Thus, he said, "That's very good. Since that's the case, and you don't have any objections, we'll meet here tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp. Of course, you can choose not to come. 9 o'clock tomorrow, right?" "Sure." Yang Ming immediately agreed. Gambling? Yang Ming had never been afraid of anyone. If it was something else, Yang Ming would not be afraid at all. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he ignored class, stood up, and prepared to go out. Class didn't say anything, but Smith's expression was a little ugly. He had called his men over and surrounded Yang Ming to show him who was the boss. He was very unhappy with Yang Ming's calm expression. When it came to him, who wasn't cautious? Ahem. Smith coughed twice, hinting to his men to teach Yang Ming a lesson. "Kid, are you leaving just like that?" A big black man blocked in front of Yang Ming. "What else?" Yang Ming asked faintly. He naturally heard Smith's cough and knew that this was Smith's hint. "The matter between you and Mr. Class has been settled, but the commission your friend owes the casino has not been settled yet," Smith said very unhappily. He felt very humiliated by Yang Ming's attitude. "Commission?" Yang Ming looked back at Smith coldly. "Isn't the casino's commission taken from the winner? You can ask Class for it." After that, Yang Ming walked forward. The big black man didn't get Smith's permission, so naturally, he couldn't let Yang Ming go. He blocked in front of Yang Ming like an iron tower. "Get lost." Yang Ming frowned, grabbed the big black man's collar, and gently threw him to the side. The big black man's huge body was thrown out like a cannonball. He landed directly on the wall 3 meters away, making a loud noise. The big black man immediately collapsed to the ground. He fainted directly because his head hit the wall. After doing this, Yang Ming didn't look at Smith's reaction. He opened the door and went out directly. Smith's eyes widened. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so awesome. It seemed like a casual push, but he could throw a 200-kilogram big man out. Is he still a human? In fact, the black man's body was big and strong. Yang Ming looked smaller than him. In the end, Yang Ming picked him up with one hand. What kind of strength is this? Damn it. Smith wanted to show off his strength to Yang Ming, but he didn't expect to be shown off his strength by Yang Ming. Smith was a little unwilling. "I have to find someone to teach this kid a lesson." With that said, Smith wanted to instruct his men, but he was interrupted by Class on the side. "Smith, don't mess around. If you mess up our boss's important matter, not to mention you, even your casino's boss won't be able to bear the consequences." Yes, Mr. Class. I'm just saying it casually. Don't be angry." Smith was shocked and suddenly woke up. He was cooperating with Mr. Class, so he couldn't be impulsive. If he messed up the important matter, then he would be finished. Smith also faintly knew that Class's background was not simple. Even the big boss of his own casino had to be wary of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk of being investigated by the management to help Class detain the hostages. Although the hostages had been transferred to other places, the casino still had an unshirkable responsibility. But the boss could actually take the risk of damaging the casino's reputation and still help the person behind Class. This explained the problem. "Don't worry. I won't let him leave here alive tomorrow," Class said with a sneer. "That's right. Mr. Class's gambling skills are invincible. Even our casino's consultants are no match for him," Smith said flatteringly. After Yang Ming left the room, although he kept walking in the direction of the casino's entrance, he didn't stay idle. Since he had already noticed that something was wrong with this matter, Yang Ming directly used his special ability to lock onto the situation in the security manager's office. After seeing the conversation between Smith and Class, Yang Ming's heart trembled. He secretly felt lucky that he didn't act rashly after careful analysis. There really is someone behind Class. If I had taken him down today, I wouldn't have been able to get anything out of him. Instead, I would have harmed Zhang Bin. But what is the purpose of these people doing this? Is it just to seek excitement? Yang Ming didn't believe his words at all. On the surface, this matter seemed to be provoked by Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiafang. These people seemed to be targeting the two of them. However, Yang Ming felt that this matter was not so simple. If his intuition was not wrong, this Class seemed to be targeting him, especially his last sentence, "Don't worry. I won't let him leave here alive tomorrow. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment before he realized it. Chapter 1729. This further confirmed Yang Ming's guess. If they were not targeting him, why did they want to kill him? Even Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng were imprisoned and waited for him to come. Wouldn't they wait for others to come and save him? Therefore, Yang Ming had reason to suspect that their goal was him, not Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng. If they were targeting him, they should have already known about his relationship with Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng. They used the two of them as bait to lure him here. The sentence that Class asked him when he first entered the door also revealed some doubts. He asked, "Are you a friend of Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng?" Logically speaking, Zhang Bin was Zhang Bin's father. Even if someone came to save them, the person who asked the question would naturally think that it was a helper sent by his father, not a child like Zhang Bin. After he came, he did not say whether he was sent by Zhang Jiefeng or Zhang Bin. Class directly put Zhang Bin in front and put Zhang Jiefeng behind. This could be determined that Class knew that he was a friend of Zhang Bin's. Although there was also the possibility of a slip of the tongue, this doubt still made Yang Ming vigilant, which made him even more suspicious later on. Perhaps they were instructed by Smith, but the security guards did not stop Yang Ming along the way. Yang Ming also left the South City casino smoothly. It seemed that Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng were no longer in the casino. There was no need for him to stay. Originally, Yang Ming planned to use his special ability to conduct a 360-degree search in the casino to see if he could find the place where they were imprisoned. But now this idea was unnecessary. Yang Ming got into a taxi, waiting for a guest outside the casino. After getting in the car, Yang Ming unexpectedly found that it was actually the driver who sent him here before. After he arrived here, he stopped at the door and continued to wait for the guest. He did not expect Yang Ming to come out so quickly. When the driver saw Yang Ming, he was also stunned. "Young man, you lost so quickly?" He was thinking that Yang Ming was too fast, wasn't he? No matter what kind of game he played, he wouldn't lose all his money so quickly, right? "Oh, I'm just looking for someone. I'm not going to gamble." Yang Ming explained to prevent him from asking more questions. "I see." After listening to Yang Ming's explanation, the driver didn't continue to ask. Instead, he asked, "Where are we going now?" "Let's go back to where we came from, the Douglas Hotel," Yang Ming said. Yang Ming was not in the mood to wander around Las Vegas. Other than the casinos, there was really nothing famous here. As for the casino, Yang Ming had no interest in it. Would you still be in the mood to gamble when you know that you will win every time? The gambler's heart was the thrill of taking risks. Without any happy feeling of taking risks, gambling would lose the fun of gambling. There are some billionaires, they already have a lot of money, and they don't fantasize about getting rich overnight. Gambling is only the pursuit of the thrill of winning and losing. And when this kind of thrill turned into knowing that you would win, would you still gamble? Of course not. Yang Ming was in this situation. He was not short of money, and he knew that he would win every time he gambled. Why would he gamble? After returning to the Douglas Hotel, Yang Ming briefly told Wang Mei about the other party's request. He was going to gamble with Class tomorrow, but he did not mention the specific conditions. He did not want Wang Mei to worry after knowing. After letting Wang Mei rest in the room and telling her that Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng were fine for the time being, Yang Ming also returned to the room. He did not want to be idle. He had to find a way to inquire about the background of the South City Casino and the identity of this class. The best way to know the background of the South City Casino was to consult industry insiders. Although Batterton had a lot of connections and background in Las Vegas, he could only inquire about the background of the South City Casino in Las Vegas at best. If he wanted to know some of the relationships and forces behind the South City Casino, Batterton was obviously powerless. After thinking about it, Yang Ming dialed Huang Leilei's phone. Huang Leilei's family was a rich businessman in Singapore. They were also committed to the business of global gambling and entertainment. They had opened casinos in many places around the world. Although they might not be as big as the South City Casino, It should be easier to inquire about the background of the South City Casino through her than Batterton. After all, they were competitors in the same industry. Everyone knew in their hearts. However, Huang Leilei's phone was turned off. Yang Ming thought that it was probably because Huang Leilei was on a flight now and could not turn on her phone. But it didn't matter. Except for Huang Leilei, Yang Ming was now very familiar with the rest of the Huang family. After all, in the battle with the Li family in Singapore, Yang Ming had established his godlike status in the Huang family's mind. Hello. Huang Rongjin picked up the phone with some doubts. The phone number was transferred through a foreign IP. Second brother, this is Yang Ming. Because of Huang Leilei, Yang Ming's address for Huang Rongjin changed from Brother Huang to Second Brother. Yang Ming, it's you. Hee. You haven't called me for a long time. I miss you. Huang Rongjin heard Yang Ming's voice and suddenly became enthusiastic. I've been a little busy recently, so I didn't have time. Yang Ming explained apologetically. For the matter of him going to Yunnan, Yang Ming couldn't tell Huang Rongjin. Although the two had a good relationship, Yang Ming wouldn't reveal this kind of thing early. Right, Yang Ming. What are you looking for me for? Huang Rongjin thought that Yang Ming wouldn't call to greet him for no reason. There must be something, so he asked, "This is the case. Can you help me inquire about the South City Casino in Las Vegas? What is its background?" Said Yang Ming. South City Casino in Las Vegas? Yang Ming, you went to Las Vegas? Huang Rongjin asked curiously. This casino also exists in Macau. Did they trouble you? Also in Macau? Yang Ming was stunned. Trouble me? What do you mean? Yang Ming, don't you remember? When you were in Macau, you killed the consultant of the Nanchang Casino, Yu Dei, and forced them to move their casino out of the scope of our Huang family casino. They were closed for a period of time. Basically, their status in Macau's gambling industry was reduced to third rate in one fell swoop. Huang Rongjin explained. South City Casino? After Yang Ming listened to Huang Rongjin's words, he was somewhat inexplicable at first. Then he said to himself, South City, South City, South City? Damn, it can't be. It's him? Yeah, the South City Casino in Macau is also called South City in English. It is run by a company. Huang Rongjin said. That's why I said, is it because of the last incident in Macau that they are troubling you? This shouldn't be, right? Although Yang Ming also had some doubts, he quickly denied this. First, although he had offended the South City Casino when he was in Macau, he was representing the Huang family casino at that time. At best, he was only a representative of the Huang family. So even if the people of the South City Casino had resentment, they should vent their anger on the Huang family instead of him. Secondly, the second point was that although Zhang Bin was also in Macau at that time, he went there later. Even if the South City Casino wanted to target him, it was impossible to lure him out because he caught Zhang Bin first. Not to mention the trouble. Yang Ming did not believe that the senior management of the South City Casino would distribute the images of all the people around him to the various branch casinos for this matter. It was good enough to distribute his image. The third point was the most critical point. Even if he offended the South City Casino, they did not need to gamble with his life. Although he had offended the South City Casino in Macau, it was only in the capacity of a contestant. No matter how much they hated him, there was no need for them to kill him. The casino was all about profit. Instead of using this method to kill him, it was better to find an assassin to kill him and not leave any evidence behind. Now, the Huang family was not a good family to provoke. The Li family in Singapore had been merged. This was a well-known thing. He believed that it was impossible for them not to find out about his relationship with Huang Leilei. If they killed him blatantly, wouldn't they be waiting to make a deeper hatred with the Huang family? If they really hated him, they would kill him quietly so that no one would suspect them. Chapter 1730. I don't think the possibility is high. There are rules between casinos. If you want to challenge, you can only challenge the casino in the name of the casino. You won't mess around. That would violate the rules and be ostracized by others in the industry. Huang Rongjin said, As for the background of the South City Casino, I don't know, but I can help you ask my brother and father when I go back. They should know. Well, when you figure out, call me back. I still have the same number in China, said Yang Ming. Okay, I'll go home to see my father now, said Huang Rongjin. There's another person. Help me investigate him too. Yang Ming remembered classes matter. Yang Ming, tell me, said Huang Rongjin. This person is called Class. His gambling skills should be quite good. Help me investigate. He is an Asian man. Judging from his age, he should be no more than 40 years old, about 35 years old. He is about 175 meters tall and speaks Chinese fluently. Yang Ming described Class's appearance and characteristics. Okay, I'll write it down. I'll give you the results later. Huang Rongjin wrote down what Yang Ming said with a piece of paper. Although the news that Huang Rongjin brought to him was not very important, it still surprised him a little. This South City Casino was actually Macau's South City Casino. Both of them belonged to the same company. No wonder I felt that the name South City was a bit familiar. It turned out that this was the reason. I haven't gone to find them for trouble yet, but they found trouble with me first. From Yang Ming's judgment, the South City Casino played the role of an accomplice in this matter. The main characters were still Class and the people behind Class. While waiting for Huang Rongjin to call back, Yang Ming first turned on the TV in the room and watched the TV program casually. It didn't take long for the phone to ring. Hello. Hello. Yang Ming thought it was Huang Rongjin. It seemed that he was very efficient. Yang Ming, this is Lele. You called me? Huang Lele's voice came over the phone. Yang Ming was stunned. He immediately remembered that he had just called Huang Lele. Her phone had a service of text message notification when he couldn't connect. He didn't expect that the phone number could not be displayed when the call was made, but it could be displayed in the text message. However, Yang Ming did not understand the specific operation strategy of the telecommunications company. It seemed that a mobile phone without roaming could directly send international text messages, so it was not surprising that Huang Lele could directly receive his number. I called before and wanted to inquire about something from you. Seeing that your phone was turned off, I called second brother. He said that he would contact me after checking. Yang Ming said, Were you on the plane just now? While on the plane just now, Yang Ming, I'm in Donghai. I can stay overnight. Why don't you come and find me? I miss you. When Huang Lele heard that Yang Ming was inquiring about something and had already called Huang Rongjin, she no longer asked. I'm in Las Vegas. Yang Ming said, a little embarrassed. You in Las Vegas? Huang Lele was stunned, and then she could only say disappointedly, Forget it. It's okay. You should do your business first. Why don't I go to Singapore to see you after I finish my business here? Yang Ming also missed Huang Lele. After all, the two of them had not seen each other for a while. It's okay. You don't have to worry about it. I have been flying to Donghai for a while. I will come back next week, said Huang Lele. That's fine. Then contact me next week. Yang Ming sighed. He didn't know how to tell Huang Lele that he was going to Yunnan. Of course, the best way was not to say it. Then I will hang up first. Are you waiting for my brother's call? Said Huang Lele. He said that he would call me later. Yang Ming said, Then you pay attention to your safety. Okay. Huang Lele finished and hung up the phone. Not long after Huang Lele's phone call, Yang Ming's phone rang again. This time, it should be Huang Rongjin calling, right? Hello. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, it's me, Rongjin. Huang Rongjin said, straightforwardly, I have asked my father about the Nansheng Casino and Class and sorted out their information. Can I tell you about it? Go ahead. Yang Ming didn't expect Huang Rongjin to be so efficient. In fact, the entire Huang family regarded Yang Ming as their savior. When Huang Rongjin went back and told his father, old Master Huang immediately called his men, so the news came back quickly. Behind the Nansheng Casino is the Nansheng family in Europe. Their entire family occupies a small town in the southern frontier fortress named Nansheng. Their family is very famous in European upper-class society. It is a super family. The current family master, Goyadad, is said to have the support of Miss Alice, so the Nanching family has been able to develop rapidly over the years. However, this is just a rumor. There is no definite evidence. After all, Miss Alice is very mysterious. No one can verify this. Right? Yang Ming, do you know who Alice is? As Huang Rongjin said this, he suddenly thought that Yang Ming might not know who Alice was, so he added a sentence. I know. You continue. Although Yang Ming didn't show anything on the surface, there was a storm in his heart. Alice, it is actually Alice. Yang Ming could already determine what kind of person Alice was. He was already suspicious of her. After Victoria saw her mixing with the behind-the-scenes boss people, Yang Ming could conclude that Alice was in cahoots with the behind-the-scenes boss people. Although Huang Rongjin said before that the Nanching family's family master, Goyadad, had the support of Alice was just a rumor, Yang Ming could now be sure that this was not a rumor. Since this matter was related to Alice, then everything at this moment was close to being clear. If he didn't guess wrong, this matter was also caused by the behind-the-scenes boss. Only he knew about his relationship with Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiafang. Only he knew that he could stand up for Zhang Bin. Only he could make Nanching Casino cooperate with this matter through his relationship with Alice. Although everything before seemed to be a coincidence, now Yang Ming was convinced that it was not a coincidence. Since they had already thrown out the words, asking him to go to the South City Casino at 9 o'clock tomorrow to gamble with his life, then they must be fully prepared. They were not afraid that he would go back on his word after losing. Then he should be prepared in advance, instead of being caught like a turtle in a jar when he arrived at the place. Although Yang Ming was confident in his skills, he was in other people's territory. They could use a sea of people tactic and take out some hot weapons. He was not an invulnerable Iron Man like Jetson. He would still be at a disadvantage. He looked at the time. If he mobilized his troops now, there should still be time. In short, the Nanching family's background is very powerful. If it is not necessary, it is better not to provoke them easily. Huang Rongjin said, As for the class person you mentioned, I found a person who is the closest to him. This person is a rich man in Las Vegas. He made his fortune by gambling in his early years. Later, he gambled more and became a part-time consultant for many casinos. His annual salary is more than 10 digits. Oh, Yang Ming listened to Huang Rongjin's explanation and had doubts about class. Why would a casino consultant with an annual salary of 10 digits play with Zhang Bin? Does he have nothing to do? Chapter 17:31. What's wrong, Yang Ming? Huang Rongjin heard Yang Ming's strange voice, so he asked. Nothing. Thank you, second brother. Yang Ming said, That's all. I will contact you again if there is anything. That's fine. Call me again if there is anything. Although Huang Rongjin found it strange why Yang Ming was inquiring about this, he didn't ask much. Yang Ming must have his reasons for asking these questions. The Huang family couldn't help much with what Yang Ming did. After all, everyone's strength was not on the same level. The gap was too big, so Huang Rongjin could only try his best to provide some help to Yang Ming. After hanging up Huang Rongjin's phone call, Yang Ming called Golden Bull directly. Butler Jean? I am Yang Ming. Golden Bull was still training in the Charles family. Yang Ming was going to let him go to Africa after a while to be fully responsible for the assassin group. Leader. Golden Bull heard Yang Ming's voice and said solemnly, I have something to tell you. You must do it well. Yang Ming ordered in an unquestionable tone because it was about tomorrow's success or failure. Yang Ming couldn't be sloppy. If the other party didn't play any tricks, he would just let them go honestly after winning. If they didn't let them go and cause some trouble, then Yang Ming wouldn't be polite. Yes, leader. Golden Bull is at your disposal, said Golden Bull. This is the case. You arrange the people now, and then fly to Las Vegas on a special plane. Yang Ming made a series of arrangements for Golden Bull. Leader, you can rest assured. I promise to complete the task. Golden Bull remembered every word Yang Ming said and then promised. And I can rest assured when you do things. Yang Ming valued Golden Bull very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't put him in such an important position and focus on training. Golden Bull not only wanted to be a powerful killer, but also a smart manager. This was Yang Ming's ultimate goal. Wang Xiaoyan and I can't manage the assassin group for a lifetime. When the island in Africa is developed and the things here are settled, it is time for Yang Ming to retire. Since he already knew that these people had ulterior motives, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to bet his life with them alone. Although Yang Ming was very powerful, he couldn't be more powerful than a group of people with guns and cannons. In China, Yang Ming was not afraid of anything, because China's gun control was one of the strictest in the world. However, the United States was different. There were countless guns in the streets, especially in places like casinos that were tainted by the underworld. How could there not be guns? Although Golden Bull put down Yang Ming's phone call and organized people to rush to Las Vegas, they still arrived in the early morning of the next day. After Golden Bull arrived, he was afraid that he would disturb Yang Ming's rest, so he just sent a text message to Yang Ming. Then, he arranged for people to act according to Yang Ming's instructions. Yang Ming had already explained it before, and Golden Bull also understood what Yang Ming meant. This late night was just right for him to ambush. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't sleep so soundly here. When he saw the text message from Golden Bull, Yang Ming directly returned a call to Golden Bull. Golden Bull, have you arrived? Yes, leader. We are rushing to the South City Casino. Some of our brothers are lying in ambush outside the casino, and the other brothers are pretending to be gamblers and sneaking into the casino. We will be at Brother Yang's disposal at any time, said Golden Bull. And I am relieved that you arranged it this way. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Golden Bull's arrangement. It seemed that Golden Bull was also growing up. He had matured a lot unknowingly, and his vision had broadened a lot. Compared with the small assassins of the small organization in Songjiang, there was a qualitative change. The one in charge of the unified action outside the casino is Captain Wang Peng. They are all professional mercenaries. The ones inside the casino are all my men. All of them are professional assassins. Golden Bull said, Brother Yang, you can also contact Wang Peng directly. Not bad. Yang Ming didn't expect Golden Bull to have arranged it so carefully. Wang Peng's men were professional mercenaries. These people were well-trained and were good at unified action to quickly annihilate the enemy. Golden Bull's men were good at assassination. They hid in various corners of the casino and quickly attacked suspicious people. Thank you for the praise, leader. Golden Bull was a little embarrassed by Yang Ming's praise, so he laughed twice. I also have Wang Peng's contact information. You all stay alert according to my arrangement. I will contact you at any time, said Yang Ming. Yes, leader, said Golden Bull. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming was very pleased. His men had gradually grown up. He would gradually let go and let them do things boldly. After getting up, he cleaned up and took a shower. Yang Ming looked at his watch. It was already past 5 o'clock in the morning. Yang Ming wasn't worried at all about today's bet if the other party didn't cheat. Yang Ming didn't have a nervousness and excitement of others before the game. What was there to be excited about knowing that he would win? The hotel's restaurant opened at 6 o'clock. Yang Ming lay in bed and watched TV for a while. When he saw that it was almost time, he came out of the room and went downstairs for breakfast. Unexpectedly, he saw Batterton standing not far from his room, standing there respectfully. When he saw Yang Ming coming out of the room, he quickly greeted, Mr. Yang, good morning. Oh, Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Batterton to be waiting not far from the door of the room. Judging from his appearance, he had been here for a while. The reason why he stood not far away was to avoid eavesdropping on the conversation in the room. It seemed that Batterton had undergone professional training. He probably did the same for other members of the Douglas family. Mr. Yang, the restaurant has prepared breakfast for you alone. Would you like it to be sent to your room, or would you like to go to the restaurant's VIP room? Asked Batterton carefully. Oh, I'll eat it myself. Yang Ming nodded. Wait for me to see if my friend has woken up. Okay, Mr. Yang. Batterton didn't know the relationship between Yang Ming and Wang Mei, but judging from their behavior, they were definitely not lovers. They should be good friends. Yang Ming knocked on the door of the second room next door. Soon, Wang Mei's voice came from inside. Who is it? It's me, Yang Ming. Yang Ming said, Are you up? Do you want to go to the restaurant for breakfast? With a click, the door opened. Wang Mei was already dressed. Her eyes were a little red. It seemed that she didn't sleep well last night. She couldn't sleep well until Zhang Bin returned safely, so she got up early. And let's go. Wang Mei nodded, but I don't have much of an appetite. He eat a little. Don't worry. I guarantee that Zhang Bin and Uncle Zhang will come back safely today. Yang Ming laughed. And Wang Mei still trusted Yang Ming's ability. Yang Ming had shown a strange power in Macau. Wasn't the man who pestered her easily dealt with by Yang Ming? Wang Mei was very surprised that Batterton was eagerly leading the way in front. Knowing Batterton's identity, even if Yang Ming knew their boss, there was no need to behave like this so early in the morning. Wang Mei increasingly felt that Yang Ming was mysterious and powerful. It seemed that there was no one he didn't know and couldn't handle. Batterton personally brought Yang Ming and Wang Mei to the hotel's VIP restaurant. This was a separate private room with a bathroom, a TV, and some morning newspapers and magazines. The bright floor-to-ceiling windows allowed them to see the early morning scenery outside. Mr. Yang, take a look. This is the breakfast menu prepared for you. Is there anything you don't eat? Or what do you want to eat? We will prepare it for you immediately. Batterton handed an exquisite menu to Yang Ming and also gave one to Wang Mei. Miss Wang, please. Yang Ming glanced at the dishes on the menu. Yang Ming had very few things that he didn't eat. Yang Ming didn't particularly like Western food, so he said, There are too many. Give me half. Wang Mei was the same. Chinese people ate Western food, but they didn't say what they liked to eat. So, she nodded, I don't mind. Anything is fine. It's not a lot. Mr. Yang, you can choose to eat. Batterton said quickly. Oh, that's fine. Give me a smaller portion. Yang Ming waved his hand, indicating that Batterton could go and prepare. Okay, Mr. Yang. Batterton trotted out of the private room. Chapter 1732. Brother Yang, this boss is too attentive. Wang Mei said carefully. She didn't know if Yang Ming would think that she was talking too much. He is afraid of losing his job, so he is naturally attentive. For Wang Mei, even if Yang Ming didn't have a good impression of her, he felt that she was a very superficial woman. However, since Zhang Bin liked her, she was also his sister-in-law, so Yang Ming could only accept her. For her questions, he tried to answer as much as possible so that she wouldn't be too embarrassed and Zhang Bin wouldn't be able to do anything. Brother Yang, you are amazing, Wang Mei exclaimed. Yang Ming frowned. What does Wang Mei mean? However, seeing that Wang Mei's eyes were clear and there was no other meaning in them, Yang Ming was also relieved. He didn't want Wang Mei to be half-hearted after following Zhang Bin. My Zhang Bin is following Brother Yang. It is really his blessing, Wang Mei continued. Zhang Bin is a good person. Although he has a lot of small problems, he is generally okay, Yang Ming said. As long as I am alive, I will always support him. Brother Yang is joking. Wang Mei was stunned. What do you mean by alive? We are about the same age. If we are going to die, we will die together. Yang Ming didn't say much. Yang Ming was just lamenting. He couldn't explain anything to Wang Mei about his trip to Yunnan. Soon, Batterton personally served the dishes in Yang Ming's private room. Obviously, the raw materials were prepared in advance. They only needed to be cooked. Although Yang Ming instructed Batterton to prepare a smaller portion of breakfast, it seemed that he didn't do so. The portion was still not small, or was even bigger in the past. Mr. Yang, Miss Wang, please enjoy your breakfast. I won't disturb you. Call me if you need anything. I will be at the door. Batterton put the food in the dining car on the table one by one, then bowed and left. Just eat whatever you want. Yang Ming pointed to the things on the table and said to Wang Mei, I will go to the South City Casino in a while. Just wait for me in the hotel. Don't go out and run around. Un. Wang Mei nodded. She would naturally do whatever Yang Ming said. Although she was worried about Zhang Bin's situation, Yang Ming could go by himself. Not long after breakfast, Wang Mei's cell phone rang in her pocket. Wang Mei said, "It's a temporary call from the Jewelry Festival Working Group. Maybe it's from a casino." Previously, the people from the South City Casino had always been in contact with Wang Mei through this phone. "Take it. If they're from the casino, give it to me." Yang Ming nodded to Wang Mei. "Hello." Wang Mei picked up the phone. "This is Smith. Is the gentleman who came to the casino yesterday there?" Smith's voice came from the other side of the phone. The restaurant's private room was very quiet, and Yang Ming heard it clearly. "Oh, wait a minute." Wang Mei said and handed the phone to Yang Ming. "Hello, Smith." Yang Ming took the phone. "Yes, I have nothing to do. I just want to remind you not to forget to come to the casino at 9 o'clock. If you don't come, just let me know," said Smith. "Don't worry. I'll be there on time. But I'll say this first. Bring my friends along when the time comes." "I'll only bet with class when I see my friends," said Yang Ming. "No problem. You can see them when you come," said Smith. Yang Ming's request was reasonable. If he couldn't even see them, why would Yang Ming bet with them? You didn't even show them the stakes when you were gambling. What was the point of gambling? "Well, see you later," said Yang Ming faintly. In fact, when Yang Ming returned to the hotel yesterday, he had already noticed that someone was following him. Yang Ming didn't care at all, and he wasn't afraid that they would follow him. Since they could contact him through Wang Mei, they must know that he was staying at the Douglas Vast Hotel. This was no secret, so they could follow him if they wanted to. Yang Ming didn't ask the taxi driver to change his route. When he arrived at the Douglas Vast Hotel, Yang Ming went straight back. Presumably, they also wanted to see if he would contact any reinforcements or meet up with someone after he left. However, they saw that Yang Ming went straight back to the hotel. The people who stayed at the door didn't see Yang Ming come out to contact anyone, so they were relieved. They felt that Yang Ming really came to participate in the competition today, and not to play any tricks. It was precisely because of this that Smith and class brought Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng to the casino so quickly. Otherwise, they were afraid that Yang Ming would find strong backup and take these two people away from the casino by force. After eating breakfast, Yang Ming looked at the time. It was past 7 o'clock. There was only 1 hour left before the agreed time of 9 o'clock. So, after Yang Ming asked Wang Mei to go back, he went out of the hotel, stopped a taxi, and rushed to the South City Casino. After arriving at the South City Casino, Yang Ming saw a fashionable young man wearing sunglasses drinking juice in a small square not far from the casino. He was whispering sweet nothings to a similarly fashionable girl next to him. Seeing Yang Ming get out of the taxi, the fashionable man shook the fruit juice box in his hand slightly. Yang Ming straightened his hair with his hand blankly, indicating that he saw him. However, Yang Ming's action was very common. Many people who got out of the taxi would habitually straighten their hair. The young fashionable man was naturally Wang Peng, and the person next to him might be his helper. Yang Ming didn't know him. He might be a new recruit when he was in Africa. Yang Ming had previously suggested that they recruit some female members so that he could arrange for them to protect Chen Mingyin and others. However, after Victoria appeared, Yang Ming used Victoria first. As for the female members, Yang Ming did not ask again. Yang Ming quickly walked into the South City Casino. Smith's people at the door saw Yang Ming and came over. "Sir, Mr. Smith is already waiting in the office." Yang Ming nodded blankly, followed the man through yesterday's corridor, and then came to Smith's security manager's office. Dang, dang, dang. Smith's men knocked on the door, and Smith's voice came from inside. "Please come in." After opening the door, the man said respectfully, "Mr. Smith, your guests have arrived." "Okay, you can go ahead." Smith waved to his men, indicating that they could leave. Yang Ming walked into the office and saw Smith. Class from yesterday was also there. "Where are my friends?" Yang Ming did not greet them, but directly asked about the whereabouts of Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng. Smith and class did not care. Smith said, "Your friends are upstairs." You will see them when you go up later. Go up? Aren't we gambling here? Yang Ming asked faintly. Of course, we are going to the top VIP room upstairs. It's so small here. How can we gamble? Smith laughed. Upstairs? Top-level VIP room? Yang Ming frowned. There are only a few of us? Yes. Smith nodded. Sorry, I can't accept it. Yang Ming shook his head. There are no other guests around the top VIP room upstairs. They are all your people. I have reason to suspect that your motives are impure. I can't accept this request. Smith was slightly stunned, but Yang Ming was indeed telling the truth. This casino was his territory, and Yang Ming was allowed to go to the VIP room upstairs alone. Yang Ming's worries were normal. If it were Smith, he would think the same. However, Smith was not a decisive person. He could only look at class for help. Chapter 1733. Hee. Although we don't have any other intentions, we just want to find a quiet and comfortable place. Class laughed. However, your worries are not unreasonable. In that case, I think we should do it here. It's good here, Yang Ming said lightly. Of course, this place is not suitable for gambling. Why don't we go to the private room in the lobby on the first floor? Speaking of this, class was afraid that Yang Ming would misunderstand, so he added, there are guests outside. You shouldn't be worried about this, right? Although he said this, class sneered in his heart. Do you think that we won't dare to do anything to you in a crowded place on the first floor? The private rooms in this casino were super soundproof. What was done inside and what was made could not be heard from the outside. Yang Ming hesitated, then nodded. Okay, then let's do it in the private room on the first floor. Yang Ming naturally couldn't agree too quickly. If he agreed too quickly, Smith and class would notice the problem. The Golden Bulls people were all in the casino. As ordinary tourists, it was impossible for them to get close to the VIP room upstairs. Therefore, the private room near the lobby on the first floor was the best choice. The reason why Yang Ming said that they would compete in the security manager's office was to confuse the public. He knew that class would definitely not agree to gamble here. There was not even a special gambling table here, and the environment was not suitable for gambling. They had previously confirmed that Yang Ming had returned directly to the hotel yesterday, and he had not left the hotel after that. He had not contacted anyone, so they concluded that Yang Ming would not play any tricks. In addition, they had bad intentions towards Yang Ming, so they were a little guilty. Yang Ming said what was in their hearts, so they agreed with Yang Ming's point of view without thinking. They were also afraid that if they insisted, Yang Ming would have more ideas. However, Yang Ming was sure of one thing. That was, class had a guilty conscience. If class had argued or insisted, then Yang Ming would not have thought much of it. Class didn't know that he had shot himself in the foot. He had already made Yang Ming vigilant. His wishful thinking was good, but unfortunately, Yang Ming was fully prepared. Smith listened to class's decision, then picked up the phone and dialed a number. He gave a few instructions to the other side. The general idea was to change the venue of the game to room number 3 in the lobby on the first floor. Then he asked someone to bring Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng to room number 3. After ending the call, Smith smiled at Yang Ming. Is this okay? Actually, although your concern is not wrong, our casino's reputation is very good. Yang Ming smiled faintly, his expression cold. Yang Ming sneered in his heart. If his reputation was good, he wouldn't have helped class detain them. Is this still called a good reputation? Who would believe him when he spouted such nonsense? Let's go. Let's go. Sir, how should I address you? Class looked at Yang Ming in a friendly manner. Yang Ming. Yang Ming sneered in his heart. Class seemed to have mentioned my name to Smith after I left yesterday. He actually pretended to ask again today. Mr. Yang, do you think it's okay to go over and prepare now? Asked class. Let's go. Yang Ming stood up without saying anything. Smith quickly walked to the front to lead the way. Yang Ming and class followed behind him. Behind Yang Ming were several of class's bodyguards and Smith's followers. Through the narrow corridor, Yang Ming followed Smith to the lobby of the casino on the first floor. Although it was early in the morning, the casino was still very lively. The casino was a 24-hour place. So many gamblers came here in the evening. Some were red-eyed from gambling, and some wanted to win more after winning. But overall, there were more losses than wins in the casino. Otherwise, how could one make money? There were only a few people who could win money. Moreover, few of those who won money could grasp the opportunity to directly exchange for chips and leave the casino. They all continued to gamble. The more they won, the more they wanted to continue winning. In the end, all of them lost everything. This was the heart of many gamblers. The sense of sudden wealth brought about by winning and losing in gambling was irresistible. In a lobby on the first floor, apart from some tourists, there were some out-and-out gamblers. As for the truly rich people, they all went to the VIP area or VIP lounge upstairs. These people were not gamblers, and they did not expect to become rich overnight. They only pursued the feeling of adventure and excitement. They did not care much about losing money. Big, big, small, 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 it's over. The casino was filled with a cacophony of noises in various languages. It was like a big market. However, Smith and class were obviously accustomed to it. The men behind them were also accustomed to it. They were all people who had been in the casino for a long time and had automatically filtered out this kind of sound. Yang Ming just frowned and showed a little disgust. In fact, Yang Ming did this deliberately. His purpose was just to cover up that he saw Golden Bull and secretly greeted Golden Bull through his expression. Seeing Yang Ming showing a disgusted expression, class smiled and said nothing. It seemed that Yang Ming did not often go to the casino. So even if Yang Ming was a master, the master who practiced at home was just building a cart behind closed doors. Without practice, theory alone would not work. Class also knew from a Nanchang family that Yang Ming was a very good gambler, but class did not take it seriously. If it were not for Yang Ming's strength, the boss behind him would not have let him do it personally. In fact, he had been with the boss for 6 years and was the boss's proudest disciple. His skills were comparable to the boss's, so he felt that gambling with Yang Ming was a simple matter. It's here. Smith pointed to a VIP lounge not far in front of him with the words 1F VIP 3, which meant the third VIP box on the first floor. In fact, the box in the lobby on the first floor was not a VIP lounge at all. It was very different from the one upstairs. The decoration inside was also very ordinary. Yang Ming nodded and waited for Smith to open the door. Then, he walked into the box with class. In fact, Yang Ming seemed calm and indifferent. In fact, he had already used his special ability to detect the situation in the third box. He also saw that Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng were safe and sound in the box. There was no special structure in the box, so it was impossible to hide people inside. That was why Yang Ming could enter the box so easily. Bro, Zhang Bin was sitting next to Zhang Jiefeng with a sad face. These 2 days, he was scared to death. He finally knew what gambling meant. He almost lost his life. He really regretted it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gambled. However, there was no medicine for regret in the world. It was useless even if he regretted it. Zhang Jiefeng also had the same thoughts. He thought that it would be unreasonable if he didn't go to the casino to play since he was in Las Vegas. If others asked, wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing if he didn't go to the casino after going to Las Vegas? Originally, Zhang Jiefeng thought that he was just going to play casually. In the end, he took Zhang Bin with him. However, it was obvious that Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng were targeted. In the beginning, Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng had been winning money, which caused their self-confidence to inflate. The more money they won, the more they wanted to continue winning. The more they continued to win, the more they couldn't stop. So after a series of small wins, a big loss was finally ushered in. However, winning money for a long time had made Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng lose their minds. This big loss didn't wake them up. Instead, they continued to gamble even more. They wanted to recoup their capital and win again. Especially those who hadn't gambled before, it was easier for them to lose their minds. When they were losing in a mess, someone suddenly came to them. This person was class. He told Zhang Jiefeng and Zhang Bin that the VIP lounge over there was short of people to play poker. He asked them if they wanted to play to get some luck. Chapter 1734. Gamblers believed in luck. So, when Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng lost miserably, someone suddenly told them that they could change their luck. Naturally, they did not hesitate to agree. Moreover, the two of them had seen how to play five-card stud in Hong Kong movies, so they wanted to try it. So, Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng teamed up, took a seat, and gambled with the others. In the beginning, their luck really changed. They only had a few thousand chips left in their hands. But in a short time, it had become more than 100,000. Both Zhang Jiefeng and Zhang Bin were very excited. At the same time, they were very emotional. This is really a quick way to make money. Moreover, the gameplay outside was controlled by the gambling machine computer, except for some controlled by the dealer. It was easy to cheat. Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng felt that the gameplay outside was fake. The people who played five-card stud in the room were all players, so they really relied on luck and skills to play. At first, everyone started winning. Later, Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng lost. In the end, both of them lost the money they brought. They did not know how many times they had exchanged their chips. They really had no money left. Under the instigation of others, the two of them did not know what bewitching potion they had drunk. They actually wanted to gamble with their lives. So class won this round. Of course, they were indeed bewitched. They were drugged into free drinks provided by the casino. Their thoughts were no longer under control and were in a state of chaos. It was just that they did not know. Originally, Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng thought that they were done for, but class suddenly asked them to call their family and friends for help. He asked them to find someone to talk to. There was still room for negotiation. So, Zhang Bin quickly called Wang Mei, explained the situation to her, and asked her to contact Yang Ming for help. In Zhang Bin's opinion, it was useless for class to ask for his life. Asking him to call someone was naturally to lose money. So, Zhang Bin did not think so much at all. He subconsciously thought that class was asking for money. At this time, Zhang Bin saw Yang Ming coming and thought that he was here to bail him out, so he was a little excited. However, he felt a little strange when he saw Yang Ming and class walking into the private room without mentioning anything about releasing him. Mr. Yang, did you see that? Your friends are fine. Can you rest assured to gamble with me now? Class smiled faintly and pointed at Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng. Sure. Yang Ming nodded and looked at Zhang Bin and Zhang Jiefeng. Zhang Bin. And of him. Don't be fooled. He cheats. Zhang Bin was anxious when he heard that Yang Ming was going to gamble with class. After thinking about it carefully these 2 days, he also understood that class must be a gambling master. He deliberately set a trap for him and his father. Otherwise, looking at his appearance, bodyguards accompanying him, and the casino's security manager being respectful to him, he was obviously a big shot. How could he go to the lobby on the first floor to gamble? Moreover, even if he wanted to gamble, he wouldn't look for tourists like him and his father, right? They should look for people with similar identities. At the very least, they should go to the VIP lounge upstairs. All kinds of doubts also showed that class was up to no good. At this time, when he heard that Yang Ming was going to gamble with class, he naturally reminded him, Mr. Yang, it seems that your friend has a lot of opinions about me. Class smiled indifferently. He didn't believe that Yang Ming couldn't see any problems. Since Yang Ming had come and agreed to gamble with him, then everything else was secondary. Zhang Bin calmed down. Yang Ming comforted him faintly. Oh. Zhang Bin listened to Yang Ming's words very much. He obeyed whatever Yang Ming said, so when Yang Ming asked him to calm down, Zhang Bin shut his mouth. Although he still wanted to remind Yang Ming, looking at Yang Ming's appearance, he should also know that there was a problem, so he didn't say anything. Class, although it's not 9 o'clock yet, I hope to end this quickly. Shall we start now? Yang Ming glanced at class and asked. Okay, no problem. Since Mr. Yang said so, let's start. Class naturally didn't care. Sooner or later, he thought that Yang Ming's fate was doomed. There was no suspense. What are we playing? Yang Ming sat casually on one side of the gambling table and asked faintly. Yang Ming's seemingly casual move was actually carefully calculated. Yang Ming's position happened to be a blind spot. If they shot from outside the door, this was a blind spot. If they aimed from outside the window, they wouldn't be able to see Yang Ming's position. Yang Ming had observed before that even armor-piercing bullets couldn't penetrate the walls of the casino. Of course, it would be a different story if they used wall-piercing rocket launchers. However, they couldn't make such a big move. This was Las Vegas, a world-class, economic, and prosperous city. If they used rocket launchers, the local police would not let them go. Seeing that Yang Ming was actually sitting in a blind spot in the room, Class couldn't help but frown. He originally planned to let the sniper shoot Yang Ming if it really didn't work in the end. However, Yang Ming's position happened to be the only blind spot in the room. "Mr. Yang, your position isn't very good. There are only two of us playing. You don't have to sit so far away. If I sit here, won't we be very far away?" Class said casually. He pulled up the chair closest to him and said to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang, don't worry. I believe in intuition. I believe that this position can bring me good luck. I don't want to change it. I'm sorry." Yang Ming shrugged. "If you think it's far, sit closer. If you think it's appropriate, I have no problem. It's not far." Class was a little speechless. However, since Yang Ming had already said so, he naturally couldn't ask Yang Ming to change the position. Otherwise, it would be a little troublesome if Yang Ming lost and said that it was because of the seat. So, Class endured his displeasure and sat opposite Yang Ming's position. This was a long table. According to the position that Class had chosen previously, the two people's positions would be diagonal. That would be a little too far. "Mr. Yang, you are the guest. Can you tell us how to play?" Class suggested. "One game per person. You go first. I'll follow your lead." Yang Ming said indifferently. "Well, then let's play the simplest game. How about blackjack?" Class asked. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. The so-called blackjack was also known in English as blackjack. It originated in France and had now spread all over the world. The game was played by 2 to 6 people. 52 cards were used except for the jokers. The goal of the players was to make the sum of the cards in their hand not exceed 21 points and try to make it as big as possible. Blackjack had a long history. It was also abbreviated as blackjack or big jack in China. Blackjack card games were played in French casinos around 1700. In 1931, when gambling was declared legal in the state of Nevada, the game of blackjack appeared publicly for the first time in Nevada casino clubs. Within 15 years, it had replaced the game of craps and became one of the most popular gambling games in the casinos that dealers participated in. So, Class proposed this gambling game because it was very popular. If he proposed a less popular game and Yang Ming said that he didn't know how to or wasn't good at it would be difficult to handle. "Mr. Yang, do you want to designate a dealer at will, or do the casino arrange it?" Class asked. "It's up to you." Yang Ming didn't think that the dealer could play any tricks. "Smith, go outside and call a dealer in." Class didn't want to play any tricks with the dealer because it wasn't realistic. Soon, a dealer walked in. Class told him to play blackjack. The dealer nodded respectfully and took out a brand new deck of cards. After opening it, he laid it flat on the table for Yang Ming and Class to check the cards. Chapter 1735. Yang Ming waved his hand casually. Seeing that Yang Ming was like this, Class nodded to indicate that it was okay. The dealer gathered up the cards on the table and began to shuffle them. Class watched the dealer's movements without blinking. Yang Ming was a little amused. This guy must be a quick-witted guy. He is suitable to be a thief. Ah, achoo. Yang Ming sneezed loudly. Class was startled. He quickly covered his mouth and leaned back. But at this moment, he couldn't keep up with the dealer's shuffling speed. Of course, it was impossible to memorize the position of every card. Class could only pick the top few cards to memorize. In a game like blackjack, the only cards that could be used were the top few cards. The rest of the cards were not useful at all. Class frowned. He didn't know if Yang Ming was doing it deliberately. But if it was intentional, wouldn't he also not remember the order of the small cards? Or could it be that he couldn't remember at all, so he deliberately messed up to prevent Class from remembering? But in any case, if Class couldn't remember, Yang Ming definitely couldn't remember either. So apart from feeling upset, Class wasn't too worried. It was just that he had an 80% chance of winning, but became 50%. This always made Class feel a little unlucky. Of course, it was impossible for him to ask for a new deck of cards to be shuffled. That would be too fake. The dealer shuffled the cards and asked Class to cut them. Class couldn't remember the order, so it didn't matter. He cut the cards randomly. But when his hand shook, 2 cards slipped into his sleeve. All of this happened in a flash. Even the others on the side didn't notice it. Class's movements were very secretive. Even a camera couldn't record his movements. However, Yang Ming always felt that this Class was not honest. How could he not guard against his little tricks? So Yang Ming seemed to be sitting there indifferently, and his eyes were not staring at Class's hands. But did Yang Ming need to look directly at someone if he wanted to stare at them? Yang Ming had already locked on a Class with his special ability. It was possible to hide from other people's eyes, but it was simply a pipe dream to hide from Yang Ming's X-ray vision. Yang Ming had been carefully watching Class's movements. His actions were like slow motion in Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming watched Class hide the 2 cards in his sleeves. Yang Ming snorted and curled his lips. This guy's really bold. Huh? He had hidden 2 cards? Do you really think I'm blind? He looked at the 2 cards in Class's sleeves. One was the ace of spades, and the other was the 5 of diamonds. One was a big card, and the other was a medium card. Although Class had drawn them at random, it had to be said that his luck was good enough. These 2 cards were very suitable for cheating. No matter what the cards in his hand were, it was possible to secretly change them to a bigger one. But his good luck only ended when he met Yang Ming. His luck ended now. I'll let you be proud for a while. You'll cry later. Yang Ming smiled faintly. When the dealer signaled him to cut the cards, Yang Ming shook his head again, indicating that there was no need. The dealer nodded, then asked which side to start dealing the cards. Mr. Class is the master, so let's start with him. Yang Ming made an inviting gesture. Class nodded and didn't say anything. It didn't matter who started. It was impossible to divide the dealer into 2 people's blackjack like many people did. For the sake of fairness, both of them were now playing as the dealer. The dealer would be the dealer. Anyway, he couldn't remember the order of the cards, but he had already stolen 2 cards in his hand, so he still had a good chance of winning. The dealer gave Class and Yang Ming 2 cards each, a face card and a dark card. Class's face card was a 3 of clubs, and his face card was a 4 of hearts. This was a relatively small deck of cards, so it was more advantageous. Yang Ming's face card was an 8 of hearts, and his face card was a 7 of spades. This kind of card was more awkward. It was 15 points. It was neither too high nor too low. If he wanted another card, he was afraid that he would lose. If he didn't want it, his points would be easily surpassed by others. Class picked up his face card and looked at it. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. While he was looking at the cards, he had also looked at the 2 cards he had stolen from his sleeve. Then his smile deepened. After hiding the cards, Class put the face card on the table again, and then said to the dealer, "I want one." The dealer nodded and gave Class another card. It was a 6 of clubs. Class's eyes widened. He didn't expect himself to be so lucky. His face card was now a 4 of hearts and a 6 of clubs, and he still had an ace of spades in his hand. In this way, as long as he changed the 3 of clubs from his face card to the ace of spades in his sleeve, he would have 21 points. This was a jackpot. As long as the 2 cards in Yang Ming's hand didn't directly form 21 points, he would win this game. Of course, Yang Ming's face card was a 7 of spades, so it was impossible for him to have 21 points. Class pretended to frown and took the face card in his hand again. Then he rubbed it and put it back in its original place. The process of changing cards was completed in an instant. Halt! Class didn't want it anymore. Yang Ming was a little amused. You're cheating and you're still playing seriously? Yang Ming shrugged and said directly, "Halt." Yang Ming saw that the next card was a 9 of clubs. If he asked for another card, he would be done for. Even if he exposed Class at that time, it would be a little inappropriate for him to lose his card. Huh. Class was overjoyed when he heard Yang Ming call for a halt. Doesn't that mean that I've already won? If Yang Ming asked for another card, he could also make 21 points. Then the two sides could still be tied. However, Yang Ming didn't want it anymore. Did he think that he had lost all his cards? Both sides, reveal your cards, said the dealer. Class listened to the dealer's words and smiled slightly. He reached out and lifted his face card. It was the ace of spades that he had changed. Together with the two face cards on the table, the 4 of hearts and the 6 of clubs, they formed 21 points. Sorry, you let me win. Class shrugged because it was impossible for Yang Ming's cards to be bigger than his. So, no matter what Yang Ming's face card was, he was bound to lose. Class didn't expect things to go so smoothly today. The winner and loser were decided in one round. He originally thought that it would be a fierce battle. It seems that Yang Ming is just SOSO. He is not as powerful as the rumors say. The boss is too nervous. Class thought that Yang Ming's life was going to be his, so he smiled proudly. He seemed to see the scene where the boss patted him on the shoulder, expressed satisfaction with him, and wanted to promote him. Sorry, I was distracted. Yang Ming shrugged. Oh, it's okay. Class said so, but he thought in his heart, do you think that being distracted is a good reason? Can you act shamelessly just because you were distracted? So, Class was a little amused. I forgot to say something. Let's say it now. Yang Ming smiled and pointed to the poker cards in the dealer's hand. There's a problem with this deck of cards. A problem? The dealer was stunned. Class was also stunned. He didn't know what Yang Ming meant. Class thought, could it be that Yang Ming wants to act shamelessly after losing? What do you mean by this? How can there be a problem with this deck of cards? Class said with a sullen face. If I say that there is a problem, then there is naturally a problem. Yang Ming laughed. Mr. Yang, could it be that you are not satisfied with the outcome of this game and are deliberately looking for some excuses? Class was a little displeased. I finally won. What does this Yang Ming mean by saying these words? Well, since you say that there is a problem with this deck of cards, then tell me. What is the problem with this deck of cards? There is no 5 of diamonds and 3 of clubs in this deck of cards, so the result of this game is invalid. Yang Ming pointed to the remaining poker cards in the dealer's hand and said, Chapter 1736. You're talking nonsense. Class's expression suddenly changed, and his heart skipped a beat. How is this possible? How could Yang Ming know what is missing from these cards? However, what Yang Ming said was true because these 2 cards were hidden in Class's sleeves at the moment. However, even if what Yang Ming said was true, it was impossible for him to know these. When he was secretly taking photos, even if Yang Ming noticed that he was secretly taking photos, it was impossible for him to see what cards he stole. Moreover, one of the 3 of clubs card was exchanged with his own hidden card. So, Yang Ming had no reason to know. When the cards were checked before, he had not stolen any cards. So, Yang Ming also saw that there were no problems with the cards. So, how did Yang Ming know that these 2 cards were missing? Nonsense. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Whether it's nonsense or not, everyone will know when you open the cards now, right? With the dealer's eyesight, he naturally could not see the scene of Class stealing the cards, so he was also very puzzled at the moment. What was Yang Ming talking about? When the cards were checked before, he also looked at them one by one. There were no missing cards. Humph. You want to renege on your debt after losing, right? Class naturally did not want Yang Ming to check the cards. Wouldn't he be exposed if that happened? Even if he was not exposed, this game would be voided. According to the rules, if there were missing cards or other problems with the cards, the result of the game would be voided. There were similar rules in the International King of Gamblers tournament. This would also be a powerful blow to those who cheated. But even so, no one would be so sure when there was no absolute evidence. This was because at the level of the King of Gamblers, everyone cheated. It was nothing more than the pot calling the kettle black. Won't we know if we renege on our debt after checking the rest of the cards? Yang Ming said faintly. Okay, since this gentleman is suspicious, then let's check the cards. The dealer did not know that Class stole the cards. When he heard Yang Ming say this, he thought that Yang Ming was saying that he cheated. Naturally, he was a little unhappy, so he agreed to let Yang Ming check the cards to prove his innocence. Class did not expect the dealer to agree. His face suddenly became a little gloomy, and his eyebrows knitted together. If the card were checked, the result that Yang Ming said would inevitably appear. However, before Class could speak, the dealer had already put the cards in his hand on the table. Sir, please check them carefully. The dealer's tone was not very good. He naturally wanted to prove his innocence and Yang Ming's nonsense. Dealer's Class, are there any cards? Yang Ming said, smiled, calm. The dealer had nothing to say at first. After listening to Yang Ming's words, he sneered in his heart. Won't we know at a glance? However, his expression was a little bad. From the beginning to the end, except for the 5 cards that were previously issued, there was indeed no Class or 3 of clubs. In other words, Yang Ming was right. These 2 cards are missing from this deck. However, the dealer had also checked the cards before. They were not missing, right? Then, where did these 2 cards go? The dealer's first thought was that either Yang Ming or Class cheated. However, since Yang Ming could clearly say which 2 cards were missing, it seemed that he was very clear about what cards were stolen. If the person who cheated was Class, then Yang Ming could only see that 2 cards were missing at most. He could not see the suit of the cards. If this was the case, then Yang Ming must be the cheater. He saw that he was going to lose, so he deliberately said this to cancel the bet. However, he pushed the responsibility to the dealer. After all, it was definitely the dealer's responsibility to lose the cards. So, the dealer was a little angry when he thought of this. He said coldly, Sir, how did you happen to know what was missing from this deck? You're not the one who cheated, are you? You know, our casino does not welcome cheaters. Really? Did I cheat? Yang Ming smiled faintly. From the beginning to the end, I haven't touched the cards. Oh yes, I haven't even touched the cards on the table. They were all sent by you. Are you sure that I cheated? The dealer thought about it carefully. Yes, from the beginning to the end, Yang Ming's hands were flat on the table with his palms together. He didn't touch the cards at all. He didn't even touch his own cards. How'd he cheat? Could it be that he had superpowers? Isn't that too ridiculous? So, those who have touched the cards will know who cheated. Yang Ming sneered. Isn't that right, Mr. Class? It wasn't me. The dealer now knew that it was impossible for Yang Ming to cheat. So, the cheater must be Class. However, he had already pointed the finger at Yang Ming previously. Moreover, the evidence was conclusive that Yang Ming was the cheater. Class's suspicion was reduced by a lot. At this time, it was a bit unreasonable to say that Class was the cheater. It was as if he was a dog that bit someone in a hurry. Take him out. Although Smith didn't know what was going on, the dealer was obviously more suspicious. He wasn't sure if the dealer deliberately cheated to help Yang Ming, so he was very angry. Mr. Smith, it wasn't me. I didn't cheat. The dealer was shocked. He estimated that if he went out this time, not only would he lose his job, but he would also be punished. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He was a little annoyed at the cheater in his heart. He also regretted saying that Yang Ming was the cheater in a hurry. After being refuted by Yang Ming, he couldn't accuse others anymore. Don't be so anxious. Won't we know who cheated after searching him? Yang Ming pointed at the dealer and said, I don't think he cheated. If you don't believe me, get someone to search him. No need. Class saw that Yang Ming obviously wanted to make things more complicated. That would be disadvantageous to him, so he could only swallow his anger. Maybe there's a problem with this deck of cards. This round is invalid. Let's play again. Then let's continue. Smith saw the Class had said so he didn't insist. He said to the dealer, Be careful next time. Why are you so careless? Don't you know that there are missing cards? The dealer really wanted to cry, but had no tears. Fortunately, he had escaped a disaster, so he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, I'll get another deck of cards," said the dealer. He picked up the cards on the table and put them directly into the shredder on the side of the room to destroy the used cards. Class thought that since he had hidden 2 cards, he could change them again later. This time, he would be more careful when checking the cards. He could announce to everyone that there were no missing cards in the deck. After Yang Ming confirmed it, it would be difficult for him to say that there was a problem with the cards. It had to be said that Class's calculations were quite good, but he didn't know if he could get what he wanted. "I think it's better to change to another manufacturer's deck of cards. This manufacturer's deck of cards is not very good. There are 2 missing cards in this deck. Then, in the next deck, maybe there will be 2 more cards. For example, there will be an extra 5 of diamonds or 3 of clubs. It's hard to say, isn't it, Mr. Class?" said Yang Ming as he watched the dealer bring in an identical deck of cards. How is this possible? Of course, Class didn't think that Yang Ming was just saying it casually. He must have seen through his purpose. Class was annoyed, but he couldn't do anything about it. He could only say, then change to another deck. The manufacturer of this deck of cards is really not very good. The dealer was also afraid that there would be a problem, so he nodded and changed to another manufacturer's deck of cards. The pattern behind each manufacturer's deck of cards was different, so the 2 cards that Class had hidden before were useless. This made Class a little depressed. Zhang Bin's heart almost fell out just now. From the conversation between Yang Ming and Class, he had already understood that Yang Ming was gambling with Class for him and his father. He was moved, but he was also deeply worried. He was afraid that Yang Ming would also lose. At that time, wouldn't he implicate Yang Ming? Zhang Jiefeng also deeply blamed himself. But as an elder, he had no face-to-face. He could only lower his head. However, the nervousness in his heart was no less than Zhang Bin's. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.